Hello, there we go. Oh, welcome in. Anyone, if anybody's here. I don't think anyone is here yet, but eventually people will be, surely. Um, yeah, I just wanted to watch the world premiere calling. But because I live in PST, people were gonna like I can't watch it live. And I figured if I'm gonna watch it today, I might as well watch it with everybody. Anyway, what's up guys? How you doing? Figure we might as well watch it together, right?
Right? So that was the first time players were seeing some commons, seeing some rares, like literally building decks with cards they'd never seen before. Now it's a calling. Competitive rules
Okay, how's that
enforcement,
volume?
right? It's a
What are we thinking
fully
about that
different ball game now.
level of
What
audio?
do you think the difference is in the players' mindsets, deck construction? How does it differ from yesterday to today?
Yesterday was the warm-up.
Their
For a
video's
lot
a
of
bit
those
like
players here in the
low
room
frame
today.
rate.
There are real stakes. There are prize cards. There is just a lion's
It
share.
looked
Of
good
cash.
yesterday.
Some
I
people,
wonder what
that's
happened.
the real big glory hunt that we're looking for. There's world tour points for people that are looking to reach that position at the top of the leaderboard toward the end of the season. These are all things that have tangible value.
That's
And
true. I
think
forget
we're
that this
dialed
counts
in a
for
bit. It's less experimenting. I
the
can't
world
just
tour,
play
huh?
Arachne because I want to. I've got to take a look and critically evaluate my pool, and maybe take some of those lessons I learned from yesterday, playing with all
Did you
my
guys see
cards,
the
things that
Aurora Armory
crushed
deck?
me in feature matches that we won't talk
I was
about,
pretty sad about
and
that one.
use those to inform
Like I'm
my
happy
future
for people,
decisions
and I
on
think it's a good
how I
idea
want to navigate
because it's like
today. We'll see.
first
Plenty of
straight deck
gravitating towards
into
heroes
Armory
I learned
deck
the
is
most
like a
about
good
yesterday, and utilizing
way
those
to get new
tools to
players into the
continue
game with like the
No,
same hero.
you've touched on something I would like
But
to elaborate further on. Let's get into
Aurora is
exactly what
by
the
far the
players
best
are
Rosetta hero
fighting
currently, so
for
it's like
this weekend, because there is a whole host of
sad.
prizes on the line.
Oh, that's pretty.
The least of which is the brand new gold foil extended art Stonewall Gauntlet. Look at that sucker, folks. Let me tell you, there's gonna be a lot of attacks on
How's
a
it
lot of
going? You
combat
actually
chains
inspired
this
me.
weekend with
Our
power
Flush Mode
greater than
based
their
YouTube
base.
channel.
This one stands
Nice,
for
nice.
free.
Oh,
Very fun. It bids me a
did
very painful
Mara
goodbye to say,
retweet
adieu
or something?
to our
Like, did
balance
she
of justice
post
with
about
a
it?
beautiful, beautiful prize card, but it does mean we get that unique opportunity once again to hand out a brand new prize card to a player for the very first time. Somebody out there in the field today will be the very first
Because
person
I
to
think
get
I
their
saw
hands on a
that.
gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet, and that's bragging
I didn't
rights.
watch the
That's
video
huge
because I was
for the
like
time.
in bed.
Also, of course, PTI and the
But I'm
16
pretty sure I saw the
gold
message.
points, but the
Actually, let me
prizes
see.
don't stop at first. Of course, we've got
'Cause your name sounds familiar.
$10,000 on the line for all of our players down from first to 32nd. Everybody there is going to be getting a good little chunk of change.
Aha, there it is.
Eighth place and getting that PTI down to
Hi.
8th as well.
My name is
always
Soren,
love to see
and
this.
you
All
probably
to play
don't
for.
know me.
I don't.
We make our
And
way
that's
into day
okay,
2. Love to see
because
prize money making its
I've
way
never
all the way
uploaded
down to
content
32nd
to
place.
YouTube
Gives players
before.
something to chase all the way.
And
The lion's
up
share, of
until
course, at the very
about
top,
3 or 4 months ago, I
$5,000.
probably never would have. But I had like a weird impulse to buy a camera, and I wanted to use it to create videos like this, talking to the camera, talking about my experience.
You have a good level of volume on your background music.
Trading card game I played for
I struggle with
many
that a
years
lot.
of my life. And after a hiatus of about 5 or so years, I decided this year I was going to return in 2025. However,
I constantly put it too
a
loud or
month
too
ago,
quiet.
I was introduced to a game called Flesh and Blood.
Good game.
And if you don't know what that is, can't blame you for that either. It's not quite the most popular card game yet. It's
Heresy.
nowhere near the level of Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon. But that being said, I do think genuinely from the bottom of my heart that it is a better game than any of those combined for a lot of reasons. You see, the game was created by a guy named James White, who has experience with many other card games, including being a pro Magic player at a time. And he decided that he wanted to bring people together the best way he knew how, through card games. The second I heard this story, I fell in love with it because when you look at this game, right? Compare it to Magic, compare it to Yu-Gi-Oh, that are ran by these big corporations, right? That are worried about turning.
You have a really
profits
solid
and
natural
printing
like
cards at a limited
oration
quantity
ability.
to make sure that prices on the secondary market stay high, right? And then you look at Flesh and Blood, a game that was developed by a person who simply had a passion for games, and you can see
Like a lot of
that in
people,
everything
when they're
they
reading off
do.
the script for the first couple
And
times, or
it
like
got me
making a
really
video,
excited to
it's
play
really
card games
stunted
again. I
sounding,
mean,
but it comes out
I
really
was
natural for
excited to
you.
go back to playing Yu-Gi-Oh with my friends, but it wasn't because I missed Yu-Gi-Oh. It was because I missed my friends, right? And truthfully, I still do like Yu-Gi-Oh a lot.
On your way
I
to go
like,
film B-roll.
you
I'm
know,
so
the fast
lazy.
pace, the
I'm so
complexity,
lazy.
the shiny
If people
cardboard.
wonder why my videos are
There's something
often
that
just
Flesh and
me
Blood
staring
does
into the
differently.
camera,
Well, I guess a
yapping
lot of things
with
that
no
Flesh and
editing
Blood
and
does
no
differently
B-roll, it's
that
because I'm
I
fucking
personally enjoy
lazy.
way more than I enjoyed Yu-Gi-Oh at any time of my Yu-Gi-Oh career. And so I decided that instead of making Yu-Gi-Oh content with this channel, which was the original plan,
Yeah, this is good.
I would highly recommend you can sit down content.
Sure, you know this. Obviously, some things popping up to look at would be good, right? You know, Flesh and Blood logo, some cards. You get what I'm saying. Keep your attention on it. But that was good. That was solid.
Of course, we dove into Japan. The community greeted us with wide open arms, and the game has never
Brody
quite been the same
Spurlock.
since in all the best ways.
Mr. Fung.
Realizing that in all the best ways. But joining this
OO.
illustrious club of champions for world premieres.
Yeah. Moving on, of course, to our most recent world premiere, Sans, this one in the calling in Tampa Bay. We can see the top 8 there. And Lucas Oswald, one of those
Goddamn
Dark
Darkodius. This son of a bitch.
He's been waiting for his first real premiere, taking down a tournament, becoming a champion. Nice one to do it here during our world premiere in Rosetta.
I mean, Lucas was no slouch going into this event. Obviously, infamously the winner of that Prism statue way back when, a living legend, battle-hardened. As you say, one of the many Wunderkind we find ourselves with in here in Flesh and Blood. And it's just great to see so many generations of players
Lucas
finding
is
something to bond over across the table from each other.
Yeah,
really fucking good at card games.
that have joined the exclusive club that Scott mentioned, right? To take down
I really feel like
world premiere weekend.
Lucas is what I would have been had I been introduced to card games before I graduated high school.
Champion. I cannot wait to get into the games today.
Watch this live, might as well watch it with you again. I appreciate you coming by. I hope it's good. Like, I wasn't introduced to Magic the Gathering until I was like 18, 19 years old.
And these players would have been going on a similar journey, so I'm excited to see how their progress has evolved as they've learned things about this format.
Now, we've been speaking of past champions. We've been speaking of past limited champions. People have been able to dominate a limited format. How about somebody who has dominated 2 formats and dominated the world?
Lucas is a much better player than me, but every single time we play against each other, I fucking juice him. Like, things just scale really well for me and really poorly for him every single time.
I know I am as well, so let's prepare for the first round here, the calling.
Especially when I was playing Kano. It'd always be like he'd cast a card and I'd just have the nuts and he'd die.
Kicking things off in style, no
Where should I
half
put
measures. Gregor
myself?
Kowalski, of course, a giant of the game. It's Patrick Hauser on the other side of the table.
Right
This
here.
one, Fang
So we can see the
versus
cards.
Syndra.
I've been public
Matchup
speaking my
like
whole
this,
life, just did an
plenty of this
unscripted take.
weekend. The jewel
Be one of my
of
first vids, be
iconic
more than me
heroes
talking. YouTube
coming
won't
out
let
in
people find the
full
channel
force
until
nice and early. Now,
until
we
I
saw
post. That's
Smoke
true.
up plenty yesterday.
I cannot script videos. Well, I can. That's like literally my job now. But yeah, I prefer unscripted.
To their maximum effect.
Gregor,
I prefer
of
unscripted
course,
as well.
taking down that world championship with the Count Your Blessings Enigma deck. There was so much discussion before that tournament. Is it a real card? Is it a
I'm
real
still
deck?
upset at him
Is
for
it a
beating
real
Mercy.
archetype? I remember Charles Dunn putting up a post. There are 2 types of fab players: those who don't believe CYB is real,
And those who have tested with it.
those who have played with it. Yeah. So, you know, Gregor's really showing the field there that yes, it was real and actually quite good as he was able to take down.
Not actually upset.
I
I just really wanted her to win.
Championship here, but both these
Good time
players,
checking it
0
out.
wins,
No
0
problem, man.
losses. This is the
Good luck
beginning
on your
of
future
their
journey.
tournament. But for Patrick,
I hope to see your videos popping up in my feed.
Over on the other side of the arena.
Yeah, that can't be what you want walking into a calling of a brand new limited.
Okay, so my initial like take is that Fang's probably pretty good.
Yeah, it can't get much more difficult than that.
Steel deckers require that equipments are unsleeved. No, I love to sleeve my equipment. I sleeve everything. I'm forced to count your blessings, Syndra. It's just 3 blocks, Syndra. It's like some of the prevention cards.
We'll see ourselves going wide.
It reminds me of like what all the Magic grinders used to do. Is like they'd show up to limited like Pro Tour qualifiers or whatever, and they wouldn't bring anything. They'd bring like a little tiny life pad, a pen, and their unsleeved deck, which they would keep in their hoodie pocket. No playmat, no dice, no nothing. I've seen Tog Cinder combos.
The equipment has
no, but I mean I've been doing a little bit of thinking, a little bit of cooking, I would say.
Here at the calling in Prague. I cannot wait to see how
I'm mostly letting like the people I work with are super interested in Syndra and Fang as well. So I'm like pointing my attention towards Assassin. I'm also just like, I'm just not an aggro guy.
We can see a dragon power, which is one of my favorite commons in this set so far.
Like the only time I enjoy aggro is if it's a deck that gets to like make a ton of decisions, like Chain.
So go ahead.
No.
This equipment's super interesting for both of these players, actually. We see these vengeance pieces.
So it's probably better for me to just focus my attention at something that is more likely to be in my wheelhouse, like Assassin. Acilio. Yeah, Acilio needs like just like a little bit more. He's a little too feast or famine for me right now.
Of course.
Like drawing a hand of all instants, you're just like, wow, I guess I'll go kill myself. It's a little too much. Kano kind of does the same thing, right? Where it's like, okay, you have this like aggro E playstyle, but the thing about Kano that I love is that as the game goes longer, it gets way better for Kano. You can like build up to it.
In here looks like our players as they're getting ready to begin out.
And Kano's combos used to be really interesting. I think Open the Floodgates Kano's pretty fucking boring. Which is so sad. I'm so sad about the direction that Kano's taken.
We're going to be seeing
after the tone bans.
all weekend long. It's the
And it seems cool. I'll be very surprised if they aren't just overshadowed by new. I feel
Attack
you.
for one go, and
Blue
then
cards that are
start
red
getting
cards is
combat
kind of
advantages,
busted, isn't
but
it?
As we're going to see, or maybe we'll even see
So
on
there's
the
actually
stern,
at
there
least
are
similar
other
longer
ways to
game moves
get
on
that
better to
dagger
win, right?
destroyed.
That's just
Get a little bit of
Wizards. That's what
damage
Wizards
across. The
do.
first
Wizards and
Wizards
Illusionist.
taken by Patrick, down to 19 even on turn
Give them a
0.
bunch of
That's one
time.
way,
They're
and
going to do
blocks
something with it.
something like that little dagger before. We've got to throw yourself at him. Oh my God, Gregors, he heard me.
Yeet.
He heard me from over here. Just like I wanted to see how these daggers can get flicked, can get thrown, because he doesn't have the danger.
Just 3 go again, you may
onslaught.
flick a
He doesn't
dagger.
have a way on demand to flick a dagger, but throw yourself.
Really
at
hate
them. Now,
Floodgates, both 2 getting
flicking that
garbage at the same
dagger
time.
with that
Yeah, the
one
issue is like
preventable damage, or, you know,
they've
it's not
printed a
preventable, but there's no way that
bajillion
has
Wizard
been
hate
prevented.
cards.
So now I'm turning
If you
it
want to
over.
never lose to Wizard again, you can do that. And so, in order to combat any of this, Kano has to do the most powerful thing possible. Even if it's not like the most consistent or whatever, even if it allows for you to break off the top, you just have to do it. And so we have Open the Floodgates Kano. Which is sad. And Verdance isn't even a wizard.
Damage will leak through. These daggers are really pesky to block early on.
Feels like they have no idea what they want to do with Wizard. I really just think they're scared. Which I get.
That often the going second didn't feel as good as it did in other.
That's a
formats
crazy
because
block.
There's a lot of ways to leak damage, and here Patrick's even committing that blade.
Yeah, that's a crazy
boots.
block.
It gets +1 when it defends a
Wonder what was in his
weapon.
hand
With these
that made him
kunais,
make that
unless you have
decision.
Something like the draconic instant that
Okay,
gives all
sure.
the time attacks +1.
That makes
These daggers
sense.
are most of the time just going to come in for 1. Here, though, we've seen an instant.
Wants to
speed this
cast an
start.
instant.
Talking
I
about
get
this
it.
guy.
This is very snazzy.
Syndra's Aurelia from League. Yeah, and Aurelia's sick. Aurelia's really cool.
There's a lot of reasons you might want to do that.
We set the middle of the class. Yeah, they released a Wizard set, and it literally was like Armageddon for Wizard.
So why not start
Just
the game
boomed it out of
with
the
an
game.
opponent marked and
I'm
threatening to make it
really
easy to
hopeful
cut
for
through
Adult
very
Blaze
easily.
eventually.
Maybe
Okay,
seeing a little bit more
I don't know if it's been spoiled yet, but the gem packs, we know what the cards are, except for one. There's a mystery card, and if you look at the mystery card, it's the card that like comes in normal version and Marvel version. And if you look at it, it has the intelligence ticker at the
Patrick was
bottom left, right? It's got the little intelligence marker. So it's a hero. Now, at the event, they have the adult cold foil heroes that are like the big ones you can get. And there's one that's turned face down, right? It's flipped around. I'm hoping that we get adult Blaze because I actually think Blaze is like well-designed Kano, right? It's like Kano if he wasn't inherently fucking busted. So I want it to be adult Blaze. I think it's going to be Jarl
the defending hero is marked. All attacks are
or a
gonna be
Dromai or some
full
shit.
turn. So this is now an
Dromai just LO'd. Yeah, I've like been cruising through the Reddit threads and everyone's like, "What? Where the fuck's my new Dromai?" And it's like, bro, so many heroes LL'd before Dromai. Like, we need Lexi first. We need Icelander back first.
All those draconic cards threaten to make this turn go wider and
Sit down, wait your turn. You could do busted shit with other illusionists already.
Swinging our second sword or looking to go tall.
But yeah, if it's just a Jarl, I'll be sad.
And of course, 2 cards left in hand.
There'll be 5 armory decks this year.
We're looking for
I don't know.
attack reactions
So the first one's Aurora, apparently, in March, and then there's another one like a month after. Surely we get Adult Blaze this year. Surely.
the cost of those
And Icelander
fire
back.
veins. Still playing
I'm
a card
hoping
in the reaction step because it's not
2025
often you have
is
to
the
play
year
just
that we
the
eat
card,
good
so
as
just
Wizard
putting two
players.
cards in hand.
We
Oh,
haven't
the
eaten good in a
possibility
really long time.
Super fun stuff from Fang. You'll never know exactly how big which dagger is going to be. And of course, if Gregors was to overcommit here and block out this early dagger, it's very possible the bolstered attacks could be on the second one a little bit later on. So all kinds of things to consider. But for both players here, Patrick will be the one to act. We're getting all dynastic in this situation. Costs a little bit less per Draconic Chain.
I'm a
that you
mech
control,
person.
but we're making
Don't
that
date it
dagger
all.
a whole
If you're a mech
3 points
person,
powerful.
honestly, that's really unfortunate.
Coming
I'm
in now for
sorry.
7, only
Like,
blocked for 3, presented
mechs
the
have it
next
worse
shot
than
along
wizards.
with Gregor
Yeah.
Kowalski, here, our world champ, looking like he's going to take a full 5 as this damage is added to the fire vein.
efficient turn.
Both players here having a discussion. Gregor's
Oh, actually, no, it's not an efficient turn. I lied. It's a 4-card 9.
A little bit of damage prevention, but no.
3-card
We're
9.
happy to take the hit. This turn, of course.
Okay,
does
so it's
keep
exactly
the
on
lead,
rate.
But we are unmarked, which means that first fealty token of the day is going to be hitting the
There
board
we
for
go.
our Fang player.
And now the point
They
of
don't want to
view
make good wizard cards because it breaks
that
the limited game. They
+1
should make a wizard
power
master
for
set
all their
or an
players,
armory deck. Like,
meaning that this is
Verdance
just
just
gonna be a fire
needs
vein for
like
one.
3
Even though the
cards.
dynastic
She needs a weapon.
vindication didn't get the
She
full
needs a
cost effect of
decomposing
the
non-attack
movement
action,
from Patrick
and then like
Kowalski, who
one other
used
card
all
that's not
3 of
dog
those
shit.
resources, still
And then
very
she'll be a real
efficient
deck.
with
Will she be
turn.
super good?
And
Probably
that's
not,
for
but
the
like,
arsenal as well. So both players going to
she's
have
just
a
not a
five-card
wizard.
hand
Like, if you go
turn
through
there.
all the
First
wizard
time
cards in the
they
game,
had the option
remember
to
we
have a
did this
five-card hand,
when
but
they
now Gregor
spoiled
Kowalski
Verdance's
was
ability?
able to after falling
I
under
scrolled through every
that
single
first
wizard
field
card in the
attacking
entire
field.
game, and she wanted to
Good
play
stuff
none of
there.
them.
Patrick utilizing their cards to maximum. And we are, of course, pitching a very interesting Majestic.
Like, she just plays blue block
Jane
threes.
going away. That card is fantastic. If you're able to attack 4 times in the course of a turn, you can break it, score yourself a bonus card in the process.
Are they hoping we get a
But it does
reprint of
require you
Icelander?
to attack at least 3 times
God, I
to keep it
fucking
around
love
each and every
Icelander
turn.
so
Maybe that's
much.
just not something
Like,
Gregor's
people think of me as the
capable of doing
Kano
right now.
guy,
Of course,
but
the
in
first
reality,
phase
I was
of
the
the
Icelander
phase
guy
of the
before I
entire
was the
turn,
Kano
you're
guy.
interested in building up a bigger assault
And then
phase.
she left.
Also seeing the kunai
Switch from
retribution
Twitch to
once again
YouTube.
being the
Yeah,
top
most of the
chain
Flesh and Blood
leads
crowd's on
to
YouTube, so I
Gregor's
just wanted to make it
There's
easy.
2 ways I've seen people playing a lot of Syndra. They're either kind of keeping one dagger and, you know, bringing one dagger back, attacking
It's also
one dagger
like,
the next
I
turn, kind of
stream in
one
random
dagger Syndra,
times
or really trying to
because
top it
I have
with
like a
daggers,
full-time
click
job
both
now.
daggers,
I
bring them
start
both back
school
at the end.
full-time this
It really
week.
depends on the texture of the deck, how many
My
draconic
semester
attacking
technically
cards
starts
are
today.
there to really power up the
Um,
combat chains and Syndra's
So like,
ability
I'm
to
just kind of streaming
consistently
whenever I can find the
Versus very
time.
liquid depending on
And
what
so
is going on
YouTube
there.
works for
Obviously,
that because
obviously,
people
choice
people can
being
watch the
liquid down there.
VODs,
He
but
was
nobody
paying
watches
up on
VODs
that
on
one.
Twitch.
Joining us down the combat chain, if there is 2 or more draconic chain links, this one is going to have go again, which it does right now. If it hits, we're going to make a mark on Patrick's face, and that's
Ring
something
of
he's
Rose
looking
not enough to swing the
avoid
needle
by
on Verdance.
dedicating
No, it's just one
himself.
card.
It's like hunt to
Like,
kill
it's not one card
but
as in it's
another
one card
three,
with a
so
set of
that's
reds. Like, it's a
2 reds
legendary.
as
It's
well.
literally
These are
just one card.
premium
It's a
attack
good
action cards
card, but
without
it's
the
like,
danger digits in the
no.
arm
If you could
slot
play
of
3 of them,
Kowalski,
then all of a
I
sudden the
think
deck
these
would
are
go
gonna be a
differently.
lot less
But
bad
the
back
issue
behind that
is you
really
would just
important piece of equipment.
This is very beautifully
blow
sequenced
it
by
up.
Gregor Kowalski here. Whilst
Then you'd
throwing
be
himself
sad.
isn't a draconic card, there are 2
You'd
draconic
watch
chain
some of my
links
Fab
here.
VODs on
You
Twitch?
notice that one
Aw,
pesky resource still
thank
floating.
you.
That does mean Syndra will be buying back both of these kunai, locked and loaded, ready for a future turn. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, even though you don't see a kunai of retribution on that first chain link, it is still technically a draconic chain
Got 2,
link,
throw yourself
even though
at
the
them.
kunai it was in the graveyard at the time.
That's a good turn.
Of the abilities resolution there from Gregor. So Gregor's keeping that arsenal. Got to keep an eye on
Patrick's
that.
ahead.
He wanted to deploy on this turn, but Patrick only committing 1 card to the block and still taking 7 points of damage. It's time for his return.
Both of these heroes have like
Fire
really good
Fang.
finishing
I
power.
love flavoring this.
Where
piece
Syndra's
of
got
the
like
Fang,
Kadachi
you know,
locks and
training
she can
in the
throw
old
them
days
at
before
people,
they actually went out and
but
tried to take down the
Fang's
spider
got attack
and
reaction.
then
I feel like this
ball.
format's gonna be
This
really
is them
fast.
sparring in the Emperor's Garden, right? You see kunais in the fire.
The idea
Fangs
was to
flipping
transition
back and
from
forth, a
Aurora
true
first strike to
battle
Armory.
between
Absolutely. No,
these
that I
2
totally get it.
warriors.
I
So it's
totally
like
get it.
Warrior ninja, but you know they're
It is a good decision.
I don't think it's too much of a stretch. to
I'm
expect
just
Hero
sad
Local to wanna warm
because
up.
the rest of Rosetta I think is really interesting. It's really
Fire
cool,
Vein coming in,
and
we've
they
seen
do
this
not
plenty
get
over
the
the
support
weekend.
that
It's
like Aurora's already
impossible
better
to
than
tell
them.
exactly how big
So
this
it's
is
sad,
gonna
you
be.
know. This
One
could have been a
on the
fucking
surface, but
Verdance
it could
deck.
have go again. It could bolster itself. It could be
Shelter the Storm,
gigantic by the
€80
time this
generic.
combat
I mean, I don't know
turns
about
around.
your guys'
We'll be
Monopoly
getting
money,
ever
but
so
I expect it to
slightly
land around
in this
$40
case.
Looks like Mark of the
because I think
Dragon
this set
has
is going
come
to
in,
get
so
cracked to
we're
high heaven.
the next attack +3, if I'm not mistaken. So just powering this
For
one up
Twitch's
by
UI
1.
for streamers are
Into
better than
the
YouTube.
Dragon, this
It
one
is.
a fantastic
It is.
card
Also,
in
like the
this context.
community,
Lets you kind of bolster the
not the the actual people, but like the community of Twitch is better for live streaming, in my opinion. You have like the gift subs, you have the donations. It's just like a different thing. They have their own slang, right? Like it's just, I don't know, it's just a bit better.
By the looks of it, we'll quickly switch that one all the way up into a 4, which is significantly harder to block.
Way better. Yeah, way better for Patrick.
The culture.
That
There we go.
there.
That's what I'm
Absolutely
looking for. The
have
culture.
Coming in for 4 actually was the instant that Brian was in his deck build where he
With
built
the react
Fang
need
for
only be
us
kind of
yesterday
fast.
during the World
Yeah, it
Premiere.
seems like he
He
needs
said
a
that the
good amount of
react
D
is
reacts
the
to keep
one
up
target,
in
the card
this
he's
limited
most
format.
happy
Is
to
like
see in that
my
draconic
gut
instant slot because of
instinct
all it
from
represents.
watching a couple
It's a zero
games.
cost, it's an instant, it's a
I've been
draconic
theory
card,
crafting
and
with
it
the new
still
heroes.
buffs up that
Yeah,
next
the
dagger,
assassins.
and still
I'm
Patrick
letting
only
other
got
people
one
theory
for
craft with
hitting
Fang
empty
and Syndra.
cards.
Oh, I think
Have to
people are
imagine
leaning
at
on not
least one
playing
other
like
reaction is coming from here.
all the Fang lists I've seen
Certainly
are
seems
just
to be
playing
the
like
case with
pure
deploying
draconic,
Arsenal.
Searing
not playing any of just like the good warrior cards, and I think they
Pain
should just be
certainly
playing the good
fights
warrior
stabbing
cards.
pain.
Like if your deck doesn't have Blade
Please
Flurry, it's
no,
probably
I'll
just
pass
not
then.
correct,
Extra
right?
dagger buff coming here, +3, of course. If you control 2 or more draconic chain links in this case, which, hey, take a look, we certainly do.
Or was
He's
just a
gonna
bad
put another mark
choice for first
on our
strike.
friend
Really? I
Syndra.
think Aurora's like a
Gonna
really good
facilitate another
choice.
fealty somewhere down the line.
I think she's
Now,
cool.
look at
I think
this
she like
full big 8
does
points of
fun
damage
stuff.
from this
She gets to
fire
cast a
burn
bunch of
Fang.
things. People
Just
love
able to
people
turn these
love
daggers into such
rune blades.
powerful pieces of damage.
Keep streaming as
on the
memberships
combat
and
chain.
super
They're not
chats.
gonna
Yeah,
destroy
it does have
themselves,
memberships and
but
super
boy,
chats, but like
are they looking
the
to
culture
destroy
on
their
Twitch is
opponents.
that if you're going to spend a
Sleeve
lot of
five,
time
definitely
watching a
weapon that's
streamer,
impressed me the
you
most
do
so
those
far this
things.
weekend, but it's undeniable
Generally.
the kunai are
Right.
cooler. We'll
If you
make our way
appreciate what the
over to
streamer's doing,
Gregors,
you
who
drop
no
a couple of
doubt starting their
gifties
turn with
or
a
whatever.
buff of their own. So this one
It's just like less that way
multiple retreat
on
effects
YouTube.
in the format, but
However,
offers
on
a
YouTube,
buff in the
I'm
process
coming
as
at you
well,
from
so no need to
sheerly like a
buy our
business sense
daggers
here.
in this case.
On
We do
YouTube,
get
you get the
limit
ad
on
revenue
video
of
with
people
our
watching
Arsenal
your
run,
VOD.
5 points of damage coming in
You
off
don't
the
get that on
kunai
Twitch because
retribution.
nobody watches
Nice
VODs.
little zero cost, 4 points of offensive value on the dagger.
So like I did my
Kunai
2
coming in
hours
for
of
5.
testing on Verdance or whatever, and
Unfortunately
like
for Patrick, he
1,500
already
people
used
watched that
Blade
after I was
Beckoner
done
boot on
streaming.
the
I actually
literally
don't know
turn
how
0 of
much
this
it is. Let
game.
me find out.
This is not those Blade Beckoner pieces of equipment. You get on maybe some of the least value of them normally into Syndra because Syndra's not often looking to pump her daggers up or not necessarily always looking to.
Kunai,
I think, Patrick, a little bit bummed that wasn't able to keep that Blade Beckoner boot around for this combat chain or this chain link because he would get that extra point of value here. And as we know in Limited and as we know in Flesh and Blood, every
Yeah,
single
my
point of
Verdant
value
stream, the
matters.
first one has like
Now,
5,000
highlight
views.
These 1 power
Right.
weapons of all the heroes in this format. Definitely very telling of
It
how
made me
fine
like
the margins can be. Nothing fine about
30,
damage
40
here from this
bucks.
kunai, though. Puts Patrick in
That's
the
pretty
front
good.
of the
It's really good,
metaphorically.
actually.
Take a moment to consider exactly how this
It's
turn
'cause it
might
was
be.
in December, I
Remember,
think, where
these
ad
kunais,
revenue's
they
higher.
always have go again. Two resources
But if I did it
from
on
the cup
Twitch,
and
I would
Gregors,
get
another
the
one
money
on
that I
Arsenal.
got immediately and
Possibly
nothing
the list
else.
to go.
Yeah, and
Sam's
Gregors,
such a good caster.
a good
No,
bit of
Sam's
licks
the
there.
best.
No blocks on that last turn. Fell all the way down to
Sam rocks.
4. So you have to imagine he's got a pretty intense salvo to fire back. But Patrick's got a good little life buffer there. 13 to 4. 21 minutes left. Can still
I have
go
a
ahead
good
and
list
put
of
the Blade Beckoner
Mario?
boots here
What?
to just block for 1.
Squeezing out some additional value. Gonna knock our way down to 9 for Patrick. Gregor's turn will continue. Taking a moment to consider those.
Something I want to point out from those of you who play your pre-releases next week is that you're going to see a lot of these equipment. Is that the third Flick Knives thing? Or am I reading that wrong? These equipment, that's like you have Battle Worn 1, but you can add it to you can add it to attacks if they attack react. Really good.
We're gonna be saying it all weekend.
Really
long.
good.
I've been
Like you
saying
like
it
play
since
pretty
I
safe in the
started
late
seeing
game.
set for the very first time. The
It
art
seems
in
like
this
you
game
don't
is
want to
just
go to
beyond.
like 3
It's just beyond. I
Right.
really like every single piece of art I see, every single
because you
card.
can
It's
just
like,
clipped.
This is somehow
You can get
beautiful,
clipped with
gnarly,
like
and
daggers
so
being
cool.
thrown, attack reactions
And
out of
the levels
Fang
just
or
push it all the way
Assassin.
to 10.
Like
yeah, that looks like Fi's having a particularly bad day, and I do not want to
really
be
like
on
to
the
keep
end
my
of
life
that
total at
one
like
myself.
5 if possible.
However, speaking of things I don't want to be on the end of, we're going to be growing claws here as our final attack of this combat.
See, there's a
chain.
question mark here on
Gregor's
gem
showing
packs.
you
Yeah, we
exactly
just talked
why they
about
were
that.
so willing to take damage. Big
Help convince
attack
me it can't
courtesy
be
of a
Adult Blaze.
draconic
I will
chain
not
link
do that.
for it.
Because that is my hope as
Now
well.
coming in for a total of 5 because of
I don't think it
the
will
chain
be.
link, as you mentioned,
I think
the
it's going to
last
be
attack,
fucking
that
Jarl, and I'm going to
mark with
cry.
Magma was fully blocked out with that piece of equipment as well.
It's just alt art Aurora, and I
Blessed
shoot myself
5
in the
damage
head.
on offer. Patrick still has 3 cards in hand. Wonder if that Arsenal card is a
The opponent keeps up the
defensive
chain, you
piece
can
or
move them to
something
other
Gregor's
chains
looking
as long
to
as they
pressure
react
with on
again.
this turn.
Oh, I did not
Scary
know
part
that.
of this is that the
It'll be
turn isn't
draw my
necessarily
bro. If they
over
if they
after this, because
leapfrog
either Growclaw
like
does come
Lexi
equipped with some go again.
and
I know that Arsenal card has
Icelander
been safely
to
parked
reprint
for a
Dromai
couple of turns now.
first,
If it
I'll be
capitalizes
so
big,
pissed.
impactful zero-cost effects, we could see more.
Droma
pressure
LL'd
coming
like
from
a year
Focus here,
ago.
and that's something Patrick really has to consider. in
Granted,
this
Icelander was
season.
like a year and 2 months, but still.
Patrick giving this one a
Said
real
Droma will
think.
come back
Still
sooner
20
than we
minutes
think.
remaining,
I'm
plenty
gonna
of
be
time
so
here
fucking
for
upset.
our players, even though their time is running out with their life totals. Gregor's all the way down to 4 to
Does
Patrick's
5
9,
go
but with
again?
this 5 damage on the combat chain, the life totals could get evened up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, this is kind of spooky.
Gregor's taking a
Icelander's
moment
so
to
annoying to play
reevaluate
against,
the
though.
card in their arsenal.
Illusionist is so annoying to play against,
Side
though.
of the table here. This is definitely a difficult choice.
This goes both
Safe to say
ways.
here, Fang has some amount of the tempo going into this turn.
Yeah, if you wanna reprint Dromai, give me an Icelander. Give me an Icelander Armory deck in April.
No blocks, no reaction.
And then I'll be like,
Patrick
okay.
Down to 4 as well. 4 plays 4 in our first round here of the calling in Prague.
They're both annoying. Yeah, honestly, people just
World
fucking hate
Premier
Wizards and
of the
Illusionists.
100. Gregor's having a real think, at least posturing, like he's able to utilize that arsenal. And of course,
Wizards and Illusionists are just two sides of the same coin,
nicely yesterday.
really.
Can give a resource to allow for even
The
a
only thing is that
arsenal as well.
Illusionist gets good stuff. Wizard players do not.
It's only in effect after you pop the coat of elite.
But they love Ninja. What up, Dark Codius? We were talking about you
Right
earlier.
turn, use it to utilize that one resource for a
Ninja's
immediate
great
powerful
for
chain ender.
Flesh and
That
Blood,
does
though.
seem to
Like,
be what,
new
Gregor's
players
been
love
thinking about
Ninja.
right now.
It's fair Flesh and
You
Blood.
can see here,
It lets
Illusionists
aggro decks
would
do
not have
stuff.
allowed
Like,
for
aggro players get to
Rogue
do
Claws to
things.
be played. I wonder if he goes ahead and reaches for it. I wonder if he just reaches for the
Win.
arsenal. Yes, it is gonna be the
They were
Coat of
showing
Allegiance.
top 8
Once
photos,
again,
and I
World
was like,
Champ making us
God
look
damn,
good.
Dark Codius.
Thanks, Gregors. I really
That's it.
appreciate that. All you need to do now is pull the trigger. No, make me look terrible, Gregors. Thank you. I really appreciate that on the broadcast as well. No,
The
that's a
Tampa
huge
top 8
testament to
picture.
How difficult these choices are in this format.
How
Gregors,
if you
they're
guys
taking
do
a
like
brief
something.
moment to consider what's going on. Actually,
Yeah, I mean,
reaching for that
we all
coat of
have our
allegiance.
things that
Shows
we
how difficult
love.
these pain
Yeah.
point decisions are here. Players
I don't like
forward,
fault
forward,
Illusionist
Fang with
players
4 cards
for
to
being
work with. This
assholes.
feels like a hard turn to stare down for Gregor Kowalski.
You know, we all like what we like.
Fire vein for 1 right now, and we know that can change.
Why don't you
in a
like
moment.
Illusionist?
Leapfrog
Feel like it
with the
does
two
weird things,
pieces,
like Wizard
the
does weird
Legends
things.
and
It does do weird
Bloods
things like
there
Wizard
can
does
have
weird
something
things.
to say about any attack
Most of my
that
hate from
happens
Illusionist
outside
comes
the
from
table, but
it completely
it's not a place
invalidating
you're stoked
like
to
a
be
lot of
get
strategies
across from a Fang is
in the
at
game,
4 and facing down
particularly
just the
my
first
strategies.
of the two
I like to do things that are like dirtily and have like value engines and go really late. And Illusionist does not let you do those things.
That kind of increased the dagger by 4.
Um,
The dagger, of course, increasing itself by a bonus 1 if that affects.
It's also like
So every single time
the
you
actual
use
games
the
against
attacks for
Illusionists.
one
I don't.
card,
This is all
it's
personal.
much
This is just me,
easier
right? I'm not
to
saying
see
Illusionist is
cards
terrible
as
for the game or
well.
anything.
I'm trying to
I'm not saying it shouldn't exist, but like when I play against Illusionist,
I'm gonna use that.
it feels like
Tip. I like
I'm
that.
just desperately trying to stay in the game all the time. It
Let's
feels
see
like
how Gregor
I have to keep
wants to play
running
this one.
forward, and if I slip, it's
One
just
damage
out of my reach forever.
Until something's getting played with 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Looks like we're going to be also putting the helm.
Thought you were a
of
brute hater.
Vengeance
I don't hate
on
playing
combat
against
scene
brute.
as
I just
well,
think
'cause
people
again,
who
these
play
super decks
brutes are
not too
idiots.
when they don't mark consistently with their
I hate brute. Like I would never want to play
My
brute.
favorite thing about a release weekend calling.
Yeah.
You see sound the alarm going onto the combat chain, and Patrick's just like, I don't think I've seen that one yet. Let me take a moment, just give that a peek. That's a really cool card, actually. Might play that in Iron.
9-10 matchups are so boring.
Instead, use for
Yes.
the block
Yeah,
value
and
on
Illusionist
this
is
one,
like the
soaking up
queens
4
of
points
90-10
value here
matchups.
for Gregors, which is,
Wizard's also like not the
relatively
best
for
about
a
it, and I
solid
get
break
that,
point. This
right?
one is going to be knocking us up by 2, I believe, with this.
Like I said, Illusionist and Wizard are kind of like two sides of the same coin.
No 2 draconic chain links here. It's just the 1. So extra 2 points will knock this up to 3 for now. It's not
But
really enough
I think the
to
big
get
difference
us through.
is that
Result, but
Illusionist
it does, of course, mean
just
that
happens to be really good into
again to
Wizard.
continue the turn.
And
What's interesting is
LSS
this
likes
does
them a lot more.
make
So they get
posture
good
that there
cards.
isn't a second draconic attack reaction in the hand, because you have to imagine he would have liked to use that on his second dagger here. As he's coming in here with take a stab, here's an attack reaction, also putting the dagger up by +3. But
Wizard gets the
because
pass 'cause they're
Gregor's is
completely dog.
marked, it also allows
Exactly.
for that dagger
Both
to
are on the
attack
bullshit
the
side of the
Fang.
fair to bullshit
Yeah,
scale.
take a
That's what I'm
stab.
saying.
It's
Exactly,
terrifying
100%.
card in these Fang decks.
We're
One
both
is
doing,
the
like,
turn
not
to
fair
the
things.
courtesy of fealty if it is important, but those leapfrog
Let's just put him at
equipment
1.
jumping into effect, soaking up some damage here and keeping
Wizard hasn't got a
Gregors
good card
in
this
the
set.
fight.
Wizard
Take
also
a
like
stab,
got a
but
Wizard
not
set
sure
and
we're
became
snapping it 4
unplayable.
times to come yet, though.
Now this is what's interesting, though, that fealty token
What
maybe
the
changes
hell?
the equation, because if it's an attack reaction that's not draconic, as Gregor falls down to 3, because the dagger has hit with 2 floating,
Illusionist
Patrick
does a
would be able
medium
to
amount of
with
bullshit over
both
the entire
daggers
game.
do an old Hat
That's
of Glory
true.
impression,
That's
but
true.
instead
Although
we've got a
Enigma's
4
pushing the scale a bit because of
for the
Traverse.
realm, one of those two. It's a
Enigma,
2
I
for
would
6 for the
I would
realm,
argue, is a
covering
little bit
attack
more
king,
of a one
not a
turn of
marked hero
bullshit thing.
anymore, so won't make
She
that
usually has
other
like 2
fealty,
big
not that
turns, I
critical
feel like.
third one that gets Fang's hero ability online, but instead just 6 real and unfortunate points of damage if you're fans of our world
Big difference
champ.
is Wizard is
Big
weak to hate while
chunky
Illusionist
train
isn't.
ender
That's
here
also
from
true.
Patrick
If you want to
Hauser,
beat a
Gregor
Wizard, you
Swarovski
just
in
can.
awkward position.
Icelander was
Well,
different.
certainly earning
You couldn't really
2
do that with
cards
Icelander.
in order to keep the turn going
Um,
on. Not where you want to be if you're
But
looking to
I have
throw
hope that
a
they're going to be
rebuttal
printing
on the
more
way back.
sideboard cards against Illusionist. Like the
Blocking
can't
for a total of
prevent it
6.
stuff is good.
Boy, am I curious to see what that arsenal is for.
They're
Gregor
moving away
Swarovski.
from
He got
Spectra,
that on
which is
the
really
first
nice.
turn he could put a card in the arsenal, and we have not seen it since. It
I want
has
to talk about
not
one
moved.
turn
We are
bullshit.
in Volcor,
Illusionist
and
is
that
Tome
card
ALS
is
Loop New Prism.
frozen.
Yeah, I'm glad they got rid of
We wanna
that. That
see
was
what
that was
happens when it's
fucking
the combat
dumb.
chain.
Okay, it is time for that chess piece to be catched in. Let's just play a phenomenal 1-card hand on the way back. Once again, this is for the Emperor.
Does that helmet
This is the
block?
one-cost variation of that previous effect. Once again, no marked heroes here, so no cheeky field
Play that shit and I
raw
hated it.
5
Me
points
too.
of damage is
I felt
fairly
bad
lethal.
every time I did it.
That means
You watch the light leave your
still
opponent's
have
eyes
to
as
be
they
able to
realize that
cannot
it's
use
Jover.
the Helm of Vengeance on
They're like, oh
Patrick's
wait,
side
this
to
is just
block the
not
one
going
and
to
stay
stop. And you're
alive.
like,
At least one card is coming out of the hand,
Yep.
but now for Gregor's, then once again, he's
Play
having
England
to
Prism.
worry
when I get
about
a new
attack
class, what wizard do you think I'd
reactions
like? Really
from
wish
our
I'd played
famed
Icelander.
player
Just
once again,
wait for
Perilous
Icelander to
3
come
life.
back out. Or Adult Blaze. Like, just don't play Wizard
Well,
yet.
Gregor Swarovski
I promise you
here
it's
for
not
Gregor
worth it.
Swarovski
Just
definitely
don't.
puts
Just don't do
Patrick in
it.
a bit of an awkward spot. We see a very awesome, rare, legendary rare, in fact, Fire and Brimstone lurking in their hand on the other side.
The only hunted pre-release
Definitely
nearby is
throws
6 p.m. You get off
multiple
work at
attacks
5.
if they're
Takes
able
1
to
hour
keep
to get
enough
home.
cards
20
to
minutes
make
to
it
go
all
to
come
pre-release.
together.
Just don't go
That's
home.
something that's not easy to do when you're
Just go
staring
straight to the
down
pre-release.
so much damage.
Here comes the Helm of Vengeance, and the Fire of Brimstone actually just going to have to be used for the blocking value here. Gregor's, he can't believe his eyes. One of the best cards in the set for Fang for sure.
Nearest
but
pre-release
one of
is
the best cards in
4,000
the set
kilometers
in
away. You think I
general,
could
and
be?
he's
Where do you live on
used
the
for
moon?
blocking value here, so 1 damage going to go over the top. Patrick down to 3, and now Patrick's got 3 cards in hand and is looking to do something.
yeah, if you
that
start
he'll
walking
go
now,
right
you'll probably
home
make it.
about. Take
Nathan,
down
what's
the
going
world
on?
champ in the first round of
What
this
do I think of
call.
the set so
Very
far?
telling of the texture of
In a
Patrick's
limited
hand.
or a
Cannot
constructed
utilize that
fashion?
Fire and Brimstone to its maximum effect, which means there's going to be some cheeky reactions lurking in its place instead, and Gregor Swarovski has every reason to be afraid. That
'Cause in
Obsidian
limited,
Fire Vein, once again,
feels
coming in
very
at 1, but we know
uprising-y.
It's never 1, do we, Sam?
Ah, it's never
Um,
one. Not when there's 2 cards in
And I'm
hand.
a little
But
worried it's
once
going to
again,
fall
now
into
look at
that
this.
same
This is
pattern
such a great- you can see
where
the players
draft
just
is
having a little
beyond
bit of
fucking
chat about it.
miserable
Both players
because you have to
having a bit of
commit
a
to either
smile.
playing
Gregor's
assassin or
really
not
hard,
assassin
being like,
immediately.
What? This is
Although
the
it does seem like the
what
dual
else is
cards are
going
going to
on
help a
here?
bit,
Exactly like you
right?
described. What else is going on? It's part of what makes Flesh and Blood so good.
And
Every decision
the
you make,
Draconic
you're
cards
going to see
easily
what
go
you
in both
try
Fang and
to
Syndra, where it was a little bit
especially
more.
against a hero like
There's a bit
Fang.
more of like a
Figure out what
dichotomy
else is in that
between
hand.
the
There's so many
Phi
questions,
cards
there's
and the
so much
Dromite
information
cards.
to be
So
gained
I
when
think it's
viewing
going to be
your
like
opponent's actions. Well, this is what you
better
could have done,
uprising,
and you
which
chose
still
not
doesn't
to.
sound
So
great to
what
me.
on earth are you going to
In
do
terms of
to
limited,
these
games are really
people
fast.
showcasing that at the highest
I do
level
think attack
sort of
reactions in
output
limited
that
are
you
kind
can
of fun and make
Great
a really
ones
interesting
available to you
thing. We
here.
saw it in heavy
We do have that
hitters.
lovely Pits of Despair lurking in
We'll have
Gregor's
to
hand,
see.
one of my favorite rares of the set so far.
Constructed,
Lovely one-piece
though?
attack. Would be a lovely 2-card hand to play alongside that kunai. That might be
I mean,
something
people
we're
were
looking to
talking
take.
about how aggro isn't
This
like
number, of course, threatening to get bigger
the best
immediately
right
with that
now.
searing
Like how
gaze
aggro decks are
coming
all
in
just
from
mid-range
Patrick
decks.
Hauser here.
I think that person
Engage
was you,
debuff
actually.
by 2 and an additional 1 thanks to the
So
Fire
just
Vein,
parroting
no
your own
damage
point
over
back
the
at
top
you.
because of all the cards combined with. Are we gonna
But
take the
Syndra
second
seems
fire?
like she's going to
Vanguard
be
coming
that.
with
I
a
think
point of
Fang's
engagement.
quite
This
good.
is an additional
Um,
+3. So
Syndra
now
seems
once
solid.
again,
She
the
does
Fire
some
Vein
cool
coming into
stuff. For like a
4 here, but Gregor, she
mono
is
red
able to
aggro
keep it
go
going.
again
But what's
ninja,
the
I think she's
issue,
got some like
man?
kind of
What's
interesting play
happening
patterns.
there?
This is, I think, worst case scenario for
I
Gregor
don't know what to
Swarovski
think
here,
of the
having to
set,
give up both
honestly.
of these cards to soak up the Fireblade. We have an inkling that maybe
There's some
the
real
Blood
power
Mountain
here.
does
I can't believe they
want to
printed the
play
new
fast
D-Reactive
because
Majestic.
of
That's
the
fucked up.
judgments earlier on.
Because
We
you just
should
have to,
start
every player has to
information
have 3.
Straight back to Patrick Hauser here, who has all of the tempo with both players on a lowly 3 life.
Rosetta Limited.
Patrick
Rosetta
Hauser
Limited was so
looking
good.
to
Rosetta
do
Draft
what
was
many
sick.
would consider
Rosetta
nigh
Sealed was
impossible
terrible.
to take down
I think
a
Sealed's
world
just like a
champ
miserable
at
format
this
and
year
shouldn't
because he
exist.
believes he can win a
8
calling,
packs helps.
and Gregor
30 card
Swarovski
maximum
is
helps, but it's
in
like
his way.
I think it maybe we just figure something else out entirely. I don't know. Or maybe we just never run a sealed event ever again.
We've seen used to great effect so far. Unfortunately, Gregor's not currently marked. Some of these cards not able to use their full punch of power when the
Doing
opponent
in with
definitely
Flexers because
unmasked.
Dio's the
Well,
only hero
once
you're fully bought
again,
into.
continuing
I also have a
confidence
fully
in
built Dio
fire.
deck
Now this is a
that I've played with
huge
one
shell,
time.
knife through butter, an incredible card for Fang. One we find
I think
in the
aggro on the
pit
set is
zone, and it
reskinned Aurora, which is probably a good thing.
immediately jumps to
I
Gregor's
think they
attention here.
want aggro to be
Also,
kind of more
a red in
Aurora
the
and
pit
less
zone,
Art
maybe
of War
Gregor's
5
having to
or
think
Chain.
more about the actual pitch value,
Which
of
I think
those
is good.
remaining
I also
cards.
think Aurora
Sometimes, you know,
is like,
especially in games of limited, you
she
still
does some
block
fun
4
stuff,
cards, just say,
right?
"Listen,
Like the arc
are you
lightning
gonna draw
turns
Stinker?
are like,
Are you gonna draw
you know, they're
Rainbow or
fun. The arc
Collector?"
lightning
That
flicker
gives
was
me a
turns
chance
where you're like
to
sacking
build the
gold
tempo
and things.
back.
I know people don't really do that as much anymore, but like that's cool. That's fun.
That could definitely be an opportunity.
The
for
instant
Gregor
speed
Kowalski.
shenanigans is
4
fun.
raids would be a difficult hand to function on just 2 fealty. That's the puzzle.
I think
Gregor
that's better
finds
than having
himself
aggro decks
staring
be
down
like,
now.
okay, I'm a shit
This is
ass
a really
deck. By the way,
important
here's
lesson for players at home.
46.
I love to see Gregor's considering this. There's a time where you have to make a stand. There's a good chance we just have to block
But I
with
don't know.
one card here and hope that the damage isn't too bad and we can form some kind of counter attack.
Played
on
full
the way
box sealed in
back.
Portland. That was pretty
It's
great.
never
Okay,
easy.
team
It's
sealed
sheepish touches
is
of the
so
club, and
fun.
Gregors knows what he wants to do, but it's just so difficult.
So
to
fun. Every time I played
Bringing
team
that
sealed,
pocket
it's like some of the
back
most
in
fun
hand,
I've ever
adding a
had.
second one to the consideration. 3 plays, 3.
Tired of
9
aggro decks with
minutes
huge
elapsed,
fridges.
turn 5 here
Yeah, I don't
of
think
our
that's going
first
away.
round of this
The Wizard get
calling.
anything from
Moving
Hunted?
toward
They got my
the block.
spoiler, Ring of
Looks like it is
Roses
gonna be 2
for
cards
Verdance.
committed to the block. A blue, throw yourself at them, and
This like you're gonna see this a lot where you're just low and you have to block a 1 attack with like so much.
it's,
And then if they play the instant that says like your next
the
attack gets
mixture
plus,
does
it's just
something,
like you just win the
I
game.
think. But it
The
does
joys
have
of
3.
new
It
cards.
does have 3 blocks.
Most importantly, does block 3 in
Does
this
block
case.
3. Yep,
which is
coming
very,
in.
very
So I
valuable.
believe
I mean, what
that
we
5
don't
block
want
represented on the
is we
combat
don't
side of the
want-
cards.
Let's
It's a lot of respect.
Let's
given
imagine
Gregor
that MST rotates out.
taking a stand in this spot.
if
Maybe,
aggro doesn't get
the damage
better,
leaking over, not a real factor.
then what we
Follow-up
have
check, hopefully a little
is a
bit
bunch
smaller,
of decks
and
like
easy
Jarl
to Patrick
and
very clearly not
Assassin
happy with this
and
situation.
other
He's
things
hoping for
just
a
racing
little
themselves
block.
up the
Instead, dumps a pile of
value
attack reactions
fatigue,
on top of this
like,
insidious
ladder.
fire vein, trying
just
to
like
make a
one-upping
stand.
each
Most
other, right?
importantly,
Like
neither of these are
old him,
No, so this is 6 on
like
1, so this is
pure old him
7.
fatigue type
After
shit.
blocking 5, Gregors would
You
still
just
go
get that
down to
again. And we
1.
really want to avoid that
This
at
is
like
the
all
perfect
cost.
block to be able to
Counter
stay
Blessings was
alive.
not a
The
good
rest of the
idea.
further reaction.
They fucked up on that one.
Take a stab. Scar Tissue both doing a phenomenal job at threatening Gregors here. Will mark him on the way through, but not enough damage to pressure lethal. 1 point of life remaining.
Wow, what a close
Gregors
game.
Kowalski has 3 cards to work with, and this game is still alive.
3 cards is
Gregors
just
there
enough to
with
like
such a
do
good
something with.
read. Understanding
opponent at 3.
perhaps after that card
Head
was
jab.
pitched, that it might not be the most
Spicy head
effective
jab.
turns, and with he added that second card, and it keeps him alive in this game. Here comes the Ronin Renegade 3 with go again. He's got another card in hand, but once again, what's the card in the arsenal? It doesn't cost 1.
It's been lurking since the beginning of the game. We're aware of that. Patrick Hauser is aware of that.
Maybe we'll
We
stay for a
must
while.
consider
We'll see.
exactly how they
We'll
wish
see.
to
I mean, like,
navigate
if you're
this
looking
game.
for a
Both
hero to be
Renegade
pretty
Force
solid into these
first
new
stars
red-based
all the way
aggro
back in
decks,
Uprising.
I think it's a pretty good
See it
choice.
Showcased on full effect here again in the Hunted.
Now, interestingly, if either of those attack reactions
Verdance
had
is so
been
easy to check for. She's good.
used with the
100%.
fealty,
100%.
would that have made the Obsidian Fire Vein 1 over the top?
Can we
and
just
then
like, can we
potentially-
please give Verdance a real
Huge
weapon?
spot from Gregors here, of course. No draconic card played on that previous turn, so now those fealty is gone. Your allegiance means nothing.
Please.
There is no loyalty, and there is
that
no
too much
way
to
cash
ask?
them in on a future turn. Definitely a slight oversight from Patrick Hauser that gives Gregor Kowalski a way back into this game.
Oh, he lost his
3
fealties?
with go again
Oh.
now has to be respected with a card from hand.
How expensive is a decent deck in Flesh and Blood? Right now, I'm not going to lie to you, really expensive.
Actually, love that.
We're
You
at like the
don't
all-time peak
show
high
that you
prices of
truly
Flesh and
are
Blood.
Draconic. If you don't show that
However,
Emperor
you can
truly
build
can
an
depend
inexpensive
upon
deck
you,
that's
your
competitive.
fealty withers and dies. This
You just
sounds
have less
so
choices.
sweet, dude.
Flavor
You're not going to be building
of
Assassin.
you
You're not going to be
absolutely
building
love to see
Florian.
it. Patrick here with a real prisoner's dilemma. 1 card remaining in hand could be the play of the game, could facilitate a kunai. Might
However, there's also like armory decks where you can just go spend 40 bucks and then play like a deck that you could totally play at your locals. right out of the box.
Navigated this game just beautifully.
And you could upgrade from there if you wanted.
The onus on Fang to find.
coping
the
Verdance
attack
could be good with
reactions
new and
to
Enigma
find the
rotate.
damage. Maybe Patrick could have gotten there. If
She
he
needs
had utilized
something.
the fealty on one
Needs
of
something.
those
She's
attack
like
reactions to make the
playing
Fire
Verdance.
Vein
I don't know if
see
you
if
guys
the
feel
card
this
on the
way,
chain
but
link.
playing Verdance feels
Verdance
like
is
playing
out
half a
one.
deck
The
right
Draconic card
now.
is on that chain link. The Fire Vein goes up
Playing
by
Verdance
additional
feels
pocket
like playing
damage, and maybe would've
Icelander
taken
back when
down
she
our
was
whole
only a
stand.
young hero and
But
Uprising
instead,
hadn't
now
come
Patrick
out yet.
has to face this 3 damage, a classic from Uprising.
It feels like you're taking things that aren't meant for her and kind of shoving them in there to try to like Frankenstein a deck together.
At the hand here from Patrick Hauser, we see a Searing Gaze in the immediate front. Looks like it is the card of
I started
choice
playing
to
Kano because it
block
was cheap.
this Ronin
Yeah,
Renegade.
I feel that.
Soaking up that 3 points of damage. We do, of course, have a follow-up from Gregors here. maybe a brief moment of reconsideration.
Looking to
about
get
this
into
series
Flesh and
gaze
Blood, need
here.
to track down local group. That's the move.
Yeah,
Does
looks like
commit. So block 2 in this case.
Ugh,
from
that
Searing Gaze.
sucks.
Does look like 1 point of damage is going
What up,
over,
Professor Frank? How you doing?
knocking Patrick down to 2. The follow-up, a
Blaze Headlong.
This haymaker
Did you guys
also
do you guys remember how good
increasing
this card is?
market, and it provides
Like
a
in CC, how
pesky
good Blaze
break point
Headlong
here
is?
for Patrick.
Hunt the Hunter being committed to the block. Luckily, there's a 3 block. That's able to just be 1 card committed. So now 2 cards left for Patrick.
Verdance
and one in
reminds
the
me of
arsenal.
playing a
Gregor's
hero with
once again
50% of
has
the
to be
spoilers
thinking,
out. That's
"Who cannot
exactly what
take
Verdance
a
feels like.
single point of damage
I
from
remember
me?"
like
What a way to start the day.
looking when the
1-1 for
spoilers
both
came
of
out and
our players
everything.
in this feature match area.
This should be
The
game.
one
I
is
don't
the
see how
number that
Gregor's
matters.
comes out of
It's
this.
Obsidian
I
Fire
remember
Rain
like
making its way onto the
building
top of the
Verdance
chain
as
once
spoilers
again.
were coming out,
There's
and then
so
spoilers
many
stopped
ways to
coming
get
out,
bigger.
and I was like, wait,
Gregor's
where's the
again
rest of the fucking
showcasing
deck?
that level of understanding, reviewing that Searing Gaze, reviewing the cards that were used over the past turn, and trying to solve the puzzle of Patrick House's
Like doing drafts,
hand.
haven't managed to get a game of
Here
CC.
comes one.
Draft is fun, but like
Currently,
CC is
no
Flesh and Blood.
Draconic card yet played on this chain link, so still only the 1. Gregor's marked from that attack reaction on the last turn. Gregor here. This is where you start to see
Although I
have
just
these
got my
players
gold fold
really
Crucible and
taking the
Canon's
time
just
to
not good
understand
anymore.
all that their opponent could be
Yeah,
working
he's
with. Is
good.
Gregor's ready?
The issue is he's just
Understanding all of the different
so
tactics that
like
could
feast
be
your famine
available
based
to
on your
Patrick
gem
after
matchups.
finally seeing the full set yesterday.
And sometimes you just Kano and
Side
it's
of a
Kano on top and you
phenomenal
lose the
player
game and you're like
taking
sick.
moment to consider these things. Not only what attack reactions you might find awaiting you, but also which ones can you afford to play around. There are worlds where you can no longer beat some of the most high impact reactions in the format, and you've just got to take a
How much
stand
is
and say,
Kano?
hey, I don't think you have it.
Not a
Gregor's here
ton.
does
If you
commit 2
don't
cards to the
play,
block.
if you
It's
don't
really
play
Patrick
Tunic and you don't play the
considering that.
gems, it's super cheap.
Look at this.
Storm Starters is like what,
This
80
is an
bucks, and the rest of the
endeared
deck is probably
devotion,
like
I believe.
80
It is a
bucks.
draconic attack reaction. It's going to be bumping this thing up and give and go.
Kano is boring. I agree
This
that
is
current Kano
incredibly
is actually
potent.
boring.
5, of course, blunted
I
here.
think
No, sizzling steel.
Old
The
Kano with
follow-up
tomes
coming
is the
through
most
from
interesting
Patrick
Flesh and Blood
Hauser,
deck that ever
looking to
existed.
knock this first dagger
Like,
up and above
Jesus
the
fucking
block
Christ, that's
value
a lot
of
of
Gregor
damage.
Kowalski. Is there an answer
The amount of like
lurking in the hand?
decisions you got to
Or is
make
that Arsenal
with
just
old
to be like
Kano,
that
and then like
he
the different
has
game
been
plans you
waiting
got
to
to take,
deploy this whole
how you
time?
adjusted based on
No,
your
but that is
matchups.
just going to be the game, and Gregor's
Was
Kowalski
so
does
interesting
fall.
to me.
Patrick Hauser taking down the game, and our world
Building
champ falls
combos on the
in our
fly and
first
stuff,
round of
like
the
it's
day.
just so cool. The
This goes to show
sequencing.
you on the highest of levels that
Open
anyone
the
can be
floodgates,
champion
Kano
in
is
a
not
game
very
of Flesh
fun.
and Blood. Patrick, brilliant showcase in that first round, navigated beautifully and showing us some of the incredible things that Fang can do.
Yeah, it's
That
just a
was
one-trick
literally
pony.
watching the whole game, I
Yeah,
was like, how is
it's a
how is
one-trick
Oasis
pony that
getting out of
like,
this? Like, is
if
he
your
able
opponent,
to
if your
continue
opponent
on
has
building his
Oasis
record?
respite,
I gotta say,
you do not
that
win the
whole
game.
Not with an IP.
Like it's
one,
so
but he
annoying.
did not
It's
use
like,
his
oh,
arsenal. He played
I'm
out
a
4
deck that's
the whole
pretty
time. That
soft to
card
hate.
sat in the arsenal
And then they banned the
rotted. It did
books
not
and
ever
print open
find
the
a chance
floodgates, and
to
now
get
you're
out
not
and
soft to
pressure
hate.
Patrick.
You're
I think
literally
that had a
stone
huge
cold
effect.
dead.
It was 1-1, it was I think 1-1 there at
One
the
to
end,
one,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, it's one of those weird things about a format like this.
Just want a
There's
100%
exceptionally
even
high
playing
power
field with
cards that really wanna
asymmetrical
save
balance.
those
I mean, that
beautiful turns, but
sounds like a
it's
dream. I don't think that'll ever
aggressively
happen,
solid
right?
in
Like,
Euromatches,
when,
that
has
they are
that ever
mutually
existed in
the
any
center.
game?
Syndra, Fang, you're both draconic. You both want to go for each
100%
other.
even playing
If
field.
Arsenal are very powerful cards. Sometimes you never get a chance to get it out.
Yeah, have to wonder if he's looking back and kicking himself when he could have.
What does that mean? 100% even playing field with asymmetrical balance. I was thinking asymmetrical play styles.
Maybe it wasn't just going to be the kunai used there, but we have to give huge props to Patrick as he is
One can
moving
just
on
decide not to lose to Kano. Exactly.
Absolutely. Some players' hands. Looks like a blaze head.
Well, they got right into the next round, huh? They must have
back into the fold for
pre-recorded
this.
these.
I'm hearing inklings that in just a little bit we actually might be able to see.
I think
another
AB1 plus
Flesh
one of
and
Oasis
Blood
is stronger
world champion
hating a Kano than
on our
AB2.
future match table. It's
No,
gonna be
unless
right
you're
here
really
in
good at
just
drawing
a
your
little
Oasis.
bit, but we're having a little bit of a little spicy extra.
But honestly, if you're playing as AB1 or AB2, just run AB1 and decide you're going to lose to Kano. Like, AB2's not gonna do it for you.
How's that sound?
How can you not love whatever that was? That's just.
Come on.
AB3's not
Bay?
going to do it for
You
you.
guys remember Salt Bay?
Now I feel old.
Oh, come on. Salt Bay wasn't that long ago.
You got to
And
play a
let me
bunch
tell
of
you,
Spell Void,
we got Ninja,
Oasis,
in the set.
prevent it.
It's
You have to
like all the
prevent damage
salt
somehow.
wound, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm here, folks.
Like,
Got
if
it.
Aurora
Got
was
it.
just
Got it.
AB3, it'd be a fine matchup.
Coming up in just a second. We've got a little bit of an extra game. It's going to be
But it's not, unless it's the
Alexandros
Assassin Spell Void. If it's-
Argyros.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It has the Spell Void, right?
Turned to Flesh and Blood.
So, like, if
Two
Nu just
to
played
battle in the
AB3,
hunt.
they'd
This
get
is
shit
still
on.
our round one of the day. We've just
But
got a little bit of an
AB3
extra-
plus Spell
a
Void
little bit of
2
an
is
extra
pretty
match for you
strong.
As the players are extending the
Give me
fist
plant
bump. It's
wizard
the
cards. I would
Alexandros
be down for
versus
playing wizard
Alex
cards.
Price
I
you
think
might know quite well.
I think if you
Man, this
print
is
a
incredible to
Blaze
see. I've
Armory
not had
deck
the chance of catching up with
and you
Alexandros
give her a
very
couple of
recently.
like cards
I've
that are
not had the pleasure of
specifically
being in a
for
ton of
her,
events, anytime soon,
I
but
think
it's
she'd
been
be
great to
such
see
a
previous world
cool
champion
wizard.
kind of revisiting us here and stepping back into the fold.
DM
for
Armada
this event
fucking
here in
loves
Prague.
Blaze.
Alex, of course, yeah,
Like, I'm
from,
gonna be
my
completely
beloved
honest with you.
hometown of
I've played
Boston.
0 games of Blaze
No way.
because
Yeah,
I've never
totally.
played.
I
I
know,
haven't played
weird,
Blitz in
right?
like
And
2
happy to
years.
see them here on the big stage and against such a fierce opponent.
Very cool.
But I
to see,
did
like
like
you said,
look
our
at the deck.
first-
I
our
ran through
last
like
two
3
world
games on
champions
Talishar.
in the feature match area, and somewhere running
She seems
around
sick.
during our round 1 here in Prague is our very first world champion. Michael Hamilton is doing battle in this calling during this World Tour stop in Prague. So hope to get him. I have to imagine. No,
Cinderfang again is a little unfortunate. Oh, this is also round 1. Cool. This is the backup
They
match.
they call that foreshadowing in the industry, ladies and gents, trying to let you know what's coming a little later on. But you know what's coming right now? Big old pile of kunai right across the combat chain. That take a stab, soaking up an early hit here. Going to be soaking up this damage as best we can from
Iris,
Syndra
Syndra, and Fire aren't really
Unless
good at
in a bit
blocking. I
earlier
mean,
on.
Iris really good at
Turn
blocking.
zero,
She's got Flick
fairly
Flack.
likely in
She
this
plays
one.
like
That seems to be
almost
what
all
Alex is
3
trying to
blocks.
achieve here.
Yeah, honestly, it's so fascinating. I love, especially in limited, it can really feel like in aggressive mirrors or in aggressive matchups in the past. It can really feel like, man, I lost the die roll. I didn't get to go second, and I really was at a disadvantageous position from that point forward.
Iris like
This
shitty
position.
boomer
But in this
Jund.
format, going first can often feel just fine, as we're seeing it. Pointed damage get across with the throw yourself.
Think it
out.
might be
Now
new
Syndra
gaming.
can be activated with
Yeah,
the
I can't blame you,
that
man.
dagger just on
I
time.
made the switch. I'm pretty happy.
Price
You know,
working with
really can't
Marshall,
blame you.
and of course, got it
A
point
news
damage.
so
I
fun.
think that's a fantastic spot for me, really. This is cards.
Pankaj
that
always
throw
told me
yourself
that,
out, which, by the way, flavorfully is fantastic, and I love the thematics of chucking myself. and so on.
Pankaj always
But
told me
outside of that,
that
it's this kind of
new
quote-unquote
was like
unpreventable damage that comes
half
from
of
these nice
Icelander,
flipping
and
effects.
but like
If you're
the
playing
really
first,
fun
the
half,
opponent is
or at
starting
least
the
you
game
know
on maybe
she doesn't have the
19,
instant speed stuff
18,
as much,
there's
but like
no way for them to stop you
she
chucking
plays the
away
game in a
90
similar way,
hit
and he was
their
totally
face.
right.
And is that
It
not
gives
what
that
will
same
hit
feel.
this weekend? I'm all about that.
I will be chucking kunais at face.
And she's like a top
all
3
weekend
deck
long and in the weeks
right
and
now,
months
which is
following. I'm
good.
so excited about Syndra. No bias, but I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
What's her hero
Combat
ability
moves,
is more
of course,
relevant.
away
I'm
to
kind of glad it's
some
not.
prevention to these
I think it could be like,
formats and these
I think
limited decks,
the
but
more
these
relevant
are
New's
very
hero ability
hard to
is,
come by.
So there's some real haymakers.
the more
on both
polarizing
sides.
her
Now, just a
matchups.
Blaze headlong for Alex, and maybe an oath of loyalty lurking in the hand of other Alex. And
Is it optional to
Alex
physically
in this
flick the
case.
dagger card
That
of your
card,
opponent?
definitely a
Pretty
bit
sure
of
you
a
have to
haymaker.
actually
We'll
flick
see
it
if
at
that
them.
one makes its way onto the chain. For now, Alex taking a brief moment
You
of
can use it for
consideration.
relic.
Sadly, looks like they might be a little bit red light to make that Blaze headlong work. I believe all 3 other cards are.
Gotta give it like a.
Let's see how Alexander.
if you cut them,
work at this.
you get an extra
Assault.
point of
It's just
damage.
gonna mark because a weapon has not.
Very interested in the
attacked
new Arachne.
this
Yeah, he
turn.
seems
It doesn't
wild.
Get to go to the bottom of the deck, so it's just gonna mark. But now that mark hangs out until Alex Price is hit. It's the follow-up.
God,
here
18
from
he was
our
already so sad.
previous
Okay.
world champion.
If you want to beat New as Guardian,
Interesting,
you
know,
absolutely
one
can.
Worlds
You
on
just
fire
lose to
on
Enigma.
Draconic Ninja, but the pool must have presented a better Draconic Warrior for our most recent previous world champion, Alexandros. But you have to imagine he's happy to be sitting at home in the Draconic talent.
Arguably the most illustrious Fi in the
Like,
world.
you just have to cut your good
known for the
blues
power
that
of
attack.
Draconic Ninja. Choosing to forgo it today and play.
You still play your Terra Sunders
smaller weapons
and stuff like
in this
that.
case, and leverage Fang.
God, Blaze
Throwing that
Headlong's a
Blaze
really good
Headlong
card.
the hard way, utilizing that point of engagement as a really small.
Guardian
buff
loses to
versus
Enigma
marking them ahead
either
of
way,
time.
so easy decision.
Definitely
I
not the
really don't
best
think
hand
Victor
to
like
find in
hard
the first
loses
turn
to
of the game
Enigma.
No, this is a really tough break for Alexandros. This Blaze Headlong doesn't have go again.
Like,
No,
I wouldn't say the
it's
matchup's
an
good for
extra
him,
Blaze Headlong
but like
because
you're
it's
absolutely
good
in the
cards
game.
played, and
I'm gonna dip
neither
and
of
go
them-
read
literally
Ghostwater.
both of them
Honestly,
have
good
2
choice.
effects, and they each
That's a
only
good
have
choice.
1. The Relentless
Mhm.
Pursuit does
Ghostwater
not
is
get to go to the bottom of the
pure
deck, and the point of engagement is not
fucking
getting to that
kerosene.
dagger. So not only are there blue cards, they're blue cards that are being half as effective as
Really
they
love
should
Bravo, but he's
Yeah,
just
you
not good
somehow
right
made
now.
that sound worse
Yeah,
than
he's
it
not.
is.
He had his
It's
time in the sun.
What do you mean?
Quite impressive. Blaze head short here is going to be finding itself.
You can
met
still
by
play
a little
CYB
bit
Bravo if you really
from
wanted to.
these boots, sucking up that
How's
damage
Jarl into
nice and
Enigma?
early.
Not great.
Very
He plays
interesting
very
stuff, players
slowly.
leveraging their equipment early and often in these games, kind of bolstering that lifestyle for later. Maybe
But
giving
you
a little bit
trade
more counterplay to
that
those copious amount of attack reaction.
For being much
Yeah,
better
the
into
Blaze,
anything that like doesn't have a lot of blues.
Blade Beckner
Like
boots
any
is
deck
all
that
correction
doesn't
from
pitch
our
does
last
not
one.
want to
We
see
talked about,
Jarl.
that the Blade Beckner boots wasn't able to be used because it blocked on.
Have I read
attack
Threshold?
action
No, it's
card,
on my
but they
Kindle. I
actually
need to
are
read
printed
it.
with 1 defense.
Right now I'm
When
reading
they block, they go down to 0. But then if you block
A
weapon,
Deepness in the
it goes
Sky
down
by
to
Werner
1.
Vinge,
So
and I'm
instead
really
people,
enjoying it.
to be
The
blocking
issue
Von
is that
Westerbeck in
it's
the
like
future, but
a
here
real
is
book,
that
a paper
overall
book,
royalty now
instead of on
coming
my
out
Kindle,
from
and it's
Outstrike.
fucking
Now this
miserable.
is
I
a
forgot.
haymaker of- and also,
I
if you look at
forgot how
I know.
Like,
I love
awkward it is to
Evil
read
Miragai
a
lurking in the
physical
background there
book.
in the form of Vincerakai, and I love to see that on some of this card art. But this one, an all-star. You can only
I have to keep
play
my
it as your
lights on to
first
read it.
action of the turn. I mean, we don't
It's
pledge allegiance
terrible.
halfway through, but if you do until the end of the turn,
I
you
can't,
only
like,
get to
it's
play
so much more
iconic
difficult to,
cards
like, prop it
sitting
up while I'm,
on
like,
4
eating
power
or
Go Again
something.
card that
If I'm
blocks
laying in my
both
bed and I want to,
sides.
like, lay on my
the
side,
League of
it's
Legends
just,
Blood players out there
it's annoying.
in our great
So it's taking me a lot
chat
longer to
who
read it.
Might take umbrage at you saying evil Miragai.
Physical
They
book
just probably say,
supremacy?
That's just Miragai.
Nope. See,
Have
I
you
like
played against it,
to
or are you
read
good
everything
with it?
Yes,
That's
on my
we have here
Kindle
the infamous pie chart of Flesh and Blood of
and then
Miragai
get a
and
flashlight
Miragai
on the
in red,
covers. I used to
which
do
is
that. Oh my god.
entirely different thing, I promise.
I like to read everything on my
Royalty, of
Kindle
course.
and then
For
I
Go Again
buy
plus 3, which is so
the
impressive,
fancy
but
versions, the
requires the
fancy collector's
ultimate,
editions of my favorite books,
dedication to our Emperor's cause.
just to look at them.
Some really potent cards lurking in the hand here for Alex Price.
I play
as well. We see
Vincent.
that blade
Mara's really
cards,
big on Vincent.
Dragon power.
She seems to
There's
kind of be
all
like
sorts of shenanigans available to follow
real
this
now.
Most importantly, draconic shenanigans. So we're not shutting
Main
anything
thing
off.
maybe switch to
in the
Kindle's not
most
being able to
painful
easily
of
read
ways by
the book while laying
committing
on your side.
ourselves
Yeah,
to
that's the
the
best. I lay on my side a lot to
Everybody
read.
being committed to the block, so Kunai of Retribution will be
To read
following
manga?
this
I
back
don't
row.
read
He
manga,
almost took one down to 18.
because
18
I've read
currently.
novels for
Vincent,
so
Alex
long,
Price, our attacking hero at
that when
16.
I read a
It's a
manga
three-time
or
remaining
manhwa
for
or anything like that,
in this
my
game.
eyes just skip the pictures just to
Kunai has
read the
continued to
words.
impress me over and
And
over
so I
again.
don't,
All
like,
these effects that are
get
capable
any
of
of that
inflicting
value.
damage before they disappear
And then if
from
you're
the
judging
screens.
manga
Starts
just
out
by
with
the
a bit of a
actual,
punch
like,
on the start of the
words,
window,
it's not
and then
very
Dustin
good.
Outlaw joining the combat chain.
So I'm
Got
just
a
like,
fan favorite joining us from a set of
I just
Love
struggle
Plus,
to get the
but
value
very
out of it. Like
traditional
I
Go Again, no questions asked this
have a
time.
hard
How
time
felt so
enjoying
good
it the way it's
in
meant to be
Lessons
enjoyed.
yesterday during
So I
season.
stick with
Just a
novels.
1-4 Go Again. Can start the chain with it. It's a great
Dusk
stat
Runner
line.
Outlaw.
It powers up Syndra's ability.
Spicy
Super happy to
leg
see it
tap.
doing well in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. Those chain starters at a premium for a deck like Syndra. Make sure those
Martha
hands don't feel cobbled
Cole is
together.
Codex
This
of Frailty
time,
for
finding
Vincent.
itself slotted directly in the middle and
I
giving our
will need some
rookie more
convincing
chances.
on
No
that
kind of
one. That's
edge,
pretty.
considering taking maybe no blocks in this case.
That's quite a lot.
No, it looks
But
like
I
a
imagine it's probably really
judge
good.
question for these players. Not surprised to see this. Brand new cards and all.
Yeah, just gonna go ahead and have a quick discussion
Like,
here.
Codex of
Check out
Frailty
some cards.
is
Just gonna go and talk
insane.
just briefly away from the table. what it looks like.
Insane.
I think this one might be a relatively quick one. Going to stay with the game as they go ahead and discuss briefly.
It's like maybe my favorite part of a set like this. You kind of saw it sheepishly from Alex, like, hey, Judge, this is work the way I think it does.
Yeah.
Like, am I about to make my opponent sad, confirm or deny? That seems to be the question we're getting.
The judge
asked
probably
here.
say, "Well, I cannot comment on your opponent's
Yes.
emotional state. I can only comment on what the cards are."
Tough thing
supposed to
about
do."
Warriors, if it gets good, it turns the game into a
First rule is
stats
always
meta, and no
fun
one
to
likes
see.
that.
Yep, really sharp, really.
That's why you have
punching
classes
first
like
rule there for
Illusionist
Alex
and
to
Wizard
make
to keep
sure
that in
understand
check.
the interactions of this brand new set, and we are immediately making our way back into the action. This Dusk Runner Outlaw still staring him down. Not a great place to be.
You know, card game metas are like an
Next
ecosystem.
time I play, I should just call a judge. Like,
This
"Judge,
preys on
what do
this,
you think
this
of that
preys
block?"
on this, this
Show
preys
me-
on this, and
show
it all
me,
kind of
man.
keeps
What do you think?
itself in check.
Okay, yeah, you got
And then
it.
if something goes a little too
Yeah,
far,
and really,
like
I
aggro's
know
not
judges.
very good right
The
now
judges
and
are there
hasn't
to be
been
your
good.
friends and check out rulings. They are not there to play the game.
And defensive cards were a little too good. So you got like a hyper like exponential growth of like this defensive strategy, and that's how we got into like all D reacts and Count Your Blessings Enigma.
4-3 with Go Again on hit. The dagger that currently sits there.
Where
on
it's
the
just like
combat chain, that Kunai of Retribution
decks in an
could
arm race
can
to be
fly
more
across the
defensive.
combat chain and deal another point of damage to Alexandros.
It's one of my favorite commons we've seen from the
Me
set so
too.
far. Some great artwork and just a lot of interesting dynamics to it. That kind of unpreventable damage. we've
Lost my
alluded to
shit when
several
seeing
times
Siri
from
Friend was a
Syndra. It
legendary.
stacks up, and it
Yeah,
does
I mean,
feel
it's
like
kind of
a card
unfortunate it's a
cycle.
legendary,
Like
but
this
it is really pretty. Legendary pull rates are much higher than they used to be. I do think that the people who think it's going to completely solve the Command and Conquer price are wrong, obviously.
And of course,
But I also think that the people who
X3, dude. So sick.
the people who think it won't affect the price at all are also very wrong. It will absolutely have an effect on the like standard Command and Conquer price.
Digits or in CC, the flick knives.
Such a card
Absolutely.
gamer, the way you're talking about getting value out of manga. Yeah, but like it's entertainment, right? I'm trying to be entertained. So if I'm not being entertained as much,
We should also
then
maybe point
why
out, just as
pursue it?
Alexandros went and grabbed the leapfrog gloves. There are 3 pieces of leapfrog gloves and the blade beck in your boots.
Want to play
Really
Assassin, but they're
premium
just so
defensive
expensive? Just
equipment
start selling
from our Syndra
drugs.
player here. It might make the difference in this
Have you
game
thought about that?
depending on how Alexander
I
said
swear,
put
kids
together
these
the
days.
Yeah, very different tail of the tape on Alexander's
Not willing to work
side.
for what they
We're
want.
on red alert to almost the full effect, apart from our very ceremonious chess piece. As red alert equipment, not exactly worse.
How much is
than
new
the leapfrog
CNC going
equipment,
for?
they
I mean,
offer
we
a
don't
bit
know
of
because the set's not
flexibility.
out.
You need to be a little bit more proactive with them as opposed to being reactive.
And so
Think
right
you
there,
could put
Alex
just
tries
funny
to
the
run
way
a
you
floating
word it.
kunai
Yeah,
advantage,
that's
but we
fair.
talked about the different ways to play Syndra. Alex valuing keeping a kunai around for a future turn because of the effect of having a draconic chain link to either start the combat chain or to use something like, yeah, right, a burning blade dance, right, or
Makes
just
a
even for
resource.
flicking, but didn't want to just throw
Bang.
another dagger in for the 1 damage there, even though he had the resource.
Is this still 1 for 5 that like marks
It's not efficient with his
or makes
resources,
it fealty
but
or
it's
something?
him thinking for the
Yeah,
future,
when
right?
it hits a hero,
Future
mark them.
thinking from our
Pursue
player
to the
perspective.
pits of
Absolutely.
despair.
So Alexander's
That
gonna
guy's
play
not
the
having a
this
good
time
day.
and
Holy
time
shit.
again this weekend. That ceremonial chess piece
Flesh and
being
Blood
utilized
art
to
sometimes
create
is like
one
really
card hand
brutal.
represents 5
Will I
points
crack
of damage.
boosters?
This one,
I'm a
my personal
singles
favorite
only
being
buyer, but
revisiting the pits of despair.
They do
Rosetta
not
was
look
actually
like a
really good
fun
value to
place
crack
visit.
boosters.
Why are we going back?
So
We
I
should've left
might
it first time. Look what happens when you go.
be
Yeah, so
cracking
Alex
some
wondered
packs
about
of this
that.
set.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Hopefully
I don't
someone
know. I
warns
don't
Alex
like
Price,
see
current
myself
Syndra
playing
down
Syndra or
5
Fang,
points of
although
damage, and this one
Larissa
hit
is
will
interested in
be
playing Syndra,
marked.
so it's like
Looks like we're not particularly interested in becoming the
I'll probably just get
targets
singles.
of Volkor's favorite warrior, looking to soak up that damage on the way through.
Because, of course, as we've alluded to, Fang, once he starts to get those first fealty tokens, they can really begin to stack up. And if Fang is able to just go pitchless, not pitching any cards for daggers or attack reactions, that's when things can get really dangerous. Tag the target, hitting the combat chain, 3 damage on offer,
You can
go
see
again, and
Majestic's
once
going
again,
for
on
100,
hit
Pairs for
mark.
L are at
This one,
120.
no chess piece needed.
Yeah,
Just
I
looking
think
for
the
3 cost 0.
L's gonna end
Tag
up
the
being
target,
like
very snazzy. I'm
maybe
very
100.
interested in what looks
The
like
M
a
will go
lot
down to
of
70, and the
retribution
extended
lurking in
RL
Alex
will be
Price's
like
hand. That
250.
phenomenal legendary rare
That's
throws
my
to make
guess.
your kunai much larger and
I'm
cost
basing that on
significantly less.
absolutely
Turn
nothing
goes on.
and literally just
Be
pulling
interested
numbers
to
out of
see
my
whether or
ass.
not that one is being thrown this turn or parked away for later.
2 cards
After investing in
remaining
Acelia
for
and
Alex
Burdens, hesitant to
Price.
sink money on another hero until I know they're
Imagine the
good.
Wrath of Retribution is going to
Yep.
be hanging out.
The good thing
given
about Flesh and Blood,
the
though,
cost
is
of
that
3
they
and
do a
maybe
really
even
good
4
job
Draconic
at
Chains to reduce, just like Syndra's hero ability, one of those not specializations.
making heroes that are bad eventually not bad. I mean, look at Vincent.
No effect, no go again. because it
Vincent was
needs
like
a draconic
a
card to have
joke.
been played. Draconic attack as
Like
the
a
last attack
meme
on the
hero.
combat chain.
Nothing flashy here.
And
for
now
Alex
she's
Price.
like,
Head jabs on
she's
the way
pretty
over,
real.
more than capable of doing the job. Does
Why do you
give
say
Alex
aggro's not good with
Price
2
some
Vis, 2 Zen,
breathing
last
room.
battle hardened?
However,
Because it's
he'll
not really
choose to
aggro.
dedicate
Like,
that
if you look at those
short
decks,
vengeance to the
Brody's
first
version's
attack
aggro,
target, choosing to take
but
a
the
hit
current
this
most
time,
successful
find
Viscerai
himself
list
with 4
plays like
cards to work
9 fucking defense reactions and a bunch of setup cards.
16 plays 13.
Same with
Alex Price
Zen.
gonna draw back up to 4. Got that smoke out. Nice little
It's
DD
aggro in the
action
way
to
that, like,
mark
it attacks
the
you.
Fang
But, like,
player
current
here.
Zen
And
is
I'm
not
noticing,
aggro. It's
I was
very
finding this
mid-range, I would
constantly, too.
argue.
Not always the easiest.
It looks to play really strong, like
timed
2 to 3
ways
card
to
hands.
mark, not always the way I've been feeling I want to push my deck construction. It's good. I want to
Current
something
Dio
that
is
is
very
so
aggro,
powerful
but it's
other
not. It doesn't
effects
really
than both
exist.
Ninja,
Like,
Draconic,
people don't
and
play it.
Ninja.
But
It's an
like
intricate balance, and
Hanabi
although
Blaster
we've
Dio,
seen
super
before,
aggro.
There's just such a need.
Aurora's
to have a
aggro.
high density of draconic cards. Make sure that your
But
turns
like
play out
even the most
smoothly and
current
smoothly.
Aurora
You gotta
deck
have
plays
some
like
amount of
6D
protection against
reacts
those powerful
or
erratic
9D
attack
reacts or
reactions.
something.
Fang's never-ending shenanigans. So
And it
when
looks to
you
play
fit
strong
all of
3
your
card
marked
hands.
cards into that equation, there's just so much to consider when deck building in this format.
1
How's it
damage
going?
with
It's
the
going pretty good.
Firebane right now, but 2 floating in the pitch.
Teklo he exists. Okay,
There's
Teklo's
one card in the arsenal.
Looks like a
Teklo's a bit
shield in the hand
unique
here
because
for
if
Alexander.
Teklo is good, it's
One of
really
the
bad for the
favorite
game.
ways to
Could you
play this
imagine
is
playing
with
the game where
Firebane.
Teklo's like the best
Insights
deck?
really appeal to me. Attack
You're just
reactions are all
racing to
fine and
hit
dandy.
your
Very
evos as
close
fast
up
as
a lot of
physically
the time. People
possible.
kind of expect an attack to
I don't
be
know.
proper.
I
I'd
think
much
like
rather apply them
if they
with
moved away from the
snag
singularity,
and
that's
turn them
fine.
first
But
after giving my opponent a tough decision point. And that's what instants like
I don't know if we
allow
want
to do.
Teklo to be good.
Let's see how Alex Price wants to go ahead and block this one out here. Looks like he might be working with there might be a blue in that hand. Might be a blue. Throw yourself at him.
Your 6-block go dummy was how I
Resident
found this
Print,
set.
and one
Doesn't
of them
want me to win an
will
army with Dio.
mark
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna beat that card.
the opposing hero.
Definitely seems to be a tough
Boost of Lawson's
decision
probably
tree
technically want to be
with
good.
Alex
Yeah, well,
Price.
to be fair, like block out
Boost
singularity
is gonna be
Tekla Lawson
turning
is
into that
not
extra
very
point
interesting.
of value, soaking up a fire vein. Become a very big fan of these as the format has continued. Alex Price asking the question, well, hey,
Maybe if that was like a sideboard plan against decks that want to take you like long, that's cool.
Fealty, which is just going to give it an additional +1 buff.
But like if the only way you actually interact with the game is by blocking and then eventually transforming, that's really boring.
But is a draconic card, even though it's an instant still.
And I love dirtily decks that have like a cool win condition.
Like represented from
I just also like to play the game.
Take a stab lurking in the arsenal here for Alexandros. Definitely consider extending a little further here, making this weapon a little bit taller, threading an additional attack should they have a way to mark at instant speed. Currently a little bit lackluster, but all kinds of options available to them.
More blocking in this set I'm seeing in this round 1 than in Uprising.
Alex unsure if they'd rather maybe park the arsenal.
Which is a good sign, I suppose. More blocking for the aggro decks, right? Like, because obviously Droma and Icelander did a bit more blocking.
But no, looks like no further reactions coming in here from Alexandros.
There is that.
Hoping this YouTube money will start rolling in so I can afford to be a Rumbling gamer. Man.
At our options.
Me too. I also hope that. What's my second favorite class to play? So it used to be Runeblade. It used to be Wizard then Runeblade, but I love New. I don't know how much I'll love the other Assassins, like because I really like to play Blues, and I specifically love New's style, especially around her mask and everything. I think it's just like really fun. So we'll see.
This turn suddenly got much bigger than it was before.
I want Shadow Wizard. Holy shit! Could you imagine?
5 current damage on the combat chain. Let's see just. How Alex Price wants
3 copies of Leave No Witness, Surgical Shakedown, Eradicate, Codex, Black Text, Quick Knives, 3 copies of Already Dead for 400. Yeah, you're doing pretty all right. You hit some serious stonks there. Codexes alone are almost at $400. They're like 300.
Yes, it looks like the field
like 100 each.
Used for the attack reaction you pointed out just a moment ago. Here comes that take a stab.
Staking a claim to continuing.
Man, stabbing.
Is Alexandros Egeru.
This game will continue to blow up and your channel will be on the forefront. I have to actually put out content for that. I'd have to actually make videos.
Currently blocking for 5.
And then we have that,
which I am trying to do more of.
In the hand, Alex Price not interested in these extra 2 attacks that were being threatened by Alex here. No dice for you. We'll soak up that damage with Smoke Out and move cleanly into our turn.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with being the once-in-a-month story time guy. We dig it. Yeah, I'm glad people do dig it. I would like to make more content. I'm like really excited to stream a lot of my prep for the new set and everything. I think it'll be really fun.
Price. We do, of course, know about the Arsenal in this case. Starting things off with my favorite flavor of head jab. This one has some upside if you're interested in focusing Draconic. In this case, 3 coming in. Nice chunky go again. Makes that next Draconic attack 1 bigger. So 0 for 4 in all the. I'm
gonna stay on newer, looking to switch to Marionette. I don't know. I have to actually try Marionette.
They want to.
It's very obviously very different.
Let's see precisely.
This is such a good card. First Tenet Strike First, such a good card.
But it is at the same time.
But I don't know. Which hero you should play video is your first ever Fab video. You know, you're at the top of the Fab search algo. That's true. And I am going to make one at the end of this weekend for these heroes. Once we have like a couple days. So I would expect it to come out on like Wednesday or something. I'm going to make a should you play, like which hero should you play the Hunted Edition? And the plan is to make one of those
we're vibing, right?
For every set.
We're enjoying our lives. These players are still enjoying their lives, but they're enjoying their lives just a little more slowly.
I wish I was enjoying my life.
Because every win, even more important as the day goes on.
Professor Majin is back. Call him PowerPoint Majin.
Little bit of bonus damage coming across.
They play Flesh Blood as a testament to the amazingness of the games to watch content and watch you. Appreciate that.
Be able to bring back that other dagger, given that there is currently 1 Draconic chain link. There's the 2 floating. There's the dagger back.
Just wants CYB to go away for more interesting control play. What does more interesting control play look like to you? Can you give me some examples?
Now that the Growclaws was able
past control decks do you enjoy? Do you think are good?
This is very impactful for their Arsenal as well. Of course, setting up for that big dagger turn, making them cost.
Is that another Blaze Headlong? Goddamn.
Having a kunai available, going to be incredibly satisfactory on that turn.
Exceptional graphic design skills. I mean, graphic design is my passion after all.
Chain starting opening for Fang here. Obsidian Firevein. What a card.
What a card. A card that Alex Price blocked with, like, not this turn, not this last
Thoughts on who LLs this year? All 3 Mystic heroes. Viscerai.
Syndra may be the best, you know, the able to use that card the best than any of these 3 heroes.
Yeah.
Sad to see Alex block with it in this game, but with a nice 7
Bye.
points of life lead, sitting pretty as of now, but a lot of tempo Alexandros is working with. 3 cards in hand. And
You're an
of course,
illustrator
just a
slash
Fire Maker
designer?
one.
Damn, I am
Everything
not.
is again.
I suck at
Too
those
many, I'm
things.
sure. But no doubt,
What else?
Fire
What else?
Vane
What else? What
threading
else? What
all
else?
kinds of shenanigans in this case. Does
Maybe
put Alex
Aurora.
Price in a bit of a difficult decision. Looks like that Imperial
We'll see.
Intent is, of course, lurking in the hand. It's one of my favorite ones as a way to play this for free off of a single dagger. So gets that cost reduction per Draconic Chain Link. Of course, the dagger itself
Dash IE will
does
triple the
count.
finish line. Yeah, I just don't see her
Sneaky
winning
2-point
a
buff,
ton right now.
And the turn will get to continue free of charge.
And a diced. We talked about this. This is like slice and dice, but it's just
It's just the diced.
Slice and dice, but in reaction speed, and it only cares about daggers.
I mean, the
+1
Photoshop
on this
playmat
attack,
wasn't a
+3
professional
on the
design.
next.
It wasn't.
So all of a sudden, this turn's looking to be nice and powerful from our 2023 world champions.
Like the same
pretty
card has
good.
changed maybe 4 things. Totally the same otherwise. Diced, one of my favorite cards of the set so far. I love being able to split your damage across multiple attacks and really put your opponent to the test of how much of it they're able to blunt by using their cards effectively.
Follow from here is just going to be that blue hunt-a-killer. It's a non-attack action when the attacks are attacking.
Wonder if
the
Aurora
marked
keeps the
hero.
same pace. I mean,
believe
she'd
if they
probably
get
speed
go
up. She
again.
is getting an armory deck with
No
new tools.
marking though from Alexandra. So
Like,
this is
I do
coming
think
in
Aurora's
with
gonna
that
elo
diced buff
by the end of
and the
this
hunter-killer
year.
buff. So coming in for 6.
I don't think that's like a
Still
super hot
pretty
take.
respectable.
This has actually turned out to be a pretty
Years a
reasonable
long
turn
time.
here for Alex. Shading that Hunter Killer in the middle to make this turn go a little bit longer. And that Obsidian Fire Vein, of course, gaining the bonus from that Diced earlier in the turn, pushing Alex Price all the way down.
Verdance,
to 4. The
obviously.
worst part of that
I don't
bonus
know.
around
I don't know about that one.
for you. Alex Price, full 4-card hand to work with.
This is a lot. You have to put a lot of
Full
pressure on
legendary
to like
tucked away in their
peel
arsenal.
yourself back into this
turn
game.
stands
Some
to
armor
be
though to work
massive.
with.
Here comes the Kunai of Retribution, first Draconic Chain Link of the turn. Alex fell down to 4 for this, but had built the life.
Nothing says
buffer
professionally
to
made
be
thumbnail
able
like
to
on your top
hit
8 picks.
and deal back something even more impactful. Let's see how it continues from
New
here. as
Skizzit.
the
Yeah,
Kunai
that card looks
to combat
crazy.
chain.
Certainly some good ones lurking in the hand there. Blaze Headlong looks like maybe a Cinder Skin Devotion just behind it. These are all breakpoints, all very impactful cards for Alex Price to have right now.
This is a strong turn. I see a bunch of reds, and one of those reds is Blaze
They
Headlong.
just put Alex Price
This
in.
oh
It's only
man.
1 damage. Surely that's fine.
No Arsenal on Alexandro's side.
Here
If
comes
I
the
mean, if I
Red
had to
Alert
pick, I'd say like Tempo's over here.
Gloves, As
I think with these
most
cards,
likely
you'll be able to
attack
get back both
reactions in
daggers
this
too.
Cinder deck, just gonna get the 1 point of value where he can. I do believe
So you
the
might have to like
equipment advantage is so
stop the combat
squarely
chain right
in
here,
Alex
like
Price's
close the combat
favor in
chain.
this game.
Those leapfrog equipment
know.
just proving to be
Depends on what the hand is.
all-stars in so many of our games so far this weekend.
Okay,
It's
okay. So you had to
fantastic
keep
be able
keep the chain.
block
Sure.
optimally and not be punished if the opponent has a way to punk you out. Speaking of a punk
Do you know what
out, Cinder Skin
Skizzix does?
Devotion,
Someone said
coming
that they
back in
think
4th
it's like
in this set, definitely overperforming
a 0
so
for
far
3
comparing
or
today, of
something,
course.
and if it has go
Price,
again, it gets
two
+1.
Draconic
And I
Chain
was
Links,
like, yeah, that
go
actually makes
again.
sense.
Such an important keyword for these Syndra players to keep those kunai turns going long and strong.
Everyone to play controls Enchantress and
Here comes Blaze
MTG. You have
Headlong,
to survive and having
4
a stable board state, make the game
Alexander's
last
kinda
longer.
shaking the
in
head,
deck
saying like,
mode.
yeah,
So
I
like,
see why you maybe
Illusionist?
took all
Like
that
Enigma.
damage just a turn before. See how many of these warrior cards he wants to deploy on the defense and how many of them block for 3.
old Prism.
This is incredibly scary stuff. Now that extra kunai still lurking in the bin for Alex Price could threaten to come on back after that Wrath of Retribution for extra.
Do you have a
points of
Flesh and
damage.
Blood
It's not
example?
Something Alexandros could possibly know about at this point. An unknown card left in hand. So much potential damage left on the table. Rightfully earns a Brock from Alexandros here to try and stump the bleeding.
Yeah, you say, can I take that back?
Looks like block there. Taken back. Alexander's maybe considered it, thought it was a different
Like
block
Illusionist,
value.
okay.
Alex Price, fine to let him go ahead and choose the correct card.
Some interesting ones
I
here in hand
honestly
for
think that like
Alexandros.
if they gave Illusionist the
Cut from
wizard
the same
treatment and
cloth,
gave them like
in there in the
sub
middle.
40
Another
health, they'd be
considered cut
fine.
Deep, another favorite of mine so far in these Fangs decks. They look like the 2 cards that Alex is
Like
going to
Enigma
take
having
to keep
40
it.
health is
For the
kind of
Emperor,
fucking
maybe
ridiculous.
not finding a way to squeak into this hand, given the lack.
Although
of
everything in
power
Mistveil was
again.
pushed, right? It's not the most egregious thing in Mistveil.
For the Emperor being committed to the block. 1 over the top, down to
But like if she had
6
36, like
goes Alexandros Argio. And
that'd be
now
fine.
coming along the, what is it? Not tag the targets, the other one.
What a
1
turn.
for 4, go again. If it hits, you mark 'em.
On hit.
1, 4, 4, 4. Card in
There we
Arsenal.
go.
1 for 4. So wow, look at this. We've gone 1
What a turn.
into 4 into 4 into 4. Already 13 on the turn, and we know it's in the arsenal. It is that not specialization. It's going to be able to bring back the daggers. Look at all
Wrath-
those draconic chain
Wrath
links.
of Retribution, exceptionally powerful here, so we'll only get to sneak the 1 kunai in.
Get to bring back
afterwards.
1
This is
dagger.
5 more
Because the second
damage
one's still on
coming
the first one's still on
after
the combat
this,
chain.
courtesy of that kunai that is already in the bin. Alex
Enigma didn't
Price's
have a
turn
headpiece.
here,
Yeah, also if you just took out
phenomenally
Traverse,
strong.
Enigma's
And
fine.
Alex, again, by
Traverse is
keeping that
so
1
fucked
kunai
up.
around, able to go ahead and start this chain with the Cinderskin Devotion, being able to go for after that. Now the Blaze Headlong has the go again. Now he can go ahead and come with the trap and release. And now the Wrath of Retribution from the Arsenal. We saw Alexander
Wow.
have to use a piece of equipment for
Okay,
1
so then
card
after
for
this is
5 points
also
of
2 more
value. Now his
damage?
Wrath of Retribution is going to represent 5 total value. 3 on its own, but the dagger comes back for free.
Go to
and
1.
thanks to the Wrath,
Getcha.
it attacks for free.
Incredible
Getting
turn,
that
wow.
+1 buff, so 2 more
Incredible
damage.
turn.
Alexandros has to think about it. Does he want to go to 1 or does he want to give that last
She's
card?
just like a
Alex
more
Price
interesting 5.
massively rewarded for tucking away that powerful
Which I
rare
think
in
is
the
good.
Arsenal.
People
Look
missed
at how
5.
wide
They got
and
like a
tall
taste
this
of him
turn went
in
all at
Aurora.
the same time. Alexandros having to consider, is it correct to go all the way down to 1?
Oh, my
to
girl's
keep
Lexi and
a
Icelander back.
single card in
Icelander
hand?
gang.
No. Cut from the same cloth.
Wow.
Dedicated to blocking here.
Wow.
Alex is going to take an extra turn cycle. Try and
Hope you
stop
draw
him instead
blue
and say, hey,
for the
maybe you
daggers.
won't hit me quite as hard next time.
Sending out
Turn
solid pings to like
shipped
grab
over
enough
to
attack reacts to overcome
Alexandros,
my
but we know
defense.
what his turn is going to look like. Pass. Drawing 4 cards. Alex Price here. Going to try to use this tempo that he
Enigma
has
hasn't
gained
performed in a while.
to
It's
absolutely
been like
close the door.
getting second and like putting up numbers in
Take
top
that moment
8s.
to
It just
consider
hasn't been
how they could
finishing
possibly
tournaments.
sweep into Sam. We do see
It's doing
a rather
totally
well-timed
fine.
defense
She
reaction
is
there.
she's doing
Strider
all right.
lurking in the hand there. Not what you're hoping for when it's time to put the foot down. That being said, Lava Vein Loyalty certainly capable of going wide here, and these lovely blood-flavored cost reduction attacks looking fantastic here as well. 2 extra points of go again. We can turn that Lava Vein Loyalty on.
It's kind
Got
of a
to go again. Did have
poop
to pitch
start.
away the lair of the spider.
Pitch a red
Alex
for 2
not
go again.
valuing that defense reaction in the
I
arsenal.
think
not
Flesh and Blood
wanting
needs to
to
become
try to
more
keep
known. Right now the
himself
game is good.
alive.
People
He
not
wants to
coming as
shut
fast as
the
expected.
door.
I think prices need to come down. I actually think that's like, now that they've kind of locked in armory decks, I literally just think prices need to come down. I think gem packs are fucking huge. Like, the new gem pack thing they're doing for armories, I think that's such a big deal. Like, I'm going to start playing all my armories. I don't play any armories.
2 cards, just try to not take any points of damage.
I used to play a bunch of armories back when they would give like $40 cold foils to first. They kind of moved away from that, kind of went back in Rosetta, and now like the gem packs are big. Armory decks are such a great way to get people into the game. The first strike deck's a good thing. Like, I think if Flesh and Blood just like keeps on keeping on at this point, but prices go down, we're just going to see a constant growing like year after year.
This is a very impressive turn, all things said, from Alex Price. All red definitely didn't have the ability to go as wide as they'd like with those kunai, but maybe the best out
What's
of
keeping
that
me away?
situation.
What up, Caleb? My name's also Caleb.
Three
I don't know how
cards
many of you
away
knew
from
that.
Alex's hand here, and it pushed at least
My
1
mom
point
did not
back,
actually name me
maybe
Majiinbae
even
when I was
second.
born.
Alex falling all
Having
the
fun
way
with draw
down
on the
to
kitchen
1
table
here.
can't justify the price. Yeah, exactly.
That's
That's hard. How can they make the prices go down? Okay, so people would say this about legendaries, right? Way back when, legendaries used to be like $125 each. Now, legendaries are like $25. Like, they figured it out. They just increased the pull rate. They reprinted some of the most egregious ones. Like, they'll figure it out.
Incredible cards
Oh,
lurking
yeah.
in the hand
Oh,
of
If we were
yeah.
talking about like Wizards of the Coast or Bandai, I'd be like, bro, it's fucked. I don't know. But like LSS really has their finger on the pulse. Like, they do a good job. And
We'll have to wait and see if Alex has a way to string that all together.
they've like fixed a lot of the problems. And I have like a ton of faith that they're going to fix this one. Things don't happen immediately. They don't happen overnight.
Downside here, of course.
Like, it's been moving in the right direction. The Majestics are just getting a little out of control. The player base has been growing by quite a bit since Heavy Hitters. They probably just weren't ready.
The game will be over.
Right, like,
however, not a great place
it's
to
hard
be.
to plan
Alexandros also only 1 card
things.
left in deck.
Like,
He
it's hard
hits
to make
4 with
sure
go again,
that
no
your
effect.
players
This
get
might
enough
spell the end. We saw
of a
bunch
product
two-blocks
when
in
like
Alexandros'
you
last
weren't
hand.
expecting it to
What's the
3x
texture of this
your
one? Is he
player
able to
base or
stay
whatever.
alive here, or will we see our 2nd world champion fall in
Just that's a
Ascent
disappointment.
Games?
Is it? Or is it just not what you wanted?
Alexandros here taking a moment to breathe it in, desperately scouring through their remaining hand, looking for cards that
Game
might
Day
be able to
became
cobble
Majin
together
later.
some
That's true.
type of comeback. Instead, we are dedicating 2 cards to this
Big
devotion
growth,
never
just not
dies,
quite the
and
supply.
it will
Yeah.
not let up.
We'll get there. It's fine.
Hunter coming across that
What do you mean they
combat
reprinted
chain, another
CNC? It's going to be so cheap
5
now. I
points
mean,
down
it will.
him.
The price will
And
go
of
down.
course, Alexandros marked, and the
GG.
game ends. 2 block cards, not enough
The
here
the
to
price
save
of
yet
standard
another
Majestic
world
CNC
champion
will
in
go
our
down because they
future match
reprinted it as a
area.
legendary in
Look
the
at
set.
that. Alex Price moves into the winners column, taking down Alexandros, and now gets to go home and tell all of his friends, yo, I took down a world champ. I actually went ahead and was able to go ahead and like speak
Generic
to him a little
staples
bit
are the
earlier. I was like,
expensive
hey,
ones.
Casino,
Yeah,
you
that
might
does
be,
suck.
facing down
But the
a
good thing
world
about generic
champion.
staples
Yeah,
is it's
like,
really
ooh,
easy to reprint them.
Alexandros. Oh,
You could
no.
just put Weakest Link in a set,
So,
right?
but
Like,
hey,
you could just
it
throw it
matters
in
that
there,
much.
That's the
whatever.
magical part of events like a calling. As much as we are here for the competition, there's incredible prize money up for grabs. You also just get to meet the biggest faces in the game and have a chance to play against people that you've watched from the comfort of your sofa back home and step up. You get to play against
So
those
lucky
people
local sold me
and
whiteboard
realize
tunic because
firsthand,
tunic's
God, they're
reaching
really
tunic's
good.
reaching
Yeah,
$200.
There is a true
It did
murder
that
rate of
before,
some
and then it
of
went
the
down to
best
sub
of the
100
best in
for a
Flesh and
while.
Blood out there competing.
I think it will
for
again.
calling in this world premiere of the Hunted.
If a
That was
tunic's at
phenomenal.
120
That
bucks, I think that's
Thank you
fine.
to Alex and Alex. Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
want to
Great
see it
start
hit
event. Just a fantastic
anything
showcase of
over, like,
everything to
I
come.
don't want to
And
see it hit
will
150
say,
though.
though,
I think 150 and
really
up's
see
too
a
much,
little
but
bit
like,
more
if
action in
the
future.
premier
I do.
generic
see- we will
legendary
see
card
more
in Flesh and
information.
Blood that you can use in every deck
See
is
more
120 bucks,
for you.
that's
Now,
fine.
You're welcome, chat. I got you covered.
I have a
No
question.
3 of should be
Line.
$100
Alright,
ever.
So, do you like armory decks?
No
Unironically, the
non-blinged
Armory decks
out
might be my favorite
Majestic
products
should
in all of Flesh and
ever
Blood.
hit
Because they are just
$100.
the best way for people to get into the game. I've had
Pokemon
a
decks are below
huge amount of
$100,
fun
but they still
writing
make a
up
shit
great
ton of
cards
money.
for them. People can
Completely
get in on a
different,
budget level, and
like,
then get in on a competitive level when they
thing,
want to. It's just
though.
a great path.
Flesh and Blood is
I
entirely,
am somewhat
like,
concerned by your asking.
entirely
Don't be concerned. I would
You
say
threw me into a challenge
no,
yesterday.
no. Don't be
lifted
concerned.
up, I guess, by the
Just be
player
excited,
market.
Because if you like armory
People
decks,
just
and
crack
as do
Pokemon
I, and
decks.
you like getting players
Pokemon
in the
packs.
game, as do
They
I,
have a
and
bunch of
you
chase
would like to
cards,
see perhaps
right? But like,
the
they
next
don't
armory
have
deck
to
that Flesh and Blood is going to
incentivize
be
people to
releasing,
crack packs
revealed
for
live
play
as a
sets of
surprise
things
right
because
now
most
for
people who
stream.
crack
Is that
packs don't
something
even
you
play
like,
the
I
game.
would love to randomly inform the chat of a previously
Also, it's
unaware
just the
announcement
biggest
about what the
IP
next armory deck
on
will
the
be in this
planet.
beautiful game of Flesh and Blood.
It's really hard
Roll
to
the tape.
Can we do that?
Roll the
draw
tape.
comparisons. Roll the tape. Oh, this is the Aurora one. I just saw a screenshot on Twitter.
None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun.
This is what is happening in Aurora player's head when they cast Flicker Wisp Arc Lightning against me.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer.
This is as much as I really want to see like Icelander or Blaze or something, this is such a good pick for an armory deck. It is upsetting because she's the best hero in Rosetta currently, but like still, this is a really good pick for an armory deck.
Aurora.
Like as far as just
Zips
Flesh and Blood health,
zaps on
getting new
to
players into the game.
battlefields all around the world, into the arena. I could not be more
March
stoked
is
that
soon.
This is the next armory deck. I could not be more stoked for this product. I am a huge fan of Aurora, and I think just with the pathway that we've had for players getting into this game, what the first strike decks have represented, I'm so glad that there's now an option for players that love that product to grab a new one and get into CC.
This is everything I wanted from an armory deck. I love the idea of having that journey. You can step into a game store for the first time, try
Do you
out
want
the
to
game
be more
with a first
non-foil
strike deck in
legendary
the form of
CNCs
Aurora,
than Arc
fall in love with
Unlimited?
it with
I
alongside
believe
your
that.
friends and go, hey,
People
you know
like
what? That was
so
much fun.
there's just
I
gonna be
wanna
so
do
many
that on a
more
bigger scale.
packs
Armory deck
cracked of
Aurora
this.
releasing on
And the
March
legendary pull
14th,
rate is much higher than it used to be.
And I already want to get my hands on one of these.
How about
Create an embodiment of lightning token, search your deck for a Skizzik, banish it, and shuffle. You may play it. So you get embodiment of lightning, and you can give it +1. Someone is theorizing that this is a 0 for 3 block that says if this has go again, it gets +1. That's what someone's theorizing. And it seems to fit about the size of the text it would need to be, plus like the comma, it just makes sense with the wording. I think that's like a super good guess. This is cool. I think this is neat. Oh, I'm covering it. That's my bad. That's my bad. I think this is a cool card. I think this is a cool little thing. You build around some Skizziks. Is Skyward legendary? No. It is not. 3 of. I think giving new players an entry point is smart. 100%. Yeah, 100%.
Someone
I
made
I
cards.
like
We
I've
saw
been
that incredible art in
I've
the
been
trailer there.
yelling
You can
praise
see
for the
lightning
armory
arrows
decks
from
from the
Skyward
mountaintops
Serenade. Choose two.
since they
Lightning
announced them.
Moonblade action. Create an embodiment of lightning
Like
token.
I was
Search
so
your deck
upset
for a
about all
which
the
is
other pre-made decks
maybe
and
my
everything.
favorite
Like the
name.
pre-made products like
That's
Dory versus
beautiful.
Reinhardt. That's not what we
I
needed.
love the idea
Armory
of
decks
naming
is
a
what
card
we
that sounds
needed.
like a
You need to
mystic and a
point
story
to
and a fork and a
when
lightning
someone
bolt.
says,
It's just
"Hey, I'm
absolutely
interested in trying
incredible.
Flesh and Blood." What do? What deck should I get? You need to point a fucking product on the shelf that's affordable that someone can buy on a whim and be like, "That."
And of course, your next attack
Buy
is also
that.
getting +1. Lightning Moonblade action blocks 2. Skizk.
Hey, boss, how we
back
doing?
there
Miss
is
you
a
on
red
Twitch.
attack
Prime is
that
lonely.
blocks
Yeah,
3.
I'll probably
And
stream
if
something on Twitch,
something
like maybe
like
TFT or
happened
something.
or
But
is
I'm trying to do all
happening
my
or
Flesh
is
and
going
Blood
to
stuff on
happen,
YouTube.
it gets +1.
Interesting. We'll just have to wait and find out exactly how impactful it is over the course of the format. As Aurora continues to no doubt be one of the most popular and
I've seen the
highest
Poison
performing
Blade Cinder
decks in
combo
the
deck.
Flesh and
I have
Blood.
not.
I'm so happy to see a more
But I'm sure I'll
elegant
watch it.
way of stepping
Yeah, this is
into
why.
that hero.
Boom.
Just as we
First strike
kind of
deck,
alluded to and
cheap.
discussed, the
You
fact that
give
you
this
could
to
go
someone who's
from
like
the first
trying the
strike
deck for the first
to
time.
the Aurora
They want to
CC
actually
deck.
play
Yeah,
the game.
friends, if you've been
Boom.
jamming
Armory
games
deck.
with the
Same
first player,
hero.
you've been like
Nice
me,
pipeline
teaching
here.
people
This
with
is
the
good.
first
This is really
strike Aurora
smart.
deck versus the first strike Terra deck, and they, like my literal friends, my friend Nate, you know, he played with the first strike Aurora deck. Now he's playing
Carrying
CC
9x
Aurora.
Poison
I'm so glad
Blade
to be able to
Cinder
show
builds that are going
players
nuts.
just like
What's up,
him,
Ponkaj?
you know,
Why
hey,
are you here,
check out this
bro?
new product. Let's get you
Aren't you
rock and
busy?
rolling in CC. I've got just the thing for you.
It's a similar story here. One of my lovely locals I've had the pleasure of teaching the game, Josh, a fantastically young lad, picked up Aurora when they got into Flesh and Blood, hasn't put it down.
Yeah.
Loves the hero and will be ecstatic to know there is an easier way to
Where's
acquire
Terra
the cards
Armory
that's been
deck?
missing from that journey.
I mean, I think eventually
The next
you'll see
Armory
one.
deck, Aurora,
But you have
coming
Jarl for that.
to
If you
games
played Terra
around the
and you
world
want
and hopefully
at the airport
right
waiting for your
next
flight,
to
okay,
right to
fair.
your door.
That's incredible
Um,
stuff. I can't wait to get
If
my
you
hands on
played
it.
Terra and you
So,
liked
we've
him
had our
and you
first
wanted
round
to
of the
move
day
to an
in
Armory
Phoenix.
deck, if you wanted to move to CC, you could buy Jarl.
You said you want to get some
So the
miraculous
Imagine stream had to tune in.
like, I'm
I'm-
sure the
you'll be
marionette-
seeing more,
literally,
I think.
The marionette does to pull the strings.
I've been streaming more and more each week.
God, you're
For
good
you.
at this.
But now, looking ahead, we've seen our two world champions. They've fallen to some of our other
Probably
competitors.
ban
I
worthy
wonder
because it's too
how
consistent.
the rest
We're
of the
one
field is
day
looking and who's
One
gonna
day
actually
past the
step up
full
and take
set
down
being
this team.
released, and
You know,
people are already
betting
saying
man,
ban worthy. I think that's a little
NBA
too
players
early.
So
Oh,
far.
yeah.
We
I got a
read
feeling we
Poison
might be
Blade.
seeing some more of the most illustrious names from across
Oh,
all
yeah.
the Flesh and
I
Blood.
think that
And
might
I'm
be
not
a
betting
little
against
too
it.
trigger
I
happy.
fully intend on sitting in this feature match area and being a good little fangirl and being like, yeah, go on, I can't wait to see what you're able of achieving. And instead, that means that my co-caster every round can enjoy the community at large, murdering all of our favorite faces live on the big screen.
Well, and also, as we've seen time and time again, just because you lose your first round in a calling does not mean that you are just out of anything by any stretch of the imagination.
No,
our
no.
first pro tour
Dagger
was
you-
taken down
when a dagger you
by
own hits a hero,
lovely individual
lose
who
one.
went
Okay.
0-2 to start his tournament and then literally did not lose again.
Absolutely. I don't
Yeah.
call Pablo Pinto the Spanish submarine for no reason. He goes under and then he comes right back up and never goes back down. That's
So-
just
I'll
the way
watch
it
the
goes.
video.
Big shout outs to our world champions, even though they
Streaming more and while starting school is
Does not
crazy.
mean that
Yeah,
they're
it's gonna be
out of
tough,
it
but
by
like
any
you have to
stretch.
understand, I do a lot of like playing
So we've
Flesh and
got
Blood
a
on my
bunch more
own,
games coming up for
Like,
you
I just
guys
play on
very
Talishar
soon. I
and
think we've
stuff.
got a pretty
and I'm just gonna
Just a
try to
banger
start
of
doing
games
that
coming up
on
in the
stream.
next round. Looking
But yeah,
ahead,
it's gonna be
though,
tough.
we have got draft coming
What is
up.
fantasy YouTube can use
how
an
do you
action to
think
play against
some
Brody,
of these
Pablo,
players
and
are
Yuki?
going
I
to
probably gotta
fare
win some more
draft
fucking
if they can get
tournaments.
through these sealed rounds?
I think this draft format's going to be incredibly interesting. We've kind of seen a tendency for players to lean towards Fang and Syndra in the sealed format. That's not to say there's any particular reason behind that, but they are closer to heroes we already.
I did have a
know.
very
You
good
need to
year.
understand the play lines make some level of sense. Arachne's a bit
Last
more of
year
a-
I got
there's
like
more going on, not in the literate, not in the
6
losing sense, not what I
PTIs.
But-
Arachne's
or
on
something.
Enigma? Takes the mask
Spoilers,
off?
yeah,
Isn't
like,
it?
Like a
it's-
very
no,
good year.
Harder to understand. There's more complexity.
But I
There's not a lot
didn't
of
get the
new
tier
mechanics going
4
on there one way or the other. And I think
success
expect
that I wanted.
players to be heavily rewarded if they're the ones
Video
who
of the
have
Army
that
Night is so
nut.
inspiring
I
to
think a lot
watch.
of these
It's
draft
such a
pots can be
good,
very
such a
heavily
good
promoted.
ad.
And if you can find yourself in one of those seats that understands Assassin and gets paid off as a result,
It was actually really upset. I tried really hard
Listen, we got a long way
to
go before
improve
we
my
wrap
limited
this. We've
play,
got
and it
so
like
much more to
it
come
did
here
start
from
coming
day
together,
one
but
of
it's
this
just
calling. We've got a banger coming up for
just
you.
never.
Just
I didn't get a
a
finish I
quick
wanted.
moment. We have got our most recent
Really like to practice
limited
Flesh and
calling
Blood, just can't.
champion in the
Yeah, no, I
EU.
get
We've got
that. Talashar's
Jacob
tough.
Clements gearing up for the feature match, and of course,
What do you think of
the
Waning
Pro
Moon
Tour of Los
Verdants? I think it's a way you can play play Verdance. I
Hey,
think
and
it's
they're
still
not in
bad.
separate matches, folks. No, no, no. They're facing off.
Like,
in a
I
battle
like
of
to play
titans.
Waning
It
Moon
all comes
Verdance.
down for you in just
I
a
just
second.
think
Don't go anywhere more
she still sucks.
just after this.
I love Flesh and Blood.
No matter how you play Verdance, she's just kind of poops. They would have Majin playing them. He'd just be off in a corner throwing up in a dustbin. That is, yeah, that's that would be a little bit more reflective of reality. God, I'm so stoked for gem packs. Okay, okay. Someone, Gem packs, right? How do they work again? Do you get one for showing up? Do you get one for winning? How does that work? I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then someone tell me please in the comments how they work because I forgot.
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Tour stop here in Prague. We are live for our next round of the calling here, featuring the Hunted Limited for the first time on the grandest stage. I am joined by, well, Erica. Happy to have you back. It's been a hot second. How are you doing today?
I am so excited. Happy to be back, Scott. And what an amazing start of the day. Such amazing games to kick us off for today. I am personally super excited to see some of the greatest players have traveled all around the world to come here and join us in Prague this weekend. And so been able to scout a little bit of who is available on the spot. And we have some people from all across the globe, of course. And it's a very interesting lineup that we have. And I'm so excited to see.
Yeah, it's hard to argue the cream of the crop aren't here in Prague, enjoying everything about Flesh and Blood at this world premiere event, including both players that we'll find in our next matchup. Now, I asked very politely for an Arachne to be on camera, and thankfully, Sam has made that happen for me. More importantly, it's in the hands of Pro Tour champion Arthur Chahay, who I'm very excited to see on the stage, playing what is
Predict the gem pack hero. Do I think it's a new hero? Yeah, I think it's like confirmed a new hero.
Well,
Well, not a new hero, but a hero. I want it to be Blaze. I don't think it's going to be because I'm used to being disappointed. Will depend on the store allocation, but the idea is a participation prize.
I believe we're just getting ourselves queued up and ready to go. So let's head on down to the
Store can do one for participating. They could do like winner gets one for a person participating or anything in between. Okay. I would like to see one for participating and some amount for winning or something.
This is their second game of the Hunted, and I look forward
Calling
to
team for this callings.
navigate
Casting team for this callings fire. I mean, it's pretty good, but my favorite caster,
weather to see.
Ethnic
I hope
Smoke,
Jacob
isn't up
got some
there.
good
So.
reps mentally, at least, watching through some games that we displayed yesterday in the world premiere stream
just
that we
alright,
had
I
going on
guess.
the whole day of yesterday. And so
There's
at
ninth
least
bout of
some
food
meat on his
poisoning
bones
that
from
trip.
yesterday. But as you mentioned,
I
it was
did.
calling
I have
one
had a
of the
Brody
most
sandwich or
recent-
two
the
at
most
tournaments.
recent calling that we had last year.
Michael Fong gave
for
them to
turning
me.
up to this year. So
What's this
he has
format?
some,
What for?
reputation to
Oh,
live up
this
to.
format? This is the Hunted. This is the brand new set that's about to come out. It's just sealed. I don't know how much of that you already knew.
Responsible for that initial breakout of Count Your Blessings
Draft is
Enigma
day
all the way
2.
back at Calling Leon. Of course, Archer Chahay needs no introduction themselves. The
Yeah, my
man
LGS hands out
heard around the world.
Majin, no troll. We got to figure Verdance out.
Player at
I mean,
LA, of course, Pro
no troll. I've tried. It's not. She's currently not figure outable because there's nothing to figure out. Yeah, my
Yeah, and
LGS
so
also
excited
hands
to
out
see how
boosters.
this is gonna knock out. And finding the Arachne versus Syndra matchup is gonna be
Let me go
very
figure out what's going on with my
interesting
dogs.
to see how this is gonna pan out. I mean,
New player. Can I
the
explain sealed?
aggro on Syndra's
Yeah,
side is
everybody
gonna
gets
hopefully play
8
out,
booster
and
packs. You
Syndra
open them up
by
and you build a
always
deck out of
placing-
them.
place
And then you
placing
play a tournament with that
to
deck.
Find herself in an aggressive position, while on Arachne's side of things, he can also turn out to be somewhat aggressive, but he has that late game favor of him where he has the automatic go again on his daggers and they will not break at the end. So he has a little bit of a leg up in the late game.
Talk to me a little bit more about Arachne staring down this pair of draconic juggernauts. If you were on the opposite side of the table from Syndra in the hands of Jacob Clemens, are you looking to prioritize transforming into these agents of chaos? And if so, which ones are you looking at in particular?
So I want some disruption. I want
My dogs
the
are
Black
kind of
Widows to be able
cowards.
to basically present a pummel on hit when the
My
attack
dogs
hits,
talk a
they will
mean
start
game,
card from
and
their
then if
hand.
anybody
Also,
walks
with
outside,
the
they lose
web
their shit.
top, we have the basically the CNC of the spiders, which attacks the arsenal, hindering Syndra from basically going wide with that arsenal.
Okay.
So finding those will probably be very, very important.
Those disruptive effects super important in this matchup, and making sure that Arachne
Stop making
can hold their
noise,
own
please,
long enough
computer.
to, words are hard, to arrange a counter attack.
Let me switch to my
Both of our players here, just taking a brief
headset.
moment to shuffle up, making sure their equipment does say what they believe it to say. Jacob, of course, on the Syndra side of this matchup,
I don't want to
what
switch my
are they
headset.
looking
It's so heavy.
for?
I don't want to wear it
to
for
kind
like
of
8 hours.
these known
Get more than one
traps
dog.
and
Yeah, so you just saw
defensive
Quinn.
actions
She
to
just
come
ran
out?
past.
So
Remy
you want to
doesn't
go fast,
stay
you
in
want
here
to
super
go
often.
as fast
Choose
as
the
possible,
little
basically.
brown
You want
one.
those draconic attacks to come
He likes to
flowing,
lay on
and
the
the more
couch and
draconics you
stuff.
have, of course, the easier it is for your turns to flow. So whenever you present a
Used to say my
draconic attack
Chick-fil-A
on your
employee
chain
ass
link,
will be
it
tearing
will
up
be
that
1
sealed
cost
event.
less
Oh, because
for
it's
your silver
Sunday?
activation to be
Nice.
able to recur those daggers and try to fuel
I guess
as
that's one
much
benefit for
value,
Chick-fil-A
basically,
closed on
as possible
Sunday.
from these daggers, recurring them, hitting with them, flicking with them, and
How
getting
much is
those
an
mix
armory
of damage.
event
All
entry?
right, we are off to the races here with both players. Rocket
$5
equipment switch turned
for
over.
constructed.
Danger digits available for both of these players. These knives going to be threatening all kinds
I
of
think.
flick throughout the course of the game. Perhaps a little bit more importantly, those vengeance equipment. 2
Will I be at
slots
Pro
locked
Tour
and
London?
loaded for
I
Jacob
will be at
Clemens.
Pro Tour London.
That bonus text in full effect against Arachne Web of Deceit.
I'm
and
super
Leapfrog is
excited
also
for
gonna be
London
coming very, very clutch in this
because
matchup. Syndra typically doesn't catch a lot of attack reactions,
uh,
but sitting with the Leapfrog
Larissa,
feats
my
herself
girlfriend,
is gonna be
also
very, very
qualified.
helpful against the Arachne.
so we get to play that
Start off
event
as we
together, and I'm
expect
super
here.
stoked
Archer
about
Hay
that.
kicking us off with that mark of the Huntsman.
You're in the San Diego
Hastily
area.
blocked
I'm
out
not
by
in the
Jacob
San Diego
Clemens, so we
area,
are just
but
taking
the
a
same
moment to
state.
Filter our hand, and then of course kick things off in style. An instant speed
I'm in the
mark
greater
here from
Sacramento
Nicholas Orleans.
area.
We will immediately be making our way into an Agent of Chaos. It's number 5.
Jeez.
It's
Okay,
time
going
for the
first and
tarantula.
starting off as an Agent of Chaos is kind of badass. Like, that doesn't suck.
So if you are unfamiliar with this one, Arachne Tarantula, the dagger-centric version
Both your
of the
days
Agent
line
of
off with all
Chaos.
flesh and
Every
blood things.
dagger
That's
you
nice.
own will do an extra point of damage as they
Oh,
connect
you
with the
Sacramento.
opposing hero.
I don't understand why people
You
hate
will
Sacramento
get
so
more
much.
likely by discarding
Sacramento's,
assassin
like,
power
nice.
to bolster your dagger by an extra 3 points.
Like, Sacramento area has a lot of really good
Very,
places in
very
it.
aggressive start here from Arthur, being able to turn on this first turn. I don't think we've ever seen that before.
No, this instant speed mark effect.
No
definitely the
beach.
premium way of doing
I
this.
mean,
Many
yeah,
people and a
but
few other
you can
people
drive
available in the generic
45
slot,
minutes
allowing
away
you
and there's a
to
beach, right?
immediately
Like,
become one of those agents
that's the
and
good
rock
part
the
about
show
Sacramento
as
and
early as
California,
the second
is that
turn
you
of
can
the
just
game. However, for
anything
now,
you
we're
want
back
is
to
an
Jacob
hour drive
Clemens,
away.
taking a moment to consider their
You want to go
strategy. You see a
snowboarding? It's an
mark
hour
with
away. You want to go
Magma
surfing?
on
It's
the
an hour
heel,
away.
a few other good draconic goodies locked away in their hand.
What's the Flesh and Blood
Definitely
class
a tough
video?
turn
Is
to
this set the
sequence.
one with the new assassin support? It was
Very
a
solid
prior
blues
one,
if you
but this
have
one
this
also
turn.
has an
Typically
assassin.
want at least 1 blue each turn, because your daggers of course cost 1, and so you're able to come in with both of those daggers and hopefully some attacks leading up to it.
UK
And
base will be amazing
a
to meet the
good
Flesh and Blood
segue on
celebrities.
how to fuel your turns is to have that 1 blue.
Who are you
of course,
excited
and
to
then it
meet?
also
Who are
depends
you
on
who are
how
you
many
looking to
1 cost
meet?
versus 0 cost you have available to you.
I'll tell you if they
Absolutely,
suck or
many
not.
players have been telling me they found as they played more and more Syndra. They were maybe a few blues on what they were
Fortunately,
hoping
probably
to
won't get the
be.
PTI from the
It
PQ
could
Plus.
definitely be a little difficult to
Oh,
scramble
you're in
together a
Dallas? Yeah, that
draconic
is tough.
centric hero. However,
I feel like
kicking things off as we
everyone
expected,
says their
Climax
locals is
seems to be
tough,
flying
and I'm always like,
directly
yeah,
after
okay.
her nice and early
But
here,
then, like, when you look at the
21
players
damage. We'll see how
list,
much
everyone's
respect this
locals
deserves.
just
We'll see
actually
if
is
it
tough.
has any
There's like
meaningful way
there's like a
turning things
ringer in
extra
every major metropolitan
Yeah,
area,
Arthur
right? At least
checking
one.
the equipment here, making sure that he understands.
Is it still Cali
that
prices for no
everything
beach?
is
Kind
included
of.
here.
Kind
That's
of.
the leapfrogs, of course.
But like
and,
not like when people think California
vengeances.
prices, they think
Yeah,
like
those
San
vengeances
Francisco,
are definitely
LA,
very important
Santa
to
Barbara,
have
San
as well.
Diego.
Definitely
Like
need
it's
to
not
get
those
familiar with over
prices.
the course of the weekend if they're
It's
choosing
still
to drop
expensive, but
Arachne
it's like
over the course of this calling. Both players.
it's
love to
like
see
New
this.
York
This is
to
very much a
like
testament to how the
Manhattan
early
kind
days
of
of this
prices,
format
right?
are
It's like
calling level. Your high level players
or
just,
Long
you know,
Beach or whatever the
get
expensive New York
really
places
assess
are.
those equipment,
It's
make
like yeah,
sure
New
you
York's still
understand the
expensive, but it's not like
and
that.
the information that
It's
you
not
can.
as
Two nice
expensive as
connections
like
nice
the
and early
most
here.
expensive
Arthur down
places.
to 19.
Badly want to meet Shoma.
Gonna
Shoma's cool.
reevaluate based on that information.
He seems very
Continue
nice.
Maybe with one of those 1 cost attacks we see lurking.
I played against him in the
Indeed.
Osaka Calling. He was
Making
playing
sure to
Ira.
find the most
The first day
effective
she was
line
legal,
here,
and I was
then
playing
the
new for the
opportunity
first
to
time ever.
present as much damage as
It's a
we
really good
possibly
game.
can on our second turn. Going second is of course really, really important if you want to be aggressive, because that can really set the tempo for the rest of the game.
It is going to be that hot on their heels following this one up.
We have
Another
one
of
guy
those
who
cards
mind
which
palaces
stands
his and his
out for me
opponent's
in
entire
Syndra.
pitch deck.
3
Okay,
bargains,
but
just
are
something
they
you
good?
don't find on too many of these powerful
Are
training
they
cards,
good?
and
I
this
can't
one's
tell you
gonna
how
be
many
trying to
people
go again with
have
very
come up to me
limited
before I
cards.
started pitch stacking and talked to me about how they pitch stack Kano and they can memorize their entire pitch stack and then they like lose every fucking game.
Quite impactful.
Definitely, some of
They are
them
very
have
good.
access to
Okay,
some of
then
the
that's a
most
good
powerful
talent to
ones.
have.
Most of them have natural go again, so they don't
I've
require
found
as
that people
much. But of course,
sometimes
if you want your additional attacks
get a
to
little
have
too
some
caught
divine
up in
powers
that.
to get some buff ups that we were going to see later, later, then those fealty tokens can really come in handy.
Imagine thinking during the game.
I'll see
Exactly.
in a moment.
Said every 5 player
Punch
ever.
prospect used on defense here to suck up that hit.
What's my opinion on Ira meta-wise? I think Ira's a B+ hero. I think she's totally fine. I don't think she'll win a Pro Tour, but like not currently. But she's totally fine. If you want to play her, you can win games. You can even win an event.
We will mark our opponents a very similar story.
She's fine. She's
So
totally
we have
fine.
a very clutch block here.
I think she gets a couple things from this set.
Being very
Pouncing.
defensively, I would say.
Yeah, one of those traps, nice and early here. Lair of the Spider. The turn no means over here. Mark of the Magma, of course, gaining go again on the way
IDK
through.
Azuri
We
and
do
Fire
get
tier
to
4
end
winning
on
decks.
this Art of the
Azuri
Dragon
made sense.
Tale
Fi,
for
it's still
5 more points of damage. Jacob
Fi winning that
Clemens
tournament was a
taking
fucking
initiative.
fluke. I
Trying
feel
to get this
like
game over and done.
no shade on the guy who
Yeah,
won the
no
tournament,
punch
right?
here.
But like
Arthur, of course, respecting the on hits. He
I feel
does
like
not want to get marked on this
Shoma showed up with
select
Azuri and everyone was like, actually, that makes
And
sense.
most
If you
of
can
our
dodge
best cards
Illusionist
stick
and you
with
can
the
dodge
block
Kano,
so you can
you're going to do
sometimes
really
find,
well. And
if
he
there
dodged
is
Illusionist and he
block
dodged
option, then
Kano.
you can sometimes
Like he hit
find a
exactly what he needed to
strategy
hit, right?
force this game into
And then
the later
Fi won,
stages where
Fi
someone might
won
not have had the
Worlds and
aggressive
everyone was
cards
like,
available to her, and
that's weird. And then like immediately moved on. Nobody like tried to pick up Fi or anything. Everyone was like, huh. Okay. And then just no one played Fi anymore.
That said, we're back to tarantula time for Archer Tahei.
Tournament grinder for Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic, pretty good TCGs. But for our Fab community, it's harder than most Yu-Gi-Oh! Tourneys I played. I buy that. I also think like the average player skill in like a Flesh and Blood tournament player is so much higher than in any other card game I played.
One of them making their way to the bin.
Which, to be fair, isn't a lot of card games. Runeterra, Magic, One Piece a little bit. That's about it. Grand Archive.
Yeah, we're having a think here.
I wouldn't say hard local scene. Bro, I swear. You know those people at your office or whatever? Or, you know, your buddy, and you're like, oh, I didn't sleep super well. I only got 6 hours of sleep. And they're like, oh, you got 6 hours of sleep? Must be nice. I only got 4 hours of sleep, and I did it upside down. Like, those guys? That's fucking Canadians. I swear to God. Anytime you talk about your locals being tough, Canadians come out of the woodwork. Now, to be fair, I do think that it is actually the hardest single store locals probably on the planet. But still, it's like, we get it, bro. Isaac Krut's really good at Flesh and Blood. Does he play at all anymore?
Up by the armor from Jacob Clemens. Interested in keeping their entire hand and continuing.
How much impact do you think this set will have compared to Rosetta? Slightly more.
Of the tarantula.
Equip, yeah. I mean, he's like winning hella in Magic now, right?
No, sir, Jacob says.
With a brief pause here.
Does he enjoy Magic more?
Does indeed throw out their hand. We'll take a look at this one. This is one of the multiple retreat.
It does some.
Does it indeed jump this dagger up to 5?
I had such an opposite experience where like moving to Flesh and Blood was so like liberating from Magic. I was like, oh, this is a good card game. It just surprises me to see someone go from Flesh and Blood to Magic. I don't think I could handle the lands again. No idea, don't know them that well. That's fine. That's fair.
Very sneaky and well worth being aware of in this format. Everybody has access to some.
What's the largest impact expansion slot card from this set?
Stream of attack reactions.
Either the Runeblade one. It might just be one of the Runeblade ones, right? Either the Viserai one or Cole or something. Let me look.
Having a think how he wants to end his turn. We have one card available in Arsenal. No resources available for Dagger.
Shout out February, such a great site. This site came a long way.
Doesn't seem like an easy choice at all. Some serious deliberation. Does indeed call it quits. Leave the card in Arsenal for now. So Jacob will get away with only one card.
They just have to print more Wizard Hate naturally. This is a really good card. This is a really good card.
Yeah, staying at the healthy.
Yeah, probably one of these two is my guess.
Arthur's gonna respect the on hits.
New React. The New React isn't an expansion slot card.
Oh, sorry, that Arthur is now marked.
I think this is a really good card too. The Kite Hunter. I just don't think Brute's gonna be in a position to like have a pop-up season.
Marked card over the opponent's hero. Like no.
Arachne's super cool looking. Yeah.
Equally marked in this particular situation.
Oh, is
Ranger even playable? Yeah, Azalea is fine.
It looks like a foil shelter from the
Ranger will have its time. It's like it's gone the longest without a new hero.
Oh,
Ranger will have its time very soon.
Please look it up. If you want to add to your collection, please do.
Nelson Runeblood, how would it do in mid set? Not as well.
Wow.
I don't think.
Okay, we're seeing that alternative
I
mode
don't
kicked in for full effect here. I love to see this from Shelter from the Storm. This is why we're
God,
so
that card's good.
in this format, a block 4 defense reaction, but if you want to cash it in for 3
I think Shelter from the Storm's gonna see
individual
play.
points of damage
Oh yeah,
potential,
this is the next
you
Command
can
and
do so. You'll
Conquer.
suck up those
The next
kunais,
Command and
cover
Conquer,
up those
Weakest Link,
defensive units.
Warmongers. The next
Yeah, that is so annoying
the next
for a
generic
player. You're
Majestic you
able
need
to
3
prevent
of.
one, so all of your 4
You have to
power
have it.
attacks and all of
Sorry.
your small daggers
You just
for
have
one
to.
Are all of a sudden super easy to cover up with those 3 extra prevention on your next coming attacks. So this 4 attack is now all of a sudden very, very easy to stop.
Yeah, this
The
stuff from
Azalea is
Outlaw
potentially
looking
just a dark horse.
significantly
Yeah, heavy hitters meta,
better
she was
than it
actually just like a top
moments
deck.
ago
She was like a
for Jacob
top
Clemens.
3
Fantastic
deck.
Use of that powerful Majestic from Archer Trehey. That being said, the job is not done by any stretch. Arthur on 14, still staring down a good chunk.
He's
of
like,
damage.
damn, I wish I had just blocked 4.
A lot of things to consider if he wants to commit any more defenses here.
Skull the Canal appears to be the blocking card of choice, blunting away that remaining 3 damage. Looks like we have one of those very powerful contract cards lurking.
While it's not happy looking at Shelter. I think this set's gonna get cracked like a motherfucker. I think, like, there's gonna be so many packs opened of this set.
Try and go a bit better later on. And Arthur here definitely getting away,
Which is
with some of
good,
the tempo.
'cause we
It
need
feels
there
like
to
they're in a very solid position.
Yeah, Jacob realizing that he needs all
Instant
the
speed
tempo
stop
that
through
he can
train
get,
seems
so
pretty good. I
presenting
mean,
a
that's
very
just
short
like
hand is
a
hitting him
blue,
not
right?
that slowly, and at the same time Arthur was presenting this.
Can you guys hear the
defensive
boop
effect,
boop?
And so
Can you hear that?
Jacob respectfully did not want to commit any attacks.
Or does it
now.
only show up on my
All
computer?
right, it is going to be that
So is even the set
extinguish
James hyped
the
up?
flames making its way
Yeah,
onto
wasn't James saying that the
here.
next
Now, this
set's
is
like
actually
the good one?
incredibly
Oh,
pesky
you
from
can?
Jacob
Well,
Clemens.
sorry, I don't know
Not
what
only
does
coming
that. It's
across
just
the
these
floor
these
thanks to that
headphones.
mark
They plug into my
from
speaker,
previous
it's not happy.
turn. If it does hit a marked hero
Majiinbae's
named
commenting Flesh and
Syndra,
Blood gameplay. Okay, it's more like we're watching Flesh and Blood gameplay while I talk about Flesh and Blood.
that contract. This stealth attack, of course, threatening to gain go again, thanks to.
I think it's gonna get cracked a bunch just because like there's so many valuable cards in it.
And there's some additional
Like people will
trickery.
hunt for one, people fucking love Assassin, so that and people are gonna hunt for those extended Arc Command and Conquers and stuff.
But your stealth attacks get much bigger and would gain go again.
Need
if they
EA
otherwise
shelters?
were
Oh,
unable
it's
to
an
do so.
extended art too?
Extinguish
Oh
the
my
flames,
god.
connecting that powerful
I should probably
contract
buy
being
some
fulfilled.
boxes.
Archer Trehey
I need to turn in. I have a bunch of
scoring
extra Rosetta
hard.
cards that I'm gonna go
What
turn into min-max, and
exactly
then
is
I
in
might
Jacob
just get some
Clemens' hand
boxes
if
of
you're
this
willing
set
to
or something.
Extinguish the flames connect with you without any contest.
You probably have a full hand that you need in order to fuel your next turn, and you
Reprinted
can.
CNC is a legendary.
as
Can run
Jacob had
alongside the old
quite a lot
CNC.
of
Well, you
life
can't
lead,
play
you
like
had
more
some
than 3
room to
copies. It's the
wiggle,
same card. It's just different art and a different rarity.
But allowing you to draw a card here is very, very powerful.
Considering
It's
that
still
card
called
victory,
Command and
it's
Conquer.
a bit of a mixed bag of affairs here. No longer marked Jacob Clemens. So the follow-up of this Black Widow mark isn't quite as terrifying as it may have been previously. However, we did learn on turn 0
make the
there are a
Arachne Heroes
number of
Marvel?
ways
Yeah.
to mark instant speed. Most importantly, those danger digits we see lurking in the equipment slot. If
This is the first Arachne game we've seen. I really just want to see like Arachne v the
Yeah,
other
'cause
heroes.
remember, the daggers on hit effect is still available when you flick your daggers. So be.
I wonder if
marked
Nu
attention.
is gonna
You
want to
have
move in like a
very
marked
much
direction. I
availability
feel like
in
that's
this
almost a
way in
trap
order
for
to
her.
connect your attacks, and that is exactly what we're gonna see here.
Yeah, that's good. That's. I feel like you're gonna see this line a lot.
Courtesy of Arachne's hero ability. Mark of the Black Widow connecting with our opponent and scoring a card out of their hand. This turn feels like a huge win for Arthur Trehey.
What a massive turn here. Arthur looking like a bit of a back foot here on the first couple of turns, but now all of a sudden he's turning the table and presenting quite a bit of damage to Jacob's total.
I'm ready to scour all the fealty away. If I end up even playing a wizard. I want to, but you got to give me wizards that actually don't
Arthur
suck.
Here noticing that is in fact a contract on that Extinguish the Flames. So
Indeed.
that's not a one-time deal. No. You can earn money for as many times as you hit a marked hero named Syndra, which somehow Arthur Trehey has managed to do twice in the
Wait,
same
really?
turn.
That's so good. I didn't know that.
Again on those stealth attacks.
That makes
and
sense with how the
really, really
contract cards work, though.
powerful
I just didn't think about it.
to yield some
That's
effect
badass.
on those contracts.
Yet another card drawn for Arthur Trehey. Taking a cheeky
Swing a
peek
dagger,
at what's
draw another
available
card.
in hand. Of course, that mark
God,
does
stop
go
doing
away
that.
at the, when the mark of the Black Widow hits.
All
So
right,
no
I'll switch.
threat of
Here, let me just
transforming right now.
unplug my
But
headphones.
yet another mark making its way onto the combat chain.
I'll just have the
Black
speakers
Widow
play all loud.
gained
You guys
go
can't hear it
again
anyway.
on hit from the extra
What do you mean we're getting Icelander in the gem?
After the
Yeah, I
final
don't
look,
think
it's
that's gonna
significantly
happen.
less
Although that
threatening,
would be
unless
so
there's
fucking
another
sick.
way to mark it instant speed. Surely not.
I think the quick,
Mark of the
quick
funnel
dodge
web
flexors
here is
are those the new
basically a
legendary boots? I
CNC
do
on a
think those are
stick,
good.
banish a card in their
I think
arsenal
those are
if
very
it's
good,
a mark
especially
card.
if
Fortunately for Jacob, he's not marked at this moment in time,
decks
so probably
like
this will be
Go Again decks are
What an
strong.
incredible turn from Archer Trahey. Well navigated on.
It was a
all
really
fronts.
good turn.
Jacob
He kind of kicked ass.
absolutely threatening all kinds
The defense
of
reaction
challenges
boots?
here
Yeah,
on the
very,
way
very,
back.
very good card.
Didn't want to stop any of those
Very, very
incredibly
good card.
detrimental attacks and has 4 cards to send a return volley. We will kick things off with that Fire Tenet Strike First. It's a card I think probably has a home in some other ninjas across multiple formats. When it attacks, your next Draconic attack will get +1 free of charge, no questions asked. That's going to work beautifully on those kunai or any other number of head jab effects.
Indeed, and we have probably
Like,
gonna
there's just
see
a lot
this
of
card
cards
lot
you're going to
more in
want
Classic
in this set.
Constructed, I would imagine.
Pretty much no matter who
Some
you
very
play.
powerful effects. 0 for 4s, we love those. Go again. We love that even more.
More of a fan of the Frostbite.
And that's what makes me
myself,
think
but
that there's
again,
going to be a lot of
guess we
packs
can't have
cracked.
everything. Arthur here taking a moment to pause.
What I want a
and
new
see the
Icelander to do?
implications of this attack. Again, this effect is
I
completely
want
unconditional,
instant
so
speed
regardless
wizards.
whether or not
There's a couple
players
things I
themselves
need her to be able to
can
do.
find yourself.
She has to do some instant
An
speed
extra
wizard
damage.
stuff.
We see
I
Arthur
really
use
want
this
her
sort
to
of
be
Gregor
able
for
to
last
do
round and
the
super
Frostbite build-up
intuitive
combo
against high-level
shenanigans
players.
that old Icelander could
Taking a
do.
moment to consider the card that
And,
Jacob chose to discard. There is so much to learn about the texture of a player's hand
there was one
by
more
which
thing.
card they chose to give up.
She has to be able to disrupt.
And these generic 3 blocks coming.
I really just want her to have the
down
same
to
feel
here.
as the old Icelander.
Alrighty, hunt to the ends of
I feel about the new
Ray
Fabled
from the
Gem as a
combat
pitch
chain.
stacker.
Now
I
this
mean, I
one,
wouldn't
this
pitch
one's a
stack with
bit
it.
good
You just
against
play it
Arachne,
if you're going to
weirdly
play it.
enough. When it attacks,
Want to resolve
Arachne,
Aether Ice Vein again?
half
Bro.
them. Well, nice and simple stuff.
Bro.
And when you're attacking a marked
I
hero, well,
know.
this is another 0 for 4.
I
We
love
love
playing
those
Commoner
went through
was
with
so
an
sick
800
because I got to
round
cast
against
Aether Ice Vein
Tenet,
and I was
and
like,
so we're looking at a 5 here.
this card's so
Now,
good.
This is not as easy to
Take
pick
5,
up
down to
here for
9.
Arthur. I think he's going to just give that up.
Arthur certainly taking
And
a
Arthur's
slap in the noggin here. Fealty
turn
token
was so
acquired,
good.
Chest activated.
I think
from
Verdance was them trying to
Clarence
place
in this
Icelander.
case.
They were trying to capture the Bulllander
making their
essence of
way all the way
Icelander.
down to
What
the
I
end to
want them
follow
to
up
do
some
is take the
Dragon
Bulllander
Power
part of
fresh
Icelander
out
and
of the
shove it
arse
to
of this
Verdance.
one.
Give
This
Verdance more
gigantic
wizard stuff,
fealty turns
keeps
this
the
into a
plow
dramatic
in the
attack,
fell,
make our way
and that's
into
Bulllander.
7.
And then you give Icelander payoffs for
Such a
playing
huge
only
turn here
Arcane.
for Jacob, really trying to punch
Turn her into a
back, and
fucking
he's
wizard, right? Like a
really
pure
well
wizard.
needed at this
That
moment
would
in
be
time.
best case
These
scenario.
long-cost attacks continue to impress alongside the cost reduction abilities of the equipment suite in the Hunted. Arthur taking a moment to consider if it's time to
But like,
go
I'm
on
gonna be
to Red
honest,
Alert,
I've been
suck
really
up
impressed
some
with a lot
that
of their
damage from
reprints.
Dragon Power.
I think
Really
like
interested in
Aurora
keeping
and
cards that are
Florian
available in there.
accurately
4
capture
penalties
each half of
down,
Briar.
all the way down to 4.
I think Jarl is like a
Even as
really
Icelander
good
still
replacement
this
for
turn,
old
which is
him.
full red
A more like
hand, although
aggressively
those hands
slanted,
can sometimes be
like
extremely
Ice
tricky
Earth.
to come around, but as I mentioned
Hero, they're
before,
doing a really
having
good
those symbols
job.
available to you can really help in this
Prism was
situation when you
terrible.
draw
Really,
from
I think
hand,
New
so
Prism's actually
Jacob
really
already
interesting.
packing a punch
She
here
came
and
out
being
dog
able
shit
to
because she
utilize
didn't have her
his
weapon
hand
printed
very,
yet.
very effectively.
Beautiful stuff. We go back to Arthur Trahey here. 3 cards to work with. That card parked in Arsenal from
Ring of
earlier
Roses
on.
is such a strange
This
card
game
for
is
Verdance to be given.
on a
Verdance given the lack of
edge in
Arcane. Yeah, I feel like
every
they
which way. 3 lives to
unprinted
3,
Aether
3
Earthing.
lives to 5, I should say. Mark of the Black Widow being pitched.
Where
towards
is
the
Aether
Huntsman.
Earthing?
Huntsman, that,
Hey Kevin, how you
threat on
doing?
hits coming in. We have got some
Ring of Roses had to have been
scar
Verdance Hero
tissue.
text.
Choose
Yeah, and
your
it was just too
double
busted.
up.
Holy
multiple
shit.
times. Suddenly, that
Oh,
dagger
trap.
is huge, but Jacob not caught unaware. Lair of the Spider bailing him out again.
Such a clutch return here. It was very much in remembrance of the games we saw yesterday, where both players basically turned on turn.
Not what I loved
had
about the
these
OG
defense
Prism.
reaction
Dumb
available
aggro
to
isn't
them
fun.
with this attack
Yeah,
reaction, so the
well,
response
I
was
mean,
always
Prism
there.
with
We
Tome
see the
wasn't
exact
really
same
dumb
linear today,
aggro.
where Jacob has the clutch defense reaction available to him every single turn of the way.
I hear what you're saying. I think the issue with Prism is that they went super hard into Spectra for old Prism and then realized later that Spectra's fucking awful. It's like the worst mechanic they've ever printed. So they have to move away from it.
This one is going to be a solid 3 with
And they're like,
stealth.
damn, okay, how do we
Of
do
course,
that?
The opponent currently marked, So it's going to be a 4 instead. Now that's a real problem if you're Jacob. Only 1 life
Need
to
to buy all the
work with
Icelander
and
cards where you
another
can get them for
breakpoint.
$5.
What
Yeah, that's
on
not a bad
earth
idea,
do you do?
honestly.
This is a really,
If you
really
are super
hard
interested in playing
position to be
Icelander.
in. Being at 1, being marked, you can't take any damage because that's how you lose the game. But you want to take damage in order to lose the mark. So essentially, you're stuck in a position where you can't get out of this situation.
Well, this is
where
such
you
a
are
rough
marked,
spot
and
to
then
be
you
on
are
the next
faced against
turn,
a Arachne
where,
who
like,
has a Calypsera available to them,
if,
then
you know,
it's
Arthur hits a
basically
hero
an
that, like,
Ashilock
can
at this point.
discard a card to +3.
Okay, looks like we have a small judge call about that situation for Arthur there. No idea with that one whatsoever. So we're going to take a moment to let those players just kind of catch up, figure out the logistics there. Looks like we might have had a 3.
What if
roll from
Verdant's hero
Arthur
text
on the
ping for as
Weapons
much as
seat
you've
there.
healed
I
rather
believe
than
it's
dooting you for
red
one time?
back.
It'd be
Yeah,
busted.
okay, red back. So we have some potential.
COIB,
go
gain
ahead
8, deal
this
8,
turn.
like...
That's got to be a bit of a disaster to see if you're Jacob when you've only got 1 life remaining.
Exactly, but we also saw Jacob, I believe, had 3 card left.
Could have
in
just
his
eroded
hand, so
Spectra
he
to
has
still
at
get the
least
go
some
again. You just
power
don't
available to
want to
punch back.
errata as much
Again,
as possible.
we are in a very, very tricky situation.
But
I believe Arachne
yeah.
with a 2-card hand.
How much do you think it would be to upgrade the Jarl deck to be something good? I think other people have made YouTube videos about it.
Very
I'm
much
not
stuck
sure.
in a deadlock situation, and it's really,
I
really hard
actually
to get
don't
out of
even
it.
know
Yeah,
which
something
cards
I
are
learned
in the
firsthand
Jarl deck
yesterday.
and which
When
aren't.
you're both on very, very low life
Pretty
totals,
expensive.
suddenly you can't get
Probably.
unmarked. The
You need
easy way of course
CNCs,
is letting a hit
which
come
are
through.
expensive.
And when you can't get unmarked,
Um,
Arachne's suddenly really good. All those cards are much more impactful than they were before.
Stalagmite,
And it's definitely what I think Arthur is going for on these final turns of the game.
Tunic.
This game's been phenomenal from both of these players so far. I'm incredibly impressed by their play. What has stood out
Yeah,
for you guys?
felling.
So I love the
Plow.
way that the game just goes back and forth. All of a
Expensive
sudden, you
stuff.
see Jacob just sitting comfortably at 20, and they're pushing their opponents
I
down
turn
to
on
40.
Verdant's hero text
And
and I'm like,
all
who
of a
even
sudden,
cares?
people
Yeah,
stand, all of a
100%.
sudden, Jacob is the one
100%.
that is on the back foot.
Oakenold. Is
Boom,
Oakenold
suddenly
expensive?
Under 10 life all of a sudden, and that's how fast these games will turn.
Weakest
like,
Link?
on
I don't think you have to play
turn-on-turn
Weakest
basis,
Link in
everything will
Jarl.
turn. And that is something I think
I'm
you
actually
take
pretty
away as
convinced
a
you don't
viewer,
want
that
to.
just because you're below
But
or
I don't know.
behind
I don't play that guy.
10-something life in this format, there's all the ways
Why am
for
I
you to
watching
get
but not
back
playing? Prague's
and
really
turn
far
the
away.
tables around.
Good stuff. Yeah, so unfortunately, no red back.
Oof,
I
pitching
got my
red
count
feels
wrong.
bad.
It's the Orb Weaver coming across in this
Weaver,
case.
yeah.
That has implications of its own. These Chalissa are suddenly costing 0 to swing with.
Oh,
Pretty
that's a
good.
great hit.
Might be more problematic than the alternative, of course. Grow Claws going to be the attack of choice here from Jacob. Looks like they didn't have very much to work with at all. Pitching a red, paying for this 4. It does threaten lethal points of damage. That danger digits is still lurking for Jacob, which is
Block with a 3 block.
one
Okay.
extra point at some point over the course of this game. Well worth paying attention to as it continues.
Yeah, Arthur is going to cover this up very nicely, not letting any life total of his own dwindle
This should
down.
be
It feels
GG,
he
right?
has a
Like,
grip on this game,
daggers
and
your
now with the
opponent's on
3-card hand,
1.
the
You
Orb
can
Weaver online,
give a
because
stealth attack.
the
Any stealth attack
Silicera
plus
is gonna
3.
cost 1 less to activate. It's
Prague is
basically
always worth the
free.
journey, is it?
And yeah,
I've never
I
been
would be
there.
very scared of Jacob.
I actually don't know
It's
anything
worth
about it.
noting here that attack reaction does have the ability to be activated.
Watch out,
regardless of whether you
bucko.
equip a Chalissa or not. You will find an attack with stealth gaining a bonus. Poison Blade going to be the start here, followed by that all-important.
Hey, we heard a lot
Chalissa
about this card.
coming across the line, threatening extra damage if that Poison Blade does hit, I should say.
Yeah, Avocado is really good in the early game because it threatens an on-hit on your daggers if they didn't have one already.
Bang.
And so having this in the late game now is just presenting extra damage.
Flick the
and forcing
dagger,
cards
there
on
you
your
go.
opponent.
Yes. Job done.
The seal and draft, you get to keep the
Throw
cards. That is
yourself
correct.
At them, throws that Graphite Chalissa directly into the
Like,
dreams
I
of
don't know.
Jacob
I have
Clements,
a full-time job
knocking them
now.
down a peg. For
I
now,
can't just
it is
leave
our
to
Pro
Prague
Tour
for a
champion,
premiere.
Arthur Trehey moving on to the 2-0 bracket.
Job, Arthur.
Amazing showcase here. Arthur being on the back foot earlier on in the game, were able to
Lisan
claw himself
Al-Gaib.
back. I thought this game was going to draw
Those are
out
such funny
a little
memes.
bit harder, but at the same time, if you have those aggressive capabilities available to you in your deck build, then that is absolutely the way you want to
Yeah,
go.
so I'm
That was
working
phenomenal
full-time.
by both of those
I have
players. Really
school
impressed by
starting
how,
this week,
strong
full-time.
defense reaction
I'm taking
from
15
It's
units.
Definitely something that maybe is underappreciated by a number of players, but they
Mm.
saved Jacob there on numerous occasions.
Like, I have to be a little bit
Definitely, the
more
on-hits from Arachne can be very, very hard to deal
picky
with, and Arachne
with
can
my
have a
events.
lot
That
of
being
attack
said,
reactions
that
come
being
back
said,
hopefully
I
enough
am
defenses, but
going
they will always
to
find a way to punch
Memphis
yourself back.
at the end of
And
this month,
so
and
having
then I'm
those
going
two
to
reactions
Portland.
Be really, really helpful if you're on a Syndra.
What am I in school
Absolutely.
for?
Well, you folks have joined us
I'm
at home
finishing
for
my
the show so far.
associates
First of all, I
in
really appreciate that.
mathematics,
I'm gonna ask you to do two
and then
things.
I'm going to go
But
get
first of all,
a
let us
bachelor's
know
in
if you're enjoying the show.
statistics.
Let us know what it looks like, what's going on. Tweet us on social media. Use #FabHunted. #FabHunted. along
Portland?
the way.
Yeah, Portland.
Show us your watch parties, your popcorn, all the cards you're excited to talk about in the future.
Don't burn yourself out. I'm
However,
going to try not
if you
to.
want to get your hands on cardboard,
I'm, like,
another thing you can do.
Fortunate
Join
that
us
I'm
at a
very
very, very soon.
I'm very fortunate that I have a natural aptitude for school
So many events
and
are
the
gonna
type of
pop up all
learning
over the world, so
and
please find
material
your
regurgitation required.
closest armory and or armory place or LGS and find a pre-release close to
So I'm
you,
hoping
and
that I can
please
do a
enjoy
lot of the
the
stuff
100
easy,
that is gonna
and it doesn't take
pre-release
me a ton
next
of
week.
time.
Yeah, don't worry at all if you're not sure where to
Although I
go.
have to
Go
take
find
like
that
Calc
solo
1 through
on the
3,
official website.
linear
There are
algebra, and
15
differential
public
equations, but they won't let me
locations
jump into
worldwide for
calculus.
pre-releases for
Who's the
the
redhead?
hunt.
This is
There are
Syndra.
all kinds of
That's adult
goodies you'll
Syndra.
find inside your pre-release kit, including
Um,
that gorgeous Arachne
What's the
stuff.
end goal?
Max.
Some kind of
Yes, a new
analytics
hero, the Chaos
career,
Assassin coming into
and then
full frame. I
eventually
love the art on this
either
card.
like
It's
data
absolutely
science or data
popping.
engineering or something like that.
Absolutely. Rainbow foil
Like
weapons,
math, but no interest in
gold
accounting.
foil
I don't want to
tarot
work
cards,
80 hours a
all the
week.
tokens you'll need to sit down and jam a handful of games with your local
You hate
community.
statistics? I
What more
fucking
could
love
possibly want?
statistics. I think
Pre-release is
statistics are
kicking off
so
on
interesting.
January 24th across the world, and
It's like
hopefully
something that's
I'll
immediately
see you
applicable
there.
to life, I feel like.
Same, nice.
All
Maybe other
right,
people don't
so
feel
it's
that
been a
way, but
pleasure
like I
to enjoy that
constantly
game.
use
Was hoping
math
to
in
get
like
my
everyday
fix
situations.
of Arachne for this game, but
And
we
what a
have
fix it was.
I know. Great
Um,
stuff from Ryan. Many more exciting games.
What was I
to come,
talking
so
about?
Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be back very, very shortly. With
Oh
the
yeah, I have to take
next
Calc 1 through
round of
3,
this calling from
but
here
because
in
I've been
March.
out of school for just over a decade, they won't count any of my classes. So I have to take a bunch of classes to like catch up before they'll let me take Calc, right? So I have to take college algebra for calculus, trigonometry,
Even more
and a
exciting.
math
Hearing
lab
from whispers all around the
before
room,
they
some
even
people
let me
think
take
Arachne's the
calculus.
best
It's
there.
so
Some
annoying.
people
So I'm doing all of that
actually
this semester.
swear it's Syndra. And the fact
Old
that there's
poker
no
player, recurrent
immediate
card gamer, like
consensus is
stats. I know it
very
is very
exciting.
shocking. Every single time I tell someone
We
like
get our hands on those
IRL that I
cards in real time,
actually
we get to
know
discover how
IRL
wrong
that I'm
most
getting
people were.
So don't get
the
discouraged if you
actual
hear some
degree is
words
like
on the street.
statistics with an
Have a try
emphasis in
at
data
your own
science. Every single
pre-releases
person I've
coming up
talked to that
next
actually knows
weekend,
me is like,
and,
yeah, that makes
enjoy
sense.
the same as much as we did this weekend.
Absolutely cannot wait. So we got a selection of haymakers on the stream. So
Calculus
far,
1 is not
previous
hard. I'm
world
surprised maybe you do
champions,
that.
core
Calculus 1 is
leaders,
very hard
and
for your average
thankfully a
community college
selection of
student,
underdogs who have toppled many of those
especially one who's been
elite
out of school for
but
10 years.
I don't know about you. I'm not interested in stopping at showing the
Look, committed to
best
learning
players that
probabilities
we've
of hitting
played
those
in the
unknown
world.
cards
So,
off the
I'm
top. You're
Tyson,
going in
and we
stats.
have Pablo
Yep.
Pintor in the
Yep.
feature match this
I
area.
got to dabble a bit
Rocking,
in
of
stats
course,
when I was
who
like
else
playing poker.
but
That was like
Arachne
really
Web
fun.
of
That was one of my
Disease.
favorite parts of it, actually.
Another one, and it's against a
Woo,
Syndra, so we have a
Pintor
double
on
thinker
Assassin.
here, and it's gonna be great to watch.
A
It was for
similar
me.
story
Yeah, I
around
mean,
this
it might end
game
up being
was
hard for me.
yield
I've
on
never
both
done calculus.
sides. Love to see this from Yakim.
I was a
Flitter.
bit of a
I think that's
slacker,
Flitter. I
you would
apologize if I
say,
butchered your name, Yakim. I'm doing
by
my
the end of
best.
high school.
Sounds
I
like
was
crushed it. Okay.
I was
3
more of
vengeance
a,
pieces of
this
equipment.
may
Pablo
surprise some
often
of you,
gonna be
I
looking
was
forward
more of
to
a
staring
sports
down
guy.
Arachne. The other side, a little less exciting from Pablo.
I was a
Maybe most
triple
importantly,
threat by
only
the end of high
one piece
school.
leapfrog equipment for both of these players.
I did varsity
So
football,
having
varsity
availability
lacrosse, which I
to
played year
have some
round
kind
and
of
traveled for.
action. And Jacob
and then I
has
boxed.
forgotten how to play this game a little bit, not revealing
So I just like didn't put any
anything to
time into
Pablo,
school.
thinking
So
everything was gonna be
I just
first,
stayed
but
low on
all
math.
up and running
I didn't want to
here,
have to
they're
do the
fine
work
to
that was
go.
required in calculus.
Yakim there, hoping to abuse those obsidian.
I just took
fire
and
blades
passed
for
algebra 2
themselves.
3 times in a
Alas, no
row.
dice. Relentless pursuit. These cards that can mark the hero on turn 0 for Arachne continue to look phenomenal in these early turns of the calling. Pablo here going to go
Calc 2 I had to retake
chaos
twice.
mode.
Yeah, one of my buddies is
And also relentless pursuit.
he's got a
yeah,
master's in
minimum
math,
3 block. We love to
and he
see
said
those,
Calc
but
2
it
is
also has
really,
this
really
recurring
fucking
effect
hard.
that it goes down to the bottom of their owner's deck
Oh,
if you've
Queenie.
attacked your opponent
Queenie
this
hates
turn.
calculus.
And that
He
is an
says,
amazing
Calc
way to start
2,
the turn here from
ew.
Pablo.
It is indeed time to spin the wheel. We learned our lesson last time. Chaos, agent number 3, Arachne Orb Weaver making their way through. This is
Hi, puppy.
arguably a bit of a miss
Queen got
this
bandana.
early for Pablo. Can't really find
And
a
she
great spot
doesn't
for that
hate it.
Glycerer without access to danger digits.
Which was
Yeah,
crazy.
danger digits that can help flick your cards
Calc
from your
2,
arsenal slot or if your equipment slot, I'm going to say. And finding ways to activate
Calculus
cards that
bits
can
were
flick your
I
daggers
thought were
is
easy.
not
Trig
as
algebra you
much
need to know. Okay, so
available
yeah, what
to
I've been
Arachne as
told
they
by
are
various
on
people
his
who have gone
opponent's
way
Syndra
farther
side.
in math than me
Serving back
is
takes
that
Yakim,
calculus
hopefully a
is
full
difficult
hand to
if you
work
don't
with,
have the proper
a full
foundation,
array
but
of
if your
attacks.
algebra and your
Second hand
trigonometry
Pablo
are
kick
solid,
things off
calculus
in
is
Tunai
pretty,
style. 1
not
point of
simple, but
damage
like
coming across.
it's much easier to learn because you don't have to spend any
Enjoying
mental
that a
effort
little
on
bit
any of
later
the other
I
stuff.
also love that we saw a turn 0 chaos
That's what I've been
mode
told.
going on again again this game. The players are really finding ways to.
But like I haven't taken a
find
math class in
these
basically a
opportunities
decade, so
early
this is
on
like
into
this
game.
might
Yes,
be really
it's
tough for me.
thankful to these action cards that can mark your opponent.
This thing of
and
going to school this year,
have
been
this
out of high school for
possibility
7
early on.
years.
It's been a
Yeah,
huge
do it.
learning
I wish I'd have
for
done it
players
earlier.
yesterday across
But I
the
also
World
like
Premier to
I
run
had
this
no
game. I want to
direction
be in chaos
earlier in my life.
early and as often as possible. Turning myself into one
So I would have just gone to
0-0,
school just to
exactly
like
what we're
go
looking
to
for.
school, and I
Speaking
wouldn't have
of
known what
which,
to do,
throw yourself at them,
which
continues to
would have made
overperform
me
in the
not
comments from
very
this weekend. Grabbing
disciplined
that
with any of
kunai
it.
that has already done its job and chucking it directly
But now that I have like an
at Woodman's
actual
response.
plan
Yes,
in
and
the
also
direction I want to
remember
go,
that the
in a
weapon
career
attack
I
that
want to
was on
land
the
in, then
previous
it makes it so
chain
much
is gonna
easier.
be still there. So this draconic chain link is still gonna be available to power Syndra's hero
Calc
power.
1 spent a
if that
huge
will
portion
be
of class
the
getting
case
everyone good
this
at basics,
turn.
then
One of the
speedrun in the
biggest
actual class.
upsides of
I think that's the
throwing
move,
those
yeah.
daggers
Which is why I'm
is
like not
additional
upset
flavor to your
that they're
attacks.
making me
You can,
retake
of course, pull them
college
straight
algebra
back.
and
They're ready
trigonometry.
and waiting in the bin for you to potentially even attack with them
Because if I go
again
into
with the
calculus with a
dash
much
they
better
want,
foundation,
as
like
they are
deal,
good
you know.
daggers once they hit the board.
Yeah, most
It
of these
probably will
attacks
actually
are not
save me
draconic
time.
though, so you can't really fuel your turns with those draconic attacks for Syndra's effects. But hopefully, Jakub has
Playing this
some
game as a
more
broke-ass
draconic
college student is
attacks
tough.
on his way, but we're
Okay,
gonna
here's the
see how
secret. Just
Pablo
win
is
all the
gonna
tournaments.
about this attack in particular.
Love to
Then
see
use
Pablo
that to
with
fund your
those
card
yellow
playing
sleeves.
addiction.
A testament to the Sunflower Samurai team he is so known for championing. It's all bright and sunny wherever Pablo Pintor finds themselves. Additional kunai making their way across the
That's what I do.
chain
I just
here
do
as
enough
the
in
third
tournaments to
attack here
sell
of
the gold
two
foils and the
draconic chains
PTIs
to go.
to fund getting more cards and going to more
Yeah,
tournaments.
finding ways to send your kunais in order to get those one hits. It's not typically something that you would like to block, so it's some easy
Very
ways
aggressive
to just
start.
chip in some damage. when you're on
I'm
the
wondering
track.
how much
The chain continues
assassin
down the
going
line here for
first
Jakob. You
and
could
being
definitely see
able
they
to
were
like
excited to
immediately
see this
flip
hand
into
early.
a agent of
Blood cycle
chaos will
attacks, getting a
like
lovely
how
cost
impactful
reduction
is that, right?
Thanks to each draconic chain link you have in Bloodlines.
'Cause in
case, you need
theory,
2 to get it all the way down to 0. As a
Generally,
result, you're rewarded with a 3
the defensive deck
power,
wants to go
3
second.
blocking, go again attacks.
right? So you can
Quite
just like block,
nice.
then start sending
Definitely,
stuff.
and it's also draconic. So now we have the third draconic to make Syndra's for free, basically. The problem is, most of our daggers, or one of our daggers, is still on the chain. So
Borrow cards from
she's
friends to
able
win
to
events,
pop
then buy the
them
cards.
right back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna
Jakob
lie to
is
you.
mixing
I'm
and
very
match. The other
fortunate that
kunai
I have
flying back to their
a
hand.
pretty
Nice
large
little
network
mark
of
for
people
later
who are
on.
willing to
For
lend
now,
me
we make our
cards.
way back to Pablo Pinto.
So
Couple
if I
of
want to
cards work
splash
within
in a
that.
different deck, or
It'll be
I
interesting to
need
see
a
the
card that I
three
don't
make
have,
their
I can
way
just ask to
through
borrow it.
for
Ask to borrow it. I'm
Bloodlines
very,
to
very
maybe
lucky to have
leverage
that.
the
It makes things
awesome
very
gear they
like
have
way
become.
easier.
Yeah, playing Syndra
Is there
can
much
sometimes
Durante
be
at the
really
top
tricky
level?
because you have
There
two daggers
was
able
in the
to
heavy
win
hitters
first up
meta.
on the
There
chain.
hasn't
There's
been
no
since
way for you to
Misvale came
tackle
out because
Syndra, or
Enigma
you can,
eats her
but they won't
alive.
do anything because your daggers are still on the chain. So having one in your graveyard and having one
Never met a Flesh and
available
Blood
to
player
you
that
to
wasn't willing to
fuel
lend
those
cards.
draconic
That
chain
also
links
helps.
is
Flesh and Blood
one of the
players
most popular ways
tend to
go
be
about
very
it in
nice
Breakfast
to
we've
other
seen
Flesh
so
and Blood
far
players.
this weekend.
It may
Or
have been
people who
one of my
want to play
favorite
Flesh and
parts
Blood.
of this set so far. Just we find ourselves with so many.
That's why I tell people just to
synergies
fucking
that
show up
kinda don't work
at their
together. You get
locals.
rewarded
Oh, you want to play the
for
game? You don't have any
those
cards?
kunai,
Just show up, bro.
But you also have to
You'll
spend
leave
your
with
time,
cards.
dodging being
Show up,
marked
say,
as
I'm
well.
really interested in
It's all
playing.
things you
I
wanna
like
do,
this
but it's not
hero.
all
I don't have any other cards.
upside.
Can you guys teach
However,
me?
Mark of the Funnel Web, that one's all upside.
Yeah, we saw
We'll just have extra decks.
Pablo
Exactly,
play
yeah.
two sides of the blade, I believe.
Average
as
armory
in
smells a
his
lot better than the
graveyard as
average
well, so
FNM.
gonna
That's
also
so
flat fuel
true.
this Mark
That's
of the Funnel
so
Web.
true. The smelliest Flesh and Blood events are the ones where you share the venue with Magic or One Piece players.
D-react that can only block those slightly small attacks. In this case, make sure Mark of the Funnel Web does not connect, and even if it did, well, that Arsenal isn't there anymore. That does mean, however,
Not that there
Syndra
isn't your
remains marked for now.
stereotypical
Right,
card game
switching
player in
back
Flesh and
to their
Blood.
base
They still
form. I
exist. They're
apologize,
still
Syndra, we
there.
have been hit
It's
along
just
the way
less.
somewhere, so no mark. Back to base form we go. Plenty of work to do if Pablo would like to go back to their chaotic roots.
Thankfully, finding some 3 blocks. I think finding 3 blocks in Syndra has been quite difficult over the weekend. There's not that many to go about them.
That players
So
have less odor, not no
finding
odor,
ways
just
to
less.
be
Yeah.
defensive as Syndra is not super easy, but we also have some traps available to them for the first time ever, so that is also
Poison
a very helpful
Blade.
way against the Arachnis.
That does seem like an
Hopefully, Jacob has
incredible
found
card
some
in this
business
format, right? If you
suitable
could just
to
go like
Another showstopper
2
here
card Pitch
for
Blue, Poison Blade,
Syndra.
Dagger,
Poison
Dagger.
Blade.
That's like
Putting those daggers into
that's so
with
good.
Extra little bits of flavor along the way once you've played it out. 3 go again. Covered up here by that lair of the spider. Definitely
Pablo
one of the
has an
higher
insane
performing
day.
traps
Are
in
you
this format so
spoiling it
far.
for me?
Definitely marking on the go
Is
here.
he going a
whenever
crazy
there's
run?
An attack with go again, and as we play against Syndra, that is most likely the
One
case.
Piece smell is definitely the worst
So
I've
we're gonna see
experienced.
that play
Yeah.
out
There's
very,
also
very
like
quickly here, and the kunai is now having the
no, I have
impact
not
effect
seen the
of
We Made my best newest video, but people have told me about it.
Looks like Yakum staring
There's
at
also like,
silver talons.
yeah, other events are
A
smellier.
little bit
I've
more
never
good,
had
does he
stuff
just cover
stolen
the
at a
field
Flesh
in
and
order
Blood
to
event.
brace those daggers
I've
and
only
throw them
had
away?
my
In this
stuff
case,
stolen
Blood
at
gonna be
other
sending
card
it
game
the
events.
hard way, pushing
Or
damage
events
with our
where
attack
there are
instead.
other card games there.
4 points coming across. Certainly not
Getting
a
your
bad
hype
rate.
going. Yeah, I mean,
Full
I'm
tech,
always stoked to
free
see a
block on the
Pintor
zero cross
run.
attack, everything that you're looking for when you're playing Ninja. And not exactly what you want to see if you're Pablo Pintor. Points of consideration here. Plenty of cards to work with, though.
We have so many defensive capabilities as Arachne. Most of our cards block 3, so it can become very, very comfortable to sit back and block as much as you can, and also send your attacks with these horrific attack actions that can fuel your attack on your turn. And so for Arachne, you can probably find other alternatives than just to be all guns blazing, basically.
It looks like Pablo here has been doing a pretty phenomenal job at holding the line, but we've not seen too much in the way of like aggression or transition from them. Is there like a decision point you think for a player like Pablo in this?
Why
spot
block
where
out?
you kind
Is
of
that
turn
like
the
a
table
battle
and
worn
put
equipment that blows
pressure
itself
on,
up
or are you
when you use it?
expecting this to remain very defensive for Pablo?
I think it definitely depends on if you manage to switch to a chaos function that is going very aggressive and helping you fuel your turn a
I
little
wonder why the
bit.
community of Flesh and Blood is so
But
much better. I
moving
guess we
into an
reflect the
endgame
creators.
scenario where
I
your
don't
back
know.
is
It's just
broken,
like
it will
a
not break, and so you
I mean, I
can
hesitate
really
to
put
just
some
say
pressure on
like
and put your
blanket
opponent
statement
into a
Flesh
place
and
to
Blood
get an
community is
Ashiok,
better, right? I
especially
think
with the
that's
Calicera, it's going to be really, really
not going to
powerful.
promote
So if you find your
uh,
opponent not being able to
good
push as much
conversation
damage as
between
they
card games.
hopefully
But
do, then
I
you
do
can really
think that
turn the
like
table
the
on
Flesh
them
and
and
Blood
push
player
this
base
game
tends to be
into
a
a
little
late game
bit
scenario
older.
where you will have the upper hand.
Slightly anemic here for Pablo pitching 2 races to fuel the mark of the
and
huntsman. We see it does
I don't know, it
connect,
tends to
but we
just
find ourselves
attract
quickly
the
unmarked and then
more like
remarked
working
in time
adults is
for
what it feels like.
yet the same again.
Mr.
Mark the
Julian
prey.
Carr, what's going
Really
on,
simple
buddy?
stealth attack. Excuse me, I apologize. Coming in for 4 in this case, courtesy of that mark. But don't worry.
Dice Fab
it
and
won't
Magic are
be
both in
going
Heartframe,
anywhere if your
Minneapolis.
opponent
Wondering whether
chooses
they
to ignore
coordinated
you.
this.
And Arachne's ability to
Yeah, it's
use
just easier to
+1
run
and
events in
only
the same
throw
time.
again on these stealth cards is also really, really powerful when your opponent is marked as well.
Mark the prey. Looking
I don't know
really
limited, but I'm here to learn Syndra.
Very difficult
Swing
to
dagger,
string
go
together
big.
marked tokens on your opponent and still push damage, and yet Pablo has found a way to do
Cast
that this
red
turn,
cards.
leveraging those Mark of the Huntsman and Mark the Prey to ultimately transform but keep their foot down. Very impressive stuff.
It looks like Jakob is going to ask Pablo to send the bill, and that's going to turn him into chaos mode, and we're going to see a funnel web.
Ding Dong number 2 does arrive in the feature match area. Funnel web, arguably one of the scarier transformations that Arachne
I say
can
Fab probably has
create.
more people passionate about
That
Flesh and
reaction,
Blood.
of course,
Yeah,
gets
no,
you
I'm
discard an assassin card,
yeah.
which use up an assassin attack of your
Yeah.
choice. But should that attack have
Flesh and Blood
stealth,
players don't seem to have the
suddenly
same
you've got
love-hate
Ronin
relationship
Conqueror on
that
your
they do,
Oh,
that
Ronin
Magic players do
Renegade,
with
the
Magic.
absolute perfect starter here as a Ninja Draconic. It's one of the favorite cards that you would love to see in your Syndra decks and the previous 5
Fab
decks
has
from
retired
Uprising.
LOR
A
players.
very,
That
very
is
beautiful
also true.
reprint
Flesh and
fitting
Blood is the
perfectly
safe
into
haven
Syndra.
for Runeterra players.
Yeah, static to see Ronin Renegade back on full display. One of my favorite cards from that draft format, and frankly, gorgeous.
Hoping
artwork
Swiffer and
as well.
Donate can
So
eventually figure it
any
out.
more excuses
Someone
to
will.
stare down Draconic
I don't think
Heavy
it'll take that long.
have
I think
my
like
attention.
the initial builds of the deck will be
Maybe
like
a little
strong,
less
and then I think
happy
it'll just
about
get
the
better
chain
too.
starting, so strong 4 cards to work with for Yakum. Looks like we have
Blocking out mask momentum is gonna be
Lurking
such a
later
bitch.
down the chain
Oh
as
my
well.
god.
Roulette-
Could you
Roulette
imagine?
pursuit
You're trying to block
back
out
there might very well
Flick
mark
Knife
Arachne
Syndra
on the way back.
to
Instead,
prevent
being
mask
used
momentum.
to
Like she's
pay
just gonna
that
trigger it
kunai
so
to keep
much.
this chain going.
Just won first armory 3 months after
We have a
starting with such a
second
crazy
Draconic
high.
Shield
it's
from the
such a
Dragon
it's
Warrior,
yeah.
more Draconic
That is one
coming
thing
out
that's like hard to sell people
on
on Flesh and Blood
display.
sometimes is it's like, okay, I'm just letting you know
Mighty
you're going to
Red Alert
lose a
really
lot.
knocking up, the
And
dagger
they're
on our
like,
headpiece. No
yeah,
need
no,
to
I get it. I've played
defense
other
there.
card games and
Up
it's
the
like, no, you
hunter,
don't
that's
understand.
for Yakum
You're
there.
going to lose
5 points
for a
coming across.
while.
Another red card, really easy stuff. Mark your opponent.
What's the
Now,
equivalent of
that's
Viego
unlikely
Ionia
to
control in
stay,
Flesh and
but
Blood?
those
Probably like
fealties
new.
do definitely come in handy for Syndra. Pablo seems very keen on keeping their hand here.
The thing is
These
in
cards
Flesh
can
and
be
Blood,
really
like
annoying sometimes because
Flesh and
most of
Blood
the cards
doesn't
have an
translate
effect that
one
says
to
mark your
one to
opponent.
other
That's
card
technically
games,
something
as
that
well
you
as
can
other card
prevent
games
by,
do.
you know, blocking. But all of these attacks
They
that have
almost
these effects
fall
from random
under
attacks
like
or certain other
fighting game
capabilities
archetypes
that just
more.
marks on the go.
Because Flesh and Blood
It's
plays out
so,
more
so
like a fighting game.
powerful in order to threaten some point of on hit to your
So if it's on the mindset that mass doesn't feel good.
Love to see this from both players. Very well sequenced turn here from Yakum. Looks like maybe it's a smoke.
What's he
signal
playing?
that is tucked away in their
Pouncing
hand,
links?
ready
I don't
for
buy that. I think that's
aftershot.
wrong. I played exactly 0 games of Syndra, and I played exactly 0 games against Syndra. I really have a hard time believing
Very difficult
you're not
decision.
playing Mask Momentum.
They seem very interested in most of the cards in their hand. Sadly, we've not
Mass
quite
price
been able
raising
to
now,
use
cringe.
those, but not eager to soak up damage here.
Who's the zoner of Flesh and Blood? Illusionist.
And looks like he is committing at least one
You
shot
set
per
up
chain link.
throughout
He's
the
having a
game.
little bit of
And if your opponent gives you room, You like trap them,
The canal going in
and they have a hard
front,
time digging themselves out.
some of the assault from
So like
Yak
Enigma.
Fitter. Mark symbol does go. Fealty appears in exchange, but we are back over to the funnel.
Lynx
web.
enables the big
And of
poison
course,
blade
that smoke
combos.
signal in Arsenal
Yeah, I'll have to watch that video.
very well entice Pablo to use that.
I wonder how good it is
powerful
into
attack.
disruption. Pouncing Lynx gets 10 plus value
Fealty now
consistently.
available to see
Okay,
if
maybe
they
I'm
can
wrong.
Power up some of those ninja cards that they have available to them if they become draconic.
Okay, this is a big one. High impact majestic making its way into play.
What is it?
Plus
Oh, is it the Lick
4,
Blade
I
one?
believe, coming across
Is it the
on
I
this
Can
dagger.
Fix Her
And
card?
of course, that bonus points because
Pull up the
you
art.
are currently marked 6 points coming in from the mark of the hunter.
Dude, what if they made a Flesh and Blood fighting game? That'd be sick. They did.
What
It's
an
called
annoying
Flesh and Blood.
thing to do there. I love to see some yellow additions into the decks of
I get what you're
players.
saying. I get what you're
Yellow
saying.
Reaper's Call in the pitch zone. I mean,
What do I
most of
usually
the
play
time
in
you
fighting
think as
games?
player,
I like to
red
play
cards are
characters
cards
with
that play
a
offensive, and
high
you do have
technical, but
few
it is the
cards.
I Can
Have you
Fix
ever
Her
thought
card.
that yellow might fit
With a
into
high
sets here that
technical,
you have
like,
played over the
skill
season?
barrier
Yeah,
usually.
absolutely. I think
I like to
that
have
fits
tons of
a relatively
options.
impactful, combo
I
for me.
love
I
set
feel
play.
there's not a
Where
great
like you
number
knock
of
someone
those
down
teams
and then you
iconic
just like
heroes
mix
that
the
you
shit
can
out of
play
them.
for
I
the
love
fun
that.
sometimes. So being able to split the difference.
The fighting game I
definitely
played the
worth
most
quite a
outside
lot.
of like
Speaking
Smash
of
Bros.
worth a lot,
Is
say
Dragon Ball
Buckshot on
Fighters.
full display there.
And
This
I really
card's
liked playing
phenomenal. We see
Go
it
Tanks
in
and
full
Android
effect
21.
here for Pablo at the start of this turn, but one I expect
We're
to
the
make
same person
waves
even in fighting games.
Definitely, it's such a great card. And as you said, we're probably going to see it in Classic.
I actually think too, not just that we have similar things, but I bet if you told someone that we were like related somehow, they'd believe you.
That is visible for now. Considering committing 1 card to this combat chain at the moment.
If we were together somewhere and I told someone that this is my taller, more attractive brother, I bet they'd believe me.
Oh, one of my favorite generic 3 blocks coming around the Throt Along. One of few blue 3 blocks in the generic slots.
Do I think I'll play the Riot fighting game? Oh yeah. Oh, I played Project L already. It's so sick. So sick. Project L fucking bangs.
That means we are drawing
I played
a
Ari.
card, courtesy of the
And Braum.
Bloodshed.
Do I
Reloading
think
Arsenal for Pablo
any Guilty
Pinto,
Gear? Yeah, I
and
played a
of
good bit of Gear.
our era as the funnel web
I played
has
so
come
in
to an
the
end.
old
Back
Guilty
to
Gear, I
the
played
web of
Ram.
deceit. And back to Yak,
And then in Strive, which I haven't played a bunch. We're talking like 10
arguably
hours.
in a pretty good
I
spot
played
here. I don't know about you. It feels like Pablo's been
Oh my
playing
God,
this
what's your
very
name?
defensively, but somehow Yakum is on 10.
Indeed, and so
Uh,
as
Brisket.
a player, you typically want to be
Bridget
as
with the
aggressive as
yo-yos,
possible, but
she's
that can
sick.
sometimes become really hard against an Arachne.
You play
who's
Smash
presenting a
Bros?
lot
Who
of
do you
those
play?
ones
Okay,
and
so
are
I
demanding cards
I
from you,
technically
and
play
prevents
Smash
you from
Bros.
being
I've probably got
successful.
3,000 hours in Smash
Maybe
Bros.
not the most ideal turn
However,
here for Yakum. We're starting off on Pursuit.
I've played Smash Bros. You just discarded from Arsenal. The Web
Very
Weaver hit.
powerful. 4 points of power. 3 block value.
However,
Well,
me and my
Pablo
friends
never knows
have played
it.
Smash Bros.
No go
for
again on this one.
about a
3
decade
cards
now.
left in hand.
Not quite a
Bit of
decade,
strict,
close though, as a drinking
coming
game
to light
called
here.
Super
A bit
Smashed
of
Bros.
death on a Razor Reflex at this point in
And the
time,
way it's
but
played is
we
if you
see
die,
that
you have to
there's
take a drink,
no
right?
Razor Reflex to
But if
be
you get
seen.
spiked,
Also, an extra
if you get
fun
hit
addition into the
straight
set
down and
on
you
Razor
die,
Reflex.
Yeah, we've been
you have to
banging
take a
out Razor
shot.
Reflex in this set all weekend.
So,
One of my
the
favorite
entire
cards
way
to
that
beat
we
Pablo
play the
with
game
sorts of go again
is
in
around
Team
not
Plus.
actually trying to
Such
kill them.
luck for
Because if you
Yakum
just
here.
smash attack them off the side of the
Hit
stage, they just have to take a drink and they're getting off easy. Instead, what you do is you do a bunch of smaller hits like jabs, down tilts, and forward throws to set up the spike.
Plenty of things to consider.
So I'm really fucking good at spiking people. I'm just kind of okay at Smash Bros. So I play heroes that have an easier time setting up and spiking people. So like Mario, Donkey Kong, Captain Falcon, Zelda, right? Like those are the heroes I play. Or heroes. Those are the characters I play. Because the point is
It's like
different.
Pablo read this was coming, and so he covered up himself.
You remember that from an
beautifully,
LOR
making sure that
stream?
he does
Yep.
not
We do it all the
get
time.
an
Every time one of us has a
advantage with
birthday,
his powerful
we all get
attacks
together and play
and
Smash
get
Bros.
some more juice essentially on this upcoming turn.
The Falco down air.
surely,
Yep.
Yakum finally pulling
Down
out
his
those
down
few
tilt
players
where he
that
just
they've
like
gone
not Falco, sorry,
forever.
Captain Falcon's
The
down
turn
tilt
to
where he like
swing way back over to Pablo Pinto in
split
this
kick,
case,
like his
two cards
axe
to work
kick.
with, and
That's
Arsenal
really
locked
good.
and loaded from that previous draw, thanks to their powerful turn. We do start with that.
It's like being really good at shapeshifter draft and kind of mad CC. Yeah, exactly.
It's so difficult to block. It feels
It's just
so
fun.
miserable dedicating
Although I do
entire
love
cards to
fighting
this
games, the
dagger.
issue is like I kind of had to pick between fighting games, card games, and TFT, and I picked card games
Indeed, and it's like
because like all of them require
all of the
so
things that the
much
racket
like
has
upkeep
available, there's probably an attack reaction
and
lurking.
practicing.
Speaking of which, we are going to be reducing that dagger right up to 4 here. Yakum, no tricks, no D-reacts, so we'll be falling
Efficient
all
turn.
the way down to 6.
Unbelievable. From what you've seen so far, thoughts on the set? I mean, this set isn't really for me. I'm gonna focus mostly on Assassin.
But in this case, paying 1, coming in for 5.
A lot of exciting stuff, though. I think this is a really good set for a lot of people. It's cool to see an aggressive warrior that's not fucking Bolton, you know, like a real hero. I think Fang's really well designed. I think Syndra is like cooler Fi. I think it's cool. I think it's a really cool set. Arachne like is so sick. People are gonna fucking love Arachne. People love Assassin.
With their equipment, soaking up some of this hit.
Any resource, good resource for sealed deck building.
This feels like the turning point.
Yuki's podcast usually has good stuff.
What Syndra is all about.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if we can get some.
How much does
action
new
with that
played
fealty
mark?
token.
Currently 0. We don't know what she's gonna look like with the new set. Because we just got all the cards yesterday.
Flavor cards available to Syndra in that case.
Kicking things off with a illustrious, snug little head jab. 3 points covered up nice and cleanly by Pablo Pinto
On their
from that fire
heels.
tenet. But of course, the turn will not be ending there. Pablo very happy to play defensive.
Pablo pretty far ahead.
Noticeably,
We'll see if
lots
he
of
can
blue
keep it.
block threes soaking up these hits. That chess piece cashed in for the bonus resource in order to let us grow some claws.
That's good. 1 card 5. Go
Beautiful
again.
turn here
Getcha.
by Jacob, all guns blazing, and
Main mark
Pablo
payouts for the new blue 1
respectfully
attack commons
so,
that might not be
trying
enough to
cover
play
up
it.
as much
Yeah,
damage as
I think
possible,
marked
realizing that
in
Jacob is really trying to
new
utilize
might
his
be a
whole
little
hand
bit of a
to
trap,
do
but we'll
as
see.
much damage as possible, and Pablo,
New Ranger win.
seeing a full blue hand, as it looks
would
like.
be
We have mostly blue cards on the
shocked,
defending side.
beyond
Lots
shocked
of
if you
blue
don't
stuff
have a
biting
Ranger set by the
dust
end of the
to
year.
Soak up the damage for Pablo, keeping that life total healthy and high.
At
this
least
time
1
around.
Ranger. You might even get
But
2 Rangers by
will
the
that
end of the
one
year.
card remaining have anything to say? Looks like we are passing.
Any thoughts on Azuri
priority
mark build?
back to
Azuri is
Yakum.
just
That
not
turn
for
May
me,
have got them exactly where they want to be.
so I don't.
This is
I just haven't put
really,
any
really
thought
good for
into it.
Yakum. A 5-card hand with that arsenal and 4 cards in
You know what'd be
hand
really good here? A
available
0
to
for 4
them.
D-react.
This is gonna be a big punch here.
Dust Runner Outlaw kicking off the turn here. The perfect chain starter. And we can see Blaze Headlong waiting in the wings. I believe a Burning Blade Dance as well. This turn could be huge for Yakum.
just sort of play mark
Wow, this
Most
is
of the mark
looking
cards have
really,
blue stealth
really
1 attack
nasty,
versions.
and
Yeah,
Pablo does not
I don't know.
know
The banishing stuff
yet
in the
what is
incidental
to
life gain
come,
is really
but we
important and
know
new.
that this turn is gonna be
Like she does a little bit of
absolutely massive. That is
active
exactly what
fatiguing,
Yakum needs at
which
this point.
matters in a
Down
lot of your
3.
matchups.
Pablo at 9.
So you'd have to
There's a
be
little
getting quite a
bit
bit of
mountain
value
to
from the
climb
marked
here.
cards
This
to
is
want to
exactly
switch
what
off
he
it.
needs in order to turn the triggers around.
Yakum
If you were to
flaring
go into
up,
Flesh and
threading
Blood
a
Battle Hard
blistering
tomorrow, would I probably play
barrage
new?
of break
Yeah, or
points.
Kano.
Pablo
I
rightly
think people are
taking
like really
every
not ready
moment
for that right
required
now.
to consider how
As long as you don't run into like
go.
specifically Aurora
Definitely
or
on the
Enigma,
back
you're
foot,
like being
but
chilling.
plenty of life to play with thanks to those aggressive and
150 viewers,
deliberate
really
blocks
good.
early
Yeah,
on in this
yeah.
game.
Happy people are
This
coming by.
one is anyone's to take.
Yeah, Pablo considering what he's able to do with this hand, reading carefully what are the
New feels
possible
more
lines,
defensive
what
than
are the
New
best
Arachne, who
outcomes
seems
that
quite
we
aggressive.
can
That is true, which is
find
why I
out
like
about.
New.
Haha, get it? It's
What's
a
with the Pirate Cope? Okay, so
Love it.
the Pirate Cope is
This is
because
a really tough spot to be in here,
LSS
Pablo.
sprinkles in
Some
art that
semblance
doesn't
of
fit
recourse. You can't
into
stay on the back
sets.
foot forever. Your
And
opponent's
usually
pretty sure
what
you
that
need to
entails
provide some
is it's
pressure,
a
but also
hint
you
at
know
a
this turn
future
is going
set.
to be huge.
So,
see a block
for
three
example,
first
we got
time
like
around.
Ripple
Round 8
Away,
we go,
which was
and it's
hinting
time
at the
for those
Mistveil
kunai
set.
to provide additional iconic chain links
We have a
here.
lot of
More
like
pain points for Pablo to worry about.
my intuition, not intuition. My guess
A lot
is
to
that
work with, though. Pablo still
we're going to be
sitting
getting
on
something
a lot
gothic
of
next because we have a lot of
defensive
gothic cards
capabilities
like
with this
Blanche.
equipment suite here.
This is very savvy from Yakum here. Looks like we
And
might be
they
able to go
just
the
put out
full,
like what, 2
way
cards
to being
that have
that-
like
that bring that
piratey
dagger
art.
back. So closing the chain link here, making sure
Like
that
Shelter
kunai
from the
is
Storm
ready
has like a
and
pirate
waiting in the
lady.
bin to pull back
And
once
so
we
people are
establish
hoping that that's an
more
indication
draconic
for a
chain
new
links.
set
The first of
eventually, which I think it
Blaze
is.
Headlong, an old favorite. It hasn't got any.
I think we'll probably see that
play the
set in
red
like, I don't
card.
know, 3
Going right
sets.
down the highway.
Yeah, one of few cards that are draconic
Also the
that doesn't
freaking
really care
necromancer
about the
wizard
combat
lady in the
chain.
story.
Most of the cards are like, yeah, I
don't
want
read
to
the
see
story.
another draconic on this chain in order for me to do some stuff. Blazehead
I
basically
leave it
says,
to
if you
other
claim
people to
another
tell me
dead
about
card
it,
this turn,
honestly.
I'm just gonna get go again. So that enables Jakub
Blaze
to close
Headlong
the chain,
is
get his
really
daggers
good.
into his graveyard, start a new chain with his Blaze Headlong, with the go again available, and start these new draconic chain links, and so be able
Been
to buy back
Pirates since
his
Riptide's Tress
precious
Chin.
daggers at the end.
That's true,
Pablo
actually. That's
cashing
true.
in the
I mean,
equipment of falling to 5. It's
a
demonstrate
pirate that
devotion as the
uses like a
follow-up,
blunderbuss or
another
something
4 power
absolutely
go-again
would be a
attack.
ranger.
This one immediately
And that'd be
making that
fucking
field
sick.
protection courtesy of,
Like a
its on-board
gunslinger,
ability.
you know? That's
Two
badass.
available
It's just a
now, so
ranger,
you
but
can
with
cash in at
guns.
some
That's cool.
point. That's got to be a little bit scary if you're worried about those kunai coming
I thought we were
back.
supposed to visit the
I
floating
think what Pablo's
dojo
trying
after
to find there,
Outsiders.
what is the minimal
is a
amount of
floating
cards that I
dojo?
can use as blocking
James White
power
did say the
in order
next set would
to
be something the
present
players would
some
love
kind
based
of
on what the
meter
audience
my
seems to
opponent.
like.
It's down to
I
3. That is basically one stealth attack.
I don't think it's pirates.
So
I think it's
anything on top
necromancer.
of that is gonna be
I think the next set's
creating a
necromancer.
situation where Jakub has to respect
I
any
think we're
type of
due for
attack
another
reaction coming
class.
his way. So any amount of, the more cards that
Been a
Pablo has
year.
available to him, the more possibility he has to close this game out. But he needs to stay alive in order for that to happen. So what is the amount of cards that he can keep before
How'd you make a
he
ranger
dies,
without a
basically,
bow?
on
You just
his
turn the
opponent's
bow
his turn?
into a
Pablo
gun.
Pintor in the blender, all the decisions
Right.
to make, but we
Instead of
know they are
arrows, it shoots
capable
other
of them.
things.
The
I don't
previous
know.
Pro Tour champion, numerous accolades over the years. I mean, have you seen that graphic in Night at the Armory? Is what hasn't this man done? Right now, he's got to find a way to survive this barrage from Yakum, who is not letting up the pleasure.
I guess like all the
pressure, I should
ranger
say.
cards
It's probably
specifically say
favorable for them.
arrow though, don't they?
Yakum, of course, sitting on
Maybe
that
they give them a
burning
harpoon
blade
gun.
dance. We can see eager to place it on the combat
Attack
chain
specifically
to
say you need a
follow this
bow?
to
Yeah, I don't
demonstrate
know.
devotion.
I'm sure
Pablo
they could figure it out.
probably significantly less excited about
You
that.
can't play red in the ledger. Well, you shouldn't be playing red in the ledger because that's a
little bit having a think here.
Azalea card.
Really trying to map this out.
Kinda
We
wild
have
there's, like, no
resources
chaos cards.
remaining
I was
on
really
Simba's
upset
side
about
of
that.
things. We have
It's
2
basically
draconic
not
chain
a
links.
talent.
I believe Pablo is
It's like a
probably
fake talent.
expecting a 3rd chain link of draconic sorts. I'm trying to
so
think,
like
is there any
that was a bit of a
options here
letdown for
that he
me,
might be
and
scared
then
of that he needs to
Royal
take
has
out in order
continued to be a
protect
letdown for
himself
me.
from? But taking
Like if you just
4
took
here,
the
going down to
royal
1 is
text
also
off these
very,
heroes,
very
it
scary
doesn't
proposition
change a
from
single
hero that
thing.
can just flick your daggers at instant speed, and there's no way for you to prevent it.
You easily make a
Pintor
one-handed sword
racking
plus
his
one-handed
brain
pistol.
about
Yeah, or like a little
the
crossbow.
zero
Yeah.
cost cards in this
That way they can still play
mostly
arrows if they want to.
unknown format before this week.
We got
Does
spur locked.
indeed
I
give
mean,
some
okay.
respect to the demonstration of devotion. Takes a little bit of damage.
It's an
for the
Arachne
trouble.
marionette
Down to 4.
specialization.
It is that
The Chaos
burning
talent, you
blade
mean?
dance. This is threatening lethal
Yeah.
by throwing that
And I get it,
kunai.
but like
Pablo giving it up.
they showed
Does
spur
not want
locked. It was a
any
chaos
of that
card, so I
nonsense.
was thinking that we were
Kunai
going to
being
get
rebuilt
chaos
as a
shit.
result of those 3 draconic chain links.
I
Yakum
doubt
in
I'm
a
alone in
phenomenal
thinking that, you
position
know.
here.
Definitely taking all of the tempo
Just feels
away
weird.
from Pablo, and Pablo does
Think
not
the
really
gem
have
is
anything to
insane?
come
It
back
does
with
seem
at this point in
good,
time. So
yeah.
there's going to be another turn for Jakub to try
The
and
blue,
close
too.
out this game. But of course, we're on turn 7 right now. That means that we are closing in on the last powerful cards in each player's
Was
deck at this
disappointed they
point
didn't get
in
any
time, ending
specializations.
into
Yeah,
that
they did.
final end state
There's
of
the
game,
rares.
where we might go into a fatigue situation if that
And they're
happens
really
to close
good.
out.
Speaking of fatigue situation, it's not something I would have been super mindful of till now, but is it just me?
Necromancer is
or
Shadow
both these
Illusionist.
players'
It's
decks
its
looking
own
rather
class.
small?
That was my
We
thought
know
as
because of
well.
the
So we're
lore book,
probably
and they've
entering
talked about
the
it.
second cycle of the
How
decade.
they're
We're
gonna
gonna
make
reach
it
the
not
pitch stack
be
of each
basically
hero.
Shadow Illusionist, I'm not really
And
sure,
that then
but
becomes the question of what powerful cards have these both players pitch stacked for their capability into the second cycle.
All right.
it was
kicking
blank
things
CNC's targeting
off
draw card real quick.
with
I do have the
Pablo's
cold
threatening
foil
attack and release. Gonna threaten to
Imperial
mark
Seal of Command.
Pablo on hits.
Speaking
Will
of
be
royal
doing
cards.
Just that.
I do think this
fourth
card's really
breakpoint
good.
Does connect. Mark of the Black
Gotta switch to
Widow,
flight mode.
cashing in a fealty.
Safe travels, my friend.
Okay, we are scaling.
I'll talk to
this
you
time
in a couple
around,
days,
threatening
'cause I'm sure we're gonna be doing
draconic
some serious
attack
testing.
As a follow-up with Art of the Dragon scale. Now,
Ooh.
blowing up equipment, maybe not quite as impactful in the limited format as it
Probably
would be in
tax to
Classic
reanimate from the
Constructed,
graveyard.
but you
Yeah, I
can't
want like a
argue with
reanimate
5
type
power for
playstyle.
1 resource.
We also have some
Yeah, that's a beautiful
graveyard
card, and the
cull
powerful
effects, right?
on
Like
it to,
gravekeeping.
go accordingly with it. Sacking a fealty token in order to make this draconic to get that power.
So like a deck that
online
cares
really
about their
shows the
graveyard, like
power of
actually
those
cares
fealty
about their
tokens
graveyard
and
would be
how
really
those can
cool.
really power up your
Not like Levia, which cares about their graveyard in like an
Significant
abstract
effort,
way.
would you say?
Absolutely. Those fealty definitely looking to find a home with those Art of Dragon cards. Similar effects to the, Devotion Never Dies we saw earlier today. Those are the real haymakers.
Ooh, this is a
Speaking
good
of
card.
haymakers,
This is a really good
Hello?
card.
Spinneret, this one is going to give a bonus chunk
Oh.
of damage to the
I
upcoming
thought this
attack.
was the one where you
Does
equip the
provide
sword.
That Chalicera, if,
Yeah.
up front.
Okay, he's just
So
getting
the
it,
next
yeah.
stealth attack a little bit bigger, and it's going to be marked.
See,
with
having a
Prey.
bunch
There's a
of below
follow-up
rate attacks
combo.
that
Now, this is
only
a
get played from
really
graveyard for
impactful
huge go
turn
wide
here. We've
turns.
managed to beat some cards, and this
Could be,
forces
like Chain.
Yakum to give us
Blood
two
Dead
of
Chain.
their cards in order to stay alive. Now, a 2-card hand from Syndra, that's way less threatening than 4.
Considering
Yeah,
Wrath
with
of
2 daggers
Retribution and Fire and
available, we
Brimstone
have at least
specialization.
one
I thought there was
minion
like
that
an
can set
actual.
2 damage on a,
I thought it was
basically
like
a Kadashi launch, since
Syndra's
Pablo is already
like
down
legendary
2-1.
Syndra card or something.
And so,
Am I
as you mentioned, going down to a
wrong?
2-card hand is not where you want to be with Syndra, but when your opponent is already at 1 and your daggers available to you, then you can really cause some damage.
Tough spot to be in for Yakum Flitter. This game has been on a knife's edge the entire time. Both players now taking a moment to realize that the
4 cards
fatigue
each.
aspect.
Yeah, I guess this
is
is technically
real.
not
There
like a
is
specialization,
one
you're right.
additional
I just saw
hand of
legendary
cards
and
for
my
each
brain
of
filled
these
that in.
players. It is do or die in every which way.
How good do I
here
think
in
the good cards
Hunted.
are? The new cards
So
are for
one way
new?
for Syndra
Not
to
super
combat
good.
the
I mean, I think the
fatigue
best
scenario is by using
new card for
her
new is a defense
daggers.
reaction.
Create one Draconic Chain Link with one of your daggers in the graveyard with one blue
No
hit there,
mark,
present one,
please.
and then bring one back. So with a
I don't
2-card
want to be
hand, if
marked.
that is Draconic, then
Spooky
you can
spot for
present both
Pablo.
of these attacks and then bring your other dagger back, and then you can cycle those through back and forth. So with a 2-card hand, you can actually create some very interesting scenarios. So there is absolutely ways, but that's also
Is he thinking about
focuses on the fact
overblocking
that you
to
have
not
your
die to a
cards
plus
remaining
3?
that has some kind of draconic effect in order to do so, but also depending on if they're 0 cost or 1 cost. So there's a lot of mathing going on in the pitch stack scenario for Syndra.
Tight corners to navigate for both of these players. You can see it in the face of
You can
Yakum
misplay shenanigans with
Flitter.
that card.
Does not
Yeah, I was
know
also looking
where
at the
to
card
go,
that
what
banishes
to
1
do,
cost.
how to find that final point of damage.
Could be something you want to play.
Pablo, stoic as ever. The
Or 1
Iceman in
attacks.
Flesh
You know,
and
it's
Blood,
pretty good against
taking a
Syndra.
moment to breathe in all of the permutations of these upcoming turns. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, Yakum is really fighting for his outs here. If there is a attack
I'll take that
reaction
sideboard
costing
tech for
0 in
Ira.
Pablo's arsenal,
I mean, could be. It's definitely tech for.
Bang,
Yep, there
we're
he goes.
banging.
Razor's edge. It's
Damn.
like you knew it was
Whew.
there, Erica, lurking.
Alright, I'm
in
gonna run to the bathroom.
arsenal
I'll be right back.
of Pablo Pintor will secure a win in that round and bring the Goliath all the way to 3-0.
God, I was really hoping we would get to that tight endgame where they were just sending daggers back and forth for a little while until someone would just like fall over. But as we mentioned, Arachne has such a capability with his attack reactions, and so sometimes it's really, really hard when you get to those scenarios where you're really low at life and you really need to bet on your opponents not having it. And Pablo had exactly it.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful game from both of these players. This goes to show you all the things you have to consider in these spots. We kind of noticed, oh man, I'm running out of cards. Oh, I'm on 1 life. Oh, I'm marked. What am I supposed to do? There's so many moving components of this format, and I think I'm in love with that.
I really, really love it. There are so many little tinkeresses to think about, and there are so many ways for you to find victory. As we have seen, both games are going very, very fast, and some games are going a little bit slower. So we're seeing both of the ranges here today on display, and I absolutely love it that we have both of these ways that games can go, despite the fact that the set seems to be so powerful by the looks of it, with all of these attack reaction, but we also have so many defense reactions. So the possibility for games to end up in a fatigue situation that we almost saw here is really, really there for this set. And just the way that you have to think about keeping your cards for second cycle and keeping some power cards for that late game is also something that you need to consider.
It's a real mix and match. So many elements. I can't wait to get my hands on more of the Hunted at events near you. And there is plenty of events, all right. If you haven't had the chance to come and join us in Prague this weekend, don't you worry. We have a robust, lavish schedule to look forward to at the beginning of 2025 here, if you're a fan of Flesh and Blood, on the road to World Tour London in April this year. First of all, maybe the most impactful event in the near future, Memphis on the horizon. The first time we have ever had a double calling weekend. Regardless of your preferred way to play, there is something for you in Memphis. Classic constructed calling and the Hunted, Sealed and Draft.
Absolutely amazing, and I would be so stoked if I lived anywhere close, because having the possibility to go either which way on the base you prefer to play the game, there is absolutely something for you.
Absolutely. Speaking of Memphis, I have a really important update about this event that I'm very excited to share with you. That your feedback has been heard. Classic Constructed, everyone loves it, of course, but there's always that small dilemma of, hey, there's a brand new set released. How do I get cards? Well, don't worry. If you're attending World Tour Memphis, there is a way for you to do just that. There are 6 official vendors on site who have access to stock from the Hunted. If you want to pre-order with them, you can. If you prefer to order on site on the Thursday before the event, you can walk into the venue and secure the cards you need to play these brand new heroes. All you've got to do, if that interests you, go and check out the registration link for the event in Memphis, and you'll find all the information you need right there.
Awesome. Really, really nice to hear. The availability of cards is, of course, somewhat of a pinch sometimes, especially when the cards are just released and the events that are coming up are so tightly packed. And of course, we want to give all of the best possibilities for you to enjoy your weekend as the best as you can.
We continue down the road to London, Bangkok on the same weekend as Memphis, quickly followed by Christchurch, an event I'm really excited for. Yet another taste of the Hunted Sealed available in that Battle Hardened. But if Classic Constructed is more your thing, don't worry, that's the format for the calling.
There's so many events, as you can see on the screen. We have so many Battle Hardens coming out here in February and March. We have Barcelona, we have Portland, we have Charlotte, and then something very exciting. We're going back to Japan.
We certainly are. The event in Kobe, one to look forward to on March 14th to 16th. We've got both the calling and the Battle Hardened as Classic Constructed for that one. But the calling coming back to Japan is...
I'm heating up some instant ramen.
The game was
And I got some chips.
And of course, our World Championship in the
All right, I'll be at Portland.
Very happy to be back.
I'll be at Memphis.
Speaking of soil, we're going somewhere
And
very
then right
special
after this,
that. Sao
there it is,
Paulo
London. I'll
on
be
the
there.
horizon.
The first calling in Brazil, and
Doesn't
that
look
is
like I'm gonna
one
make
that
any of
I
these.
will personally look very much forward to watching.
But I still
Yeah,
get like
me too.
RTN season
First
over
calling
here.
in Brazil, it's gonna be a
I'll be
classic
playing
constructed
RTNs
one, so
in
is the Battle Hardened. Most
We're playing an
importantly,
RTN or two
tickets
in
are on
the
sale
New Jersey area,
now.
actually.
If you want to join us in Sao Paulo for a little bit of the action, you can hop on over and buy something there. Of course, the stop in Dublin, one I'm personally very excited for. The Irish community of Flesh and Blood players, they're very passionate. They're behind me at several points today to let me know that they are
What's my favorite
in
dinosaur?
the building, and they are very happy to get that last chance to test their deck.
I mean, if you
before
asked
that big
6-year-old
event in
me,
London. Battle Hardened,
he would have said
Protest Plus for you
Velociraptor,
there is the best
'cause,
way to
you
get
know,
those
that was an
final
edgy
reps
kid.
before the big show.
Definitely, and don't forget that you have Jakarta as well on the same weekend. So no matter where you are in the world,
I'll also be at
hopefully
London,
you can
kinda
get to
nervous.
some
What are you
of these
nervous about?
locations if you're planning to come down.
What's got you
towards
feeling the
London
nerves?
and get your guns blazing, basically, with the Pro Tour that is going down in London. So you have both Dublin and Jakarta as your final stops before we reach the creme de la creme.
I cannot wait for that World Tour occasion. April 10th to 13th, back in my home country. More than happy to have the Pro Tour meet Big Ben and a Greg sausage roll along the way. Pro Tour, CC calling, LL Battle Hardened. If you're a lover of Living Legend, there is
How
something
good do I think the
for
new heroes will be?
everyone
Pretty
in
solid.
London this
Pretty
year.
solid. I think this
If there's one
I think
event
this
in
set
Japan
will have
coming
a
this year,
higher
make sure
impact
that
than
London
Rosetta,
is part of that.
but a lower impact than Missville.
100%. All kinds of events on the horizon. Cannot wait to make our way to any number of those in the near future.
Like an
That's
uprising amount of
the
impact.
event we're at now. There is plenty
Which is
more to look forward
quite a
to
bit.
here from the World Tour stop in Prague and the calling.
Banishing
right
Cinder's
behind
daggers
me.
to him, it's like a
We're gonna take
blowout.
a very short break and be right
Does
back
seem
with
pretty
some
good. I
more
mean, she can always
action
just pick
straight
them up
after
in
this.
response.
Don't go anywhere.
If she has a blue, which she probably won't have too many of.
Zone. That-
Still going with the Iraqi.
Oh,
That's,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Deck's got to be good, right? If you're gonna go ahead and forego an equipment zone to play one of these
Simon
two heroes and seals, I
Nielsen.
can imagine that means the rest of the cards in those 30 that you're presenting just straight gas.
Yeah, you get a lot of options.
Hard to have a
for
bigger
opponent,
impact
and
than
it's
MST.
more likely
Yeah, I'm
than
hoping
not
we
you're
don't
able
ever
to
have a
complete
set
with
that has
set,
that
but
is
most
is
do
as
see more
impactful as
pieces
MST
down
ever
there
again.
in the arena. So yeah, I think
I'm sure
there's a
eventually it'll happen,
very
but I
good
really hope it
question
doesn't.
to ask here, why did Joshua still choose to go with Arachne despite this glaring weakness?
Looks like Simon Nielsen's on the play. We'll find out all the
If I run
answers
Sacred
in
Arts, you can
moments
eat in
time.
response to
A
your
red
pickup.
cut
Well, here's the thing.
headed to the
If
pit zone, setting up for what might be a second cycle game as the Obsidian Fire Vein joins the combat.
If it's on
for the
her
first
turn
time,
and she has
not the last time
Draconics,
during this match.
I don't think
see
she's
a
once per
lot of
turn, right?
daggers
So
out
she can
there
just
doing
activate it
their
again.
thing. Tough
Like, let's say that
defending
she's got 3
decisions
Draconic Chain Links
for
and then she activates
the
it.
player playing against Fang
Let me
on
check.
turn 1. You
me check.
don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to go ahead and leak damage, and you see 2 cards being put in front
Okay, it is once per turn. I
of
lied
the
to you.
Obsidian Fire Vein right off the bat.
It's like a Perforate and a Strange to the red back.
So
So
yes,
a
that would work.
Majestic and a Rare committed. Looks like we're coming in after this.
afraid
and
she
it's
might turn
gonna
out
be a
super
Tooth of
impressive.
the
I don't think she
Dragon,
will.
giving the next Draconic attack +3. This was the card.
There's
you
a lot
said.
of tools. So you can run things
Important
like, is
Fang
that all you
decks.
got?
This is why. Look at this sidestep with
this
so
round's on
much
me.
defense being committed to that
General,
first chain
like
link.
the
Simon just
standard
basically
assassin
forgoes it
stuff.
and goes ahead and passes on the offense to this next chain link, representing 4 here with a card still in hand.
I think one of my favorite things about this whole format is how different going first feels than almost any, I mean, certainly limited format, but many even constructed games I've played as well. This limited format, it's so fascinating how, like, going first doesn't feel nearly as bad as it does in other formats that we've played, where aggressive matchups, you want to go second. There's so many ways to get over the top and to really get some true value from your first turn of the game. I love the complexity and the timbre that it brings to these matches.
I'm going to be frank with you, Sam. One of the big priorities for our team as we worked on this set was to shift a little bit away from that mode in Uprising where it felt like winning the die roll in a Draconic match was so important. We really wanted to de-emphasize that this go around. Time will tell if we succeeded, but so far, early results look promising here. Reaper's Call being discarded here. Love to see that on turn 1 from Joshua.
Yeah, 1 damage over the top, but we've seen this a couple times already over the weekend. The player who has one of those effects, like a Reaper's Call, like a tip-off, willing to take that 1 damage, even on something like a turn 0, simply to get the mark to start the game. And we know how important that is for the Marionette.
Star was the biggest mistake I ever printed. I mean, true.
Much better use of 2 resources, 2 than 1. Literally double the damage.
Yeah, benefiting from that mark. On
Sorry,
the
Queen, you
Fang.
can't come up here. I have food and you're going to
Coming
eat
in
it.
for 2 instead. Of course, should this hit, we'll have
Always
the
rooting for
option
Mr.
to
Simon
demark. This is
Nielsen to
gonna
do
be
well.
up tier, so I'm assuming Simon said no defenses, and it's to the point coming down, offering a big buff here, +4, so a lot of value on that mark right off the bat.
A lot of value off that mark. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Sim,
To the
what's going
point,
on?
ripped off the top of the deck as well. So now all of a sudden, this attack for 2 became an attack for 6. No fealty for the Marionette, but
Oof.
looking like wanting to mark again.
Thanks
as
for all the
we are going
Verdance
to
gameplay.
hunt.
Yeah, of course.
I think to the ends of
I'm
Brave.
excited to work with her
This
once
is
we get a
coming
little
in
bit more
for
tools,
to the Edge
too.
of Oblivion. But it's coming in for 4. Edge of Oblivion coming in for 4.
These
on
cards
hit
seem
mark
good.
once again.
Pursuit of the Edge of
Yeah,
Oblivion
love to
specifically.
end the turn with your opponent marked if you can as Arachne. Simon knows that, of course. Going to go ahead and commit some defenses here. Avoid the marking. Nice hand there from
Fang is
Joshua,
surprisingly
able to
bad in
offer a good
Disruption.
burst
In
of
Limited.
damage, get
I believe
Simon down
that,
to
yeah.
14, also preserved in Arsenal.
Imagine missed the LOR era. Yeah, me too. Flesh and Bloods does some really good
Simon
things,
Nielsen,
so I'm happy with
Arcane
that,
player
but
coming in with Hunt a Killer.
I missed the game LOR.
Attack is going
Yeah.
to get that plus, I believe,
I'm happy that I'm like moving
3 or
towards
4 buff. Yeah, it looks like plus
a more
4 buff.
standard-
That one. Oh,
And
it's
then
standard
if the hero is marked or on it hit, it's going to mark them.
career path though. I am happy about that. A
Yeah,
little bit more
for the
stability in my
zero-cost
life would be
versions
nice.
Of these front pumps, you just want to stay as clean as possible as Fang for the point where you do get that.
Didn't help your
powered
local one
up
is insane.
hero
People are playing stuff
ability.
like COB
But
full heal Florian with
on
Dread
turn
Scythe.
4 on a front pump with the additional ability to mark.
Yep,
That's still a
she's
fine
like
rate.
easily
You have to have
stoppable
these
right
reds
now.
in your deck. And this just again presenting really tough defending decisions right off the bat. And we do have the Draconic attack reaction here. Looks like Searing Gaze is going to come down. Push this Obsidian Fire Vein all the way up to 8. But here we see
okay.
our first defense reaction from Joshua.
Little
I've seen
bit
that
of
card a lot.
Lair of the Spider
the
coming
react.
down. That is going to mark, of course, because it is an attack with Go Again that it is defending against. Really nice 4 cards off the top from Josh, I have to say. Utilize 3 cards in defense and utilize
Gonna
that
be
card
off burdens
to
for a bit.
mark
I
and
think-
rip just a
I think you
perfect
should
series of
shelf
4.
her
Got 6
for a
damage
while.
across and was able to
We'll
still
eventually
keep
get
an
stuff for
arsenal
her. It's
with
just
that
not time
D-react.
yet. Right.
Really nice way that his deck presented itself to him.
Talked a lot about players having to go ahead and figure out exactly what
Bang.
Arachne
For the
decks
Emperor.
look like.
What a card.
First blush.
Probably on
Josh's
Riptide.
deck
You could play
looks like
better
it has
heroes.
some
I
really
don't
nice
know if anyone's
market
told you this.
effects.
You can play good heroes.
Reactions,
You're like allowed to
dagger
do
pumps.
that.
We're all over the place so far.
First fealty for Fang off of the back of the For the Emperor. Attacking a marked hero, creating that fealty token, an effect I do really love in both Draconic heroes. Just the fealty on attack, not having to worry about the effect hitting. Really important to make sure you generate the fealty you need.
2 fealty
The
already for
Tarantula
Fang's
toxin comes
pretty
down for the
strong.
defense, so that is, I
Having a
believe,
great
the
time with Flesh
second
and Blood definitely
Majestic
missed the
we've
ability to just
seen
queue up
from
and grind
Joshua.
ladder. Yeah, that's like
Perforate also
I kind of
nice.
have
I'm
like
starting to see why
TFT and
we're
the
willing to
Bazaar
take the
filling that niche
gamble
a little bit for
on
me.
Arachne despite missing that chess piece.
But I miss it all the time. Yeah.
Turn shipping back over to our assassin. 15 plays 14. Well, life total's dropping a little faster, perhaps.
It's got to keep these
unexpected,
fieldies
but
around.
Now we have got the mark of the funnel web. And
Does
of course,
Dorinthia have
thanks to
some
that
cards
mark
she can use
sitting
from
on
this
Simon
set?
Nielsen's side, Marionette's going to be pushing this attack up to 4.
Lucky for Simon,
I don't
no
know.
Arsenal here is going to be able to
Actually.
go ahead and evade that on hit, but still.
Started the Riptide and gave
Stealth
up with
attack
him
coming
after
in for
losing
4.
everything super hard for
Damage
6 months.
matters.
Yeah, maybe
Wanna go
don't go
ahead and
back to
slowly
him.
chip
Oh,
away
Provoke. Yeah, Provoke's an
at
incredible
your
card.
opponents, work them down, whittle them down to nothing so those daggers can start doing their thing in the late game.
Oh no, my Arsenal. Like, I think if you're gonna play stealth cards in new, I think it's
See
the mark of the
exactly
funnel
how
web
Simon
and the
Nielsen wants
other
to
one,
defend
the
this. You
mark
can
of
see even a
the
little bit of
Black
head
Widow
shake,
or
no
whatever it
block.
is
That means
when it
this
hits the
attack
hand.
is going to have go again.
Like, I think
Does
those will be the
Joshua
cards.
have another zero-cost attack to
And you move away
punish
from any
this
2-cost attack that
decision with,
isn't
or
CNC
is that card destined for the arsenal?
and surgical extraction.
Does clear the mark here.
That means it looks like, yeah, just going to pass it in
New World where it's good to run Dagger
no
Dorinthia? I don't
arsenal-
think
excuse me,
so.
no hero
Yeah, Jagged Edge,
transformation
also a
yet
good card.
for
Totally
the
right, totally
Web
right.
of Deceit. But the question is just the card quality high enough that he doesn't even really need to be utilizing those
Why is the new
discard or
D-React so
banish
good?
effects to get the
It's a
plus
0
3.
for 4,
That's
which
the
is
really
like the
interesting
rate
part
you're
of
looking
Arachne
for
is
at a
Web of
0-cost
Deceit
D-React, right?
has a
50%
good
is sync
hero
below
there.
our
You don't
staples
need
for a
to
reason.
change into something else, and that
But
is
being
part
able
of the
to discard
variability
it to
of game
split the
plans you
prevention
have.
up
Just
to just
playing the
prevent
game
3
as
is
Web of
very
Deceit
good.
is not a death sentence.
Especially against these heroes, right?
Absolutely
It's
can win
like
matches that way.
you can block both Kodachis out of
Blaze Headlong
Ira.
coming in. Now this is an interesting little play pattern coming in. No,
You
go
can stop
again as of
some
yet, but
arcane,
as
some
we saw on one of
physical.
these turns prior, that turn 0
It's just
plenty
really
of
flexible.
draconic
So it's like
instants
easily
that
better
we're
than
able to
Vapor
give this
Scene.
thing go again, even in the resolution step.
Yeah, Blaze Headlong may be trickier than ever these days.
But that was Red Zone Rogue
You
for
don't
a
have
split
to go ahead
second.
and
That's
front load
Magic the
directly. You
Gathering
can
Pro
do
Tour
things
champion Simon Nielsen.
after this has already
You want a
come
Pro
online.
Tour,
And there's
right?
a lot
That's
of
what it
scary
was.
instants here. You know, something
I can't keep
like
up with the
ability
naming
to make
conventions
fealty
of Magic.
at instant speed can
Mhm.
really change up the texture.
He's such
of
a nice
Simon's
guy.
turn and send
I really
those
like him.
damage numbers
He wrote an
into the
incredible
clouds.
article, by the way, for
Josh is gonna
like
get this real thing.
people
Looks
who
like
are
no
thinking
blocks
about getting into Flesh and
presented.
Blood, where it goes over what like
Here
Flesh and Blood
comes the
is, how it
reaction.
works, what you should do. Like
Looks like it is
incredible
getting one of
article.
those instants, I believe. This is
Pl-
going to be given
+1.
+1 to
Yeah,
all the
+1 to
cards.
all
Yeah.
Break
counter
over the
attacks. Very nice
coals.
play here from Simon. It is a powered up turn. We do have another
Second one of these.
defense reaction though from Joshua, able to mark Fang once again.
And like we've talked about already during the world premiere stream, marking defensively as this
Very
assassin
good.
hero just so
Very good.
important because you still get the mark across.
Okay, I
you
got this
get the
like
value
Shin
out of the
Ramen,
defense reaction, but then you know you're starting your next
which we're gonna
turn
try
with
here in
that
a second.
+1 and threatening
I
to go
had
with.
it on the
Don't have to
flight
worry
to
about the mark of the
Japan,
Huntsman getting
and
in
it
there.
literally saved
And
my
with no
life because I was
danger
like
digits, that
starving.
mark of the Huntsman
It was
can't get in there on
incredible, but
command
I don't know if it
anyway.
was
Looks like
incredible
it's
because
going
it's
to be
actually
the
good, or because I
goat
was
of
actually
allegiance coming in
starving.
for that one resource. Only draconic cards
You know where I can
can
find
be
the
played
article?
on this turn.
I would
We've got
just
two
search him
reasons
up
to
on.
wanna
I'll
play
find it. I'll
draconic
find it
cards.
for you.
We've got the Rake over the coals and the Pursuit of the Pits of Despair, which now not only can be played for quote-unquote free, but also gets the +1 benefit from the Rake over the coals.
Yeah, is threatening a mark here. Is Pursuit of the Pits of Despair. You know, tomorrow, Sam, we're gonna move into draft.
I can't wait.
And we got to start thinking about pick orders. What matters? What are you prioritizing? I think those defense reactions are such high picks. I think they're so important for Arachne to succeed. You just have to be able to play at defense reaction speed against Fangs. So important in this format. The fact that you're getting marks on top of it, really
It's like a
big deal.
guide for people who want to like. It's a
Plunge
strategic guide,
lead.
right? But for people who are just coming into it,
Pursuit.
it's just really good.
Prospect coming in with a +1 from the hero ability and, of course, the +1 from the mark that
0
was
for
given on
5.
defense.
0 for 5.
And on go again, and on hit it gets go again.
I mentioned Web of Deceit being a fine hero. Here you
Wow.
see exactly
0 for
why.
5 is
That's
pretty good, huh?
very powerful ability.
Yeah, very nice here. Last turn, Joshua was not able to punish the go again that resolved from the attack hitting. Let's see if Simon even gives him the option on this turn. Because this is now fully just half
I'm gonna
of
side
what
7 to
Simon
Fab
Nielsen is
comp wise.
working.
That's exactly what that article's for, so that works out really
10
well.
life for Simon Nielsen.
I
13.
think Fang is probably best in the
from our
limited set.
Arachne player,
I agree.
Joshua.
We'll
Still
see how
plenty of
draft
time
works
left
out.
in the
I mean,
round,
and also I haven't
but
touched it yet, right? Like
Simon Nielsen here has to
things
be
feel
real
very
fast
different
with
when
this
you
stealth attack.
get to actually play the games.
Arachne kind of feeling like the aggressor so far in this match, and now that's really going to be
let me toss
emphasized. As
this
Simon Nielsen
plastic
all the way
thing.
down to 5 here, and this time
I
we
will
do
give this
have
a
a
shot.
follow-up from Joshua.
Oh, he had a thing?
He sees the opportunity to go
Oh,
ahead
zero
and
for
just put his foot on the neck of Simon Nielsen and push that life total ever lower.
3 more damage after Simon Nielsen. The life totals will be changed shortly. Is at 5. There's now 2 attacks in a row that Josh has threatened half or over half of Simon Nielsen's life. Fascinating game we're watching play out, right? We're not seeing a lot of actual on-hit effects beyond the go again. It's really just Arachne saying, listen, you're supposed to be the aggressive deck? Nah, dude. Watch me. Watch this.
That's pretty good for instant ramen.
Familiar with the term mid-range, Sam?
I am, in fact.
Yeah, a deck that can play either offensively or defensively. Think Web of Deceit.
Ever played any
embodies
single-player
that
card game, Slay
so
Spire
well.
across the obelisk? Not really. No.
And Simon Nielsen falls
I
down
often
to
find them
2.
interesting for about
Precarious, too,
10 hours.
against the hero, which it may not
And then I
have
do the thing,
reactions
and then I'm
of
over it.
Fang, but there are plenty of
I usually
ways
try to
be
just build the most
deceptive
degen combo deck
in
I
this
possibly can,
Arachne
and then
deck.
once I do it, I don't want to play the game
Obsidian
anymore.
Firebane going to get +3 thanks to that public bounty.
The ones that
because
keep
of
my
the
attention
marking
are ones that
happens
have
in those opening cards. And now coming in for 4.
meta progression,
On hit will make another fealty token.
like
Thanks to that
roguelite
mark.
type progression,
Does have
where
a
you're
fealty
constantly
if
getting
Simon
stronger
needs
each time,
to create,
unlocking new abilities and
build your
things.
own
But there's not really a lot of
draconic
those
card
in the
on
card
this
game
table.
space.
Looks like he's got at
The
least
single
a
player card
Searing
game
Gaze in
space.
the hands.
Like
Valak
Slay the
can
Spire
play
is just
for
like
free.
do a run, do a run, do a
Obsidian
run, do a run, and
Firebane
I don't
can
like
join
that.
the party as well. But Simon Nielsen fell to 2 to make this turn happen. What gas does he have in the tank? What is he cooking in the
Ever try out
chamber?
Faria?
And is Joshua going
I don't
to
even know what that is.
respect the damage after seeing how low Simon Nielsen went to preserve this turn?
We've seen Fang put out some massive turns. If Simon has one of those
Good amount of
loaded up
spicy.
in the chamber here, could be totally
All
fine.
would be spicy.
You can close this life total difference.
Recommend
in a
Arcanium. Looks like the
flash.
genre as a whole isn't your thing. Well, that sounds like Arcane, and I like
Pieces
dealing
of equipment
damage.
looks like they might be headed over. Josh is
I like
showing us
I
it's
like
not even
casting
need a chess
spells.
piece. I'm
Arcanium.
just going to hit you in the face as hard as I can. No transformation yet either from the Web of Deceit. The
Open
Brood
world
stays
strategy
behind in this
card
one,
adventure.
as Arachne is looking to do this all on their own.
Nice
Interesting.
defensive options from Josh.
Yeah, look at this.
Faria.
Red Alert boots and the Blade Beckoner gauntlets. 2 pieces of equipment that are going to get that +1 buff because you know it's going to most likely be an attack reaction. Let's see if it's an instant, so the
Am I going to Memphis?
The,
Yes,
Red
I
Alert
will be
won't
there.
go up, but no, it is going to be that
80
cut
might be
down
something in
created
the genre with meta
the fealty
progress.
token to become draconic. Now this is an attack for
Interesting.
8, but both of those
I'm planning on
pieces of
playing any of the
equipment are
heroes.
blocking
I
for
might be
2
playing
apiece,
Arachne
which
Marionette,
means
but
just the equipment
I
is
like the
gonna crush a
defensive
5
style
value,
new,
and the
so
Den of the Spider is going to block
maybe
this
not.
out entirely.
Yeah, totally clean cover here from Joshua. That
Oof.
scar tissue looking to go ahead and push damage through, but Joshua has the perfect answers in the form of all the
I need
equipment.
you to sign my Stormies.
as well
Okay, if you're
as
sure.
that
That's an
reaction.
expensive card.
And if Simon doesn't close the life total deficit on this turn, so much of what Simon is able to leverage is the fear of death. When you are at a low life
Yeah,
total
hate dying.
against a warrior, they start demanding extra cards from you. If Simon can't get Joshua down low enough, I think the ball remains firmly in Joshua's hands.
Let's see how Simon Nielsen wants to continue. Really slick, clean, honestly decisive play from Joshua there. The equipment just getting so much value. I mean, if you're going to get 5 points of defensive value, maybe you really just don't even need the chess piece.
I
It's
too
another
hate being
big
dead.
wrinkle,
Exactly.
and,
Yeah, I would
a
be
change from
much-
the last time we
Much
dealt with one of
happier
these
to
explosive
sign an
draconic
inner sleeve.
formats.
Yeah, like Leopold
The armor's
says.
just way better this go
Way
around.
better. And
It
way better.
scares
So
me to
many
sign expensive
options.
cards.
Like a
Because
a
I'm
really
basically
healthy
ruining the
amount of
card.
options. When I was opening my seal pool yesterday playing Syndra, I was like, dude, I have multiple loadouts I can choose when I go into my
Nah, we
and close
ball.
my armor at the start of the game. And it
Fair
feels
enough.
really satisfying to be able to utilize them all for different situations, different matchups.
We have none floating.
Obsidian Firebane gonna follow this up. We know there's a Searing Gaze in the hand as well for Simon Nielsen, but all of a sudden, card in hand, card in arsenal, yes, but Josh is still sitting at 13. And Simon Nielsen
you're a
is
chip
maybe not
person-
going to be able to pressure enough to make going to 2 feel perhaps worth it in this
Tostitos
scenario.
Hint of
Yeah,
Lime
even the buff
are
on
the
the
best
Searing Gaze,
chips
getting the
on the
max
market.
value out of this
Is
on the second
literally the
turn
only
link
chips
and
I
getting
buy.
the mark is just sort of rendered irrelevant here by virtue of this Arachne already being marked. So there's no real punish here for Josh.
Thinking about keeping art visible and text readable.
Simon,
Got that, yeah.
When Simon's sitting at 2 with a 3-card hand, and a 3-card hand from an
I
assassin.
need to
can
get
represent
Kratos ahead and
almost
sign a
anything.
turtle. Chips of the
Still
bomb.
some
They're the best.
armor on
They
the
rock.
side of Simon Nielsen does
Okay,
still
Guard and
have
Arsenal.
the Blade Beckoner helm, the Red Alert gloves. God, I believe that the Path of Vengeance down there in the leg slot, so that will give him some insurance. But Josh's deck has been
Your mind
proving
is
to be
Storm
quite
Shadow, zero regrets.
aggressive.
I hope they've
Let's
been
see
working
just
out
how
for you.
aggressive it's going to be on this turn.
3 cards is spooky when you're at 2.
Fang marked once again.
Especially
You
if it
know,
starts off with a
Arachne
Gogan attack.
hasn't transformed, but Fang has been marked throughout this entire game, basically, mostly on the back of defense reactions.
Up 6 and run here, just going to make this weapon come in for a total of 6.
Ouch.
Thanks to that mark, again done defensively. So 2 cards coming in, 6 value, still has 1 floating, maybe for something that can go over the top of this. And there are plenty
That's so
of
spooky. Yeah,
attack
you could just die to a
reactions
pump.
that
You're like,
Assassin
well,
has
okay.
in Assassin, as well as in Assassin/Warrior in those dual class cards that
After
can make
Blue's
this dagger
CYB
just
ban, haven't used them since they
lethal
stopped playing
even
Burdens.
through
Trust
blocks.
eventually we'll get
Yeah.
Icelander and
Razor
Adult
Reflex.
Blaze. Eventually.
Absolutely, we haven't seen it yet.
Got him.
Got him.
I signed this
folks.
contract. Control of your assets, big ban.
Some
Of course,
nasty things,
yeah.
Razor Reflex.
It's gonna be
might
signed
doing at
Majiinbae, which is
CC
not
pretty soon. I don't know if you've been checking
like
out. Have you seen the Blood
good
Squad
luck. That's
effect?
not gonna
Seen it?
fly in a court of law.
Familiar with that card?
It's a cool one.
Yeah, really powerful piece of equipment. Looking to play maybe a bit of a faster game than a Tunic typically would.
Yeah, 3 resources.
You know what the
off
4th
chest
blitz
piece in
deck
a
is?
quick game. Seems dope
right, we
to
don't,
me.
do we?
Simon Nielsen here thinking about the blocks on 2 life. Arachne sit
Work
pretty.
out.
9. 1 card in hand and 1 floating. Josh are looking to close the door on Simon. Even with his impressive resume,
Oh, it's younger Arachne?
that's
Okay, cool.
not going to save him here if he is not able to block this out enough or entirely.
And if you're
We just
Simon,
want to know what that
making
hero is in the
smart defensive
gem pack.
decisions
All right, let's try this
right now.
broth.
That's early.
The most important part.
Early in this format to know the range that Joshua could potentially have, to know your punishes, to know the max value you can get out of your hand. It's really hard to have figured all this out at this stage.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And I think
Definitely
it's
a
one of the
couple
reasons why
steps
we've
above
seen
Cup
Fang
Noodles,
kind
that's
of
for sure.
Shoot to early success. People just don't have these play patterns down yet. But I would say the same is true of Arachne. And the fact that
Adult
Arachne is less
Kiana,
represented
that would
here,
be
and
wild.
frankly, throughout the entire weekend has been less represented thus far in the events going on. Well, players just don't
It's such
have
a tough
enough
spot
experience yet
for
to
Simon.
really know what Arachne's capable of.
Cut deep and couple of those armor pieces.
All of them.
All of them. Here comes the Blade Beckoner Helm, the Path of Vengeance, and the Red Alert Gloves. So if it is something like a reaction, the Red Alert Gloves would get that +1 buff.
Oh,
Looks like it's just going to be another attack. This one's coming in for 3.
Yeah, we'll demand another card, though, from Simon.
I thought that was an attack react, by the way they
On
played
hit
it.
would mark, but another card has
Mystic
to come out of the hand.
Kano.
And Josh is sitting somewhat pretty still at that 9 points of life.
Yeah, this is offering 4 too, Sam, on the back of the
Ah,
Arachne
yes.
ability one more
A Mystic
time. And
Wizard would, like,
I realize I'm
fucking
kind of beating
destroy
a
the
dead horse
game.
now, but Web of Deceit is a real hero. Look at the way Joshua has played this game, leveraging that ability over and over, and only now. No, not even now. Still going to offer 1 damage.
Yeah.
And still not going
No
to
more
transform.
mark, yeah.
But if I'm Joshua, I'm so much happier playing with this base version of Arachne.
It has been
offering
going very
point
well,
after
yeah.
point and problem after
Just like
problem
+1, give
for Simon
Gogan all the
Nielsen.
time.
But we are going to get the mark here. Excuse me. We get it on the mark, the prey.
Which
And
one's
now
6?
we transform.
Trap door.
And I wonder if we just
Do you
ginned it
have
here.
one?
Trap door shows up for Joshua.
I don't think he has
Does
one.
he have another defense reaction?
Fascinating little interaction here. It's a May ability. Even if he knows he doesn't have a trap,
Yep.
he can just go ahead and
We can go
look,
banish a poopy
fail
yellow.
to find, and then give that deck a shuffle, get some of those
No,
cards
no,
back in.
You can't do that, Sam. When you look, you now have to find. Because
you banish
don't-
a card.
Oh.
You banish it face down.
Yeah.
But what he can do, and I think this is just as interesting, is he could go into his deck, banish any card he wants.
Yeah.
It could be an irrelevant card, or he could just really want to make Simon believe that there's a defense reaction sitting there. Because frankly, your play pattern should change if there is a defense reaction available to Joshua.
Yeah, look at that. It does. If you search, you do have to find a card from your deck and banish it face down. But if it's a trap, you get to play it. Still getting to shuffle in, get that pitch deck a little different, more random now. I wonder if it is a trap. I think it might have been if I saw it correctly.
We've seen at least 3 traps so far, I believe, from Joshua. 4th one would be really nice if you're Simon. You could start to.
How
fear
much can he
something
possibly
like
pump
an
this up to?
anaphylactic shock,
Mm-hmm.
just killing you.
However, Simon Nielsen, you can see, looking a little concerned on the left side of your screen, given that he has fallen all the way down to 1. Let's see just what the blocks are going to be. Plunge the prospect being committed to the block.
Simon does have a small buff here, a little bit of damage. Going to head over the top. Nope, there was in fact
It
a
was a trap.
reaction, and it's a fine one.
hunted or hunter here because an attack reaction has been
Oh, it
played.
deals
It's gonna
damage?
trigger, make Simon Nielsen
Oops.
lose 1 life, and that's the game.
That's pretty good.
Joshua just had it all. That deck looked
Two goes
awesome.
into
That
resource.
was
Yeah, you have like
exactly
plus
what I
4,
wanted
plus
to
4,
see
right?
from an Arachne deck here today, and now I understand why we didn't need a chess piece. Just perfect
Straight gas.
spread of defense reactions there from Joshua.
Brian does a good
Really
job
nice
in the booth.
red stealth options, so the breakpoints were there. 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 4. Over
Especially
and
for someone
over.
who's like
a
not
little bit of
caster, right?
slipperiness in the form of those dagger pumps. Just absolutely had it all, and you understand why Joshua is unblemished thus far in this tournament.
Dude, that was so sick. Hit the 6 on the die roll, find the exact trap to kill your opponent.
For my one transform, my only
That is really
transform
funny,
of
yeah.
the entire match, I'll just go get the perfect card here to
Hey,
kill you.
listen, to succeed in one of these incredibly difficult tournaments, you have to have really near perfect play. You have to have good tech construction, and let's be very clear, you have
Especially
to
like
have a little bit of
in World
luck.
Premiers where
And
Brian has
for
played with the
Joshua
cards
there,
like way
had it
more than
really all
anyone else
going
has.
in spades, and congratulations. You got national championships. Kind of.
Where to
not
earn
just
your
around the
points. I
corner,
actually
but
haven't
the
seen this graphic
RTN
yet.
season where you can qualify for those national championships. And as we take a look here at the leaderboard,
fucking damn.
we
Where
do,
am I?
Of course, have
Oh, yo,
these
Victor,
players
14.
from
Where am I? Do I have a point yet?
Just
I think I have
US
0
that are
points.
going to be able to go ahead and compete for their regional awards as well. So you talk about someone like a Jacob Clemens, Nick Butcher, Alex G2, because I've seen memes.
No surprise here.
about
They're
Brady
so
all over the
fucking
world.
far
we
above everyone
see the
else.
memes. That's that's
There they are. Right there.
All
Too
this
far, too
card.
far, too far.
Harkin Arsenal.
Hamilton with the
Some
combed
fun in this
hair.
format so far.
Yeah, because there's a good chance of
Got some
leaking
product in
damage
that? It
a lot of
looks
spots,
wet.
But I would say Syndra in particular is
I even get
honorable
points?
just
I
investing
honestly
a lot
have
of
no
resources,
fucking
giving
idea.
up
I mean,
your
obviously
females, and
doing
not
well
really
in events. I just don't know
accomplishing
what that
all
looks
much
like.
on that first turn. Does play well with large hands, so Michael going to try and go ahead and play towards that with that decision to Arsenal on turn 1.
Love to see it. Didier taking the tempo here. This Obsidian Fire Vein, an infamous start to a combat chain at this point. All kinds of reactions and incidents might be lurking in the midst. I'm interested to see how someone of Michael Hamilton's
Yellow
caliber
pitch.
approaches these first initial Fire Vein attacks.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to depend on the texture of these hands. Do they have that outsized offensive output that we know Syndra is capable of? If not, you may just want to go ahead and get some defense in early.
Looks to be the latter here for Michael Hamilton. Mark with Magma joining the combat chain here. Interested in at least blunting the assault of this dagger a little bit. And rightfully so, the instant giving it a go again will be benefiting the next attack. Tooth of the Dragon, one of your favorites.
Tooth of the Dragon
Yeah, I
is going to be
just love the way
huge.
this card sidesteps
for this
and you see
limited
it
set.
doing the job effectively here.
You're going to have to do a lot of
Hamilton
guessing
made
about whether
defenses
your
in first
opponent has
chain
something
link,
like Tooth
but
of the
the
Dragon
damage
or
now
whether they're
passed
going to
over
pump that
to
dagger.
The second chain link. Going to go ahead and offer a big attack here as we go for the Emperor.
Like,
coming
Tooth of
in
the Dragon
for
is going to
a-
result in
Yeah,
some
putting
massive
their allegiance
blowouts.
nice and early here. Attacking a marked hero for a fealty, no dice this time. But Michael, not exactly happy to be staring down 8 damage this
Jesus
early.
Christ, that's
Some
pretty good.
nice ones lurking in their hand. A little bit of dragon power. Some options available for them. Not sure I want to be taking 8 to the face this early.
Free card 10?
Yeah, again, texture.
Setting for when you
of
miss a
hand,
day too at
all
CZ at
about
Memphis? No,
figuring out
sir.
what my
Well, Floppy
offensive
Mudkip.
return is, and
Absolutely
something
not.
Like dragon
I'm gonna-
power,
I'm-
it only really pays
I already
you
called it.
about
I'm
6
winning
cents.
the Memphis
Once
calling.
you have those fealties going, it's some of the best rates you can possibly get.
I just want to help spread
Right
knowledge
now,
about the
though,
limited format for
it is
everyone
just
I'm
trying
going to
get some
knock
good
out.
defenses in, 'cause you are not going
In the
to get
CC
that many
calling.
chances to defend against.
More like a
Fang.
community
He
thing.
will put you in the blender. He will make you uncomfortable. And once you're in that spot, you're just committed. You're committed to making inefficient blocks a lot of the time. So do you want to take the opportunity to make some efficient ones here?
Michael Hamilton benefiting from that early defense reaction parked in the Arsenal. Lair of the Spider quickly becoming a favorite of all the players in the room this weekend. Love to be able to mark those attacking heroes as and
We've
when.
seen a
In this
million
case,
Lair of
nice
the
solid
Spiders.
free block from the Arsenal. Blunts that assault just a little bit. It's down to 15 for Michael Hamilton.
We saw this card,
Which makes sense.
so much work in our last feature match. In the hands of Arachne, those marks very, very valuable. I would say less so in Syndra.
This
but
calling
still,
or world
you do
premiere?
want
This was
these
the
fealties. You
calling
wanna go ahead and
at
turn
the
on
world
effects like
premiere.
Dragon Power, or just smooth out your chain links a little bit.
Michael making the most of not being marked in this
You're
case.
playing against
Outage
Quentin
may be the
Tarantino.
card that joins the
Kinda
combat
looks
chain
like it,
start.
doesn't it?
Can't play it if you're marked. Bit out of luck, but if your opponent happens to be, it'll be a nice 4 go again, 0 cost.
Pretty good.
Our favorite type of card all around.
It's a scary card to have in your hand. It's a strong card, but sometimes
Yeah,
it
because
can
if you're marked, you can't
get
block
trapped
with it.
this
Like,
card
because it
across
doesn't block,
multiple
and you
turns
can't
like
tag with
this.
it.
You really get punished for it. High risk, high reward on outed.
Favorite type of card in the
Kinda
set.
cool
Definitely
design.
a lovely cycle of those can't play this if you're marked cards. Very skill testing all around for
Yeah,
players this
they're
weekend.
Put some
interesting.
ice
There's
in
a
this.
lot of wrinkles with this set. You know, I think on its face, the Hunted is a somewhat simple set. It's just good classic Flesh and Blood, all melee combat, attack reactions, defense reactions, but there are these little wrinkles all over the place that ask you to make really important decisions time and time again.
Those cyber decisions, definitely the Flesh and Blood Michael Hamilton is used to leveraging. Continuing their turn here, 4 points of power coming across. Didier quite happy to take that initial hit from Altid, maybe not so happy to be staring down March of Loyalty.
No payoff on this one, no go again. We have not yet made this fealty token, but still just a 0 for 4, fine rate.
Vanilla Flesh and Blood at its finest. Den of the Spider going to soak up some of that damage. No real reward there either, but a solid use of the defense reaction for Didier. Leaves them going into their hand, their turn, I should say, with 3 cards in their hand.
Snacking today.
Available, so plenty of momentum to be found by
Who's in a
Fang on
snacking
like
mood?
this.
Have you
Starting
seen
off by cutting
all the world
deep,
champs on
definitely one of my
stream?
favorites in this
Yes.
format so far.
Yeah.
One of those front buffs, but a damn big one.
Yeah, 0 for 4, 3 defense. Just a nice piece of glue, does everything you want as Fang, because now these defending decisions are so hard. You're starting with from a base point.
Pitching
of
red feels pretty
5,
bad.
and anything could be layered on top of this.
But I guess if you have like a 0 cost instant or attack reaction and a 0
Not
cost
exactly an
attack, then it's
efficient
fine.
number to block in this set, regardless of the number of 2 blocks. Arguably makes it a little bit worse from time to time, and you never know when this dagger might be 6. We do see a sweet little smoke signal lurking in the hand for Michael Hamilton. Defense reaction has definitely grown on me over the course of the weekend.
Seeing these defense reactions starting to creep into the successful players' lists, I think maybe there's a bit of hesitancy early
This Michael
on.
Hamilton guy seems like he's pretty good at
Now
Flesh and Blood.
players have realized defense reactions so important in this format.
Couldn't
Maybe
agree more.
format defining.
Definitely saw a lot of the Arachnes adopting those traps early, but as we've gone through the day, we've seen more Fangs, more Syndras picking up the defense reactions that are available to them, trying to sidestep those aggressive attack reactions that really do define this format. Michael taking a moment to breathe here. Pits of Despair in their hand, Blaze Headlong, plenty of options to go through. That hand is pretty well positioned both aggressively and defensively. It's hard to stare down a go wide turn from Fang with so many options available.
Yeah, at some point, Hamilton is just going to have to take some damage, right? You want to just get your own salvo back at Didier. Is this the moment where Hamilton tries to go ahead and turn the corner? And
Some of those
offer
dagger pumps
his
are insane,
offense
0
for
for
the
4.
first time?
Yeah, but you have to look at it in context, right? It's a 0 for 4, but then you have to pitch to activate your dagger.
Usually
If
see
you
Blaze
don't
Headlong
have
as
to
a
pitch
bit
to
of a
activate your
go
dagger,
button
it's fucking nuts.
in these
Right, which
simple
is why,
decks,
like,
but I don't know if the texture
if Fang's able to rack
quite
up
right
fealty, it's
take
going to be
advantage
insane.
here.
And why I think that people are underestimating Fang and CC, where it'll be a lot
Incredible players in the
easier to
match
rack
this
up your
weekend, just
fealty.
taking those moments of deliberation to really figure out.
But like here, this is a 2 card
these
5
cards.
currently. That's
Been
not very
introduced
good.
For the first time as the Hunted makes its way into hands. Michael looks to be interested in applying that smoke signal to this first dagger, but covering with 2 cards, maybe a more proactive approach. I think you're very possibly right here. Text through this hand, maybe a little awkward to get full value out of those tools like
Maybe
that.
completely filled up on
Hamilton
instant ramen,
really
chips, and
in the
crackers.
tank
I'm really
about
eating
this
healthy
decision.
today.
Does ultimately commit 2 cards here.
Those Silver Talons and my favorite Pits of Despair, unfortunately, used on defense in this particular case. It will be some scar tissue juicing up the dagger for Didier, though. Not just 5, we're up to 8. And it will be that smoke
Like,
signal
3
once
card
again,
8 is
covering
bad.
all bases for Michael Hamilton and making sure that their life total remains at a healthy 15.
Yeah, Hamilton at the ready to play a little defense as Syndra. You know, you think of Syndra as the offensive hero, but Hamilton willing to shift gears here.
Concerned about keeping the fealty
Now
and
just
CC
with 1 card left
after drawing a
in hand.
clunker. I mean, like, surely
Yeah, an efficient
something's
0 for 4, one more time.
a
from
draconic card
Hamilton,
that you
so a
can
bit of
cast,
small
right?
ball going on in these early stages from Syndra.
Love to see this from a player like Michael Hamilton, renowned for their efficiency and their understanding of the mathematics behind a game like Flesh and Blood, demonstrating that a hero like Syndra, known to be aggressive, can find these corner cases
Blaze
where
Headlong, very
you'll get the
powerful.
best value by defending and...
This is my favorite Blaze Headlong mode. It's just like
All
block
these
out,
cards,
send a 0
yeah,
for 4.
That's one of the things I really do enjoy about the Hunted is a shift. There's a constant shift between.
It feels like
offensive
Fang and
and
Draft is super
defensive
consistent,
roles.
being just 1
You need to
below
have a
rape.
blend
Yeah, but the
of
thing
both
is
these
that like
options.
if he gets to his
You can't
fealty,
really
he pops
just go
off.
ahead and say,
But he
"I am
also
committed to
presents
blocking."
so
Again,
much
I
threat when
think
you're
a different
low,
point of
when you're at low single
differentiation from
digits.
Uprising, just a little bit.
That was the same with
different this go
Kasai
around
in heavy
in
hitters. She's like a little
how
bit
these
below
draconic heroes
the other
want to
heroes, but
engage
if
with
you get low and you're trading back and forth, you're in a
This
really
weekend,
rough
some cards that
spot.
maybe didn't find a home in the limited format for Uprising, being all-stars in this format for the Hunted so far. Very excited to see the implications as the format continues to evolve. Didier considering this Blaze Headlong. Looks like they have a hand that maybe can't quite get a peek at everything, but lines
Take
up
4. I want to see a
fairly
big pop off.
aggressively here. We expect to see this from Fang the majority of the time. These attack reactions, draconic instants, they're kind of the bread and butter of the average turn. Does sometimes make blocking a little bit difficult, but the fact there's some pause here definitely makes me think that something isn't quite lining up.
Yeah, and it is going to be no blocks eventually, Scott, and that means we
Warrior
are
in general
committed
just presents
finally
slightly
to this
below
first
rate
big
offense. That's not
offensive
true.
turn on the Fang side. Let's see how scary these numbers get. We've
It's
seen
like
Fangs do
exactly
some
on rate, and
absurd
then
things with
Dynamo
access to
is
5 cards over the course of
pumps
the
you over,
game.
right?
DDA taking permission to open the floodgates. It will be cut from the same cloth to kick off the start of this turn. One of my favorite cards in this limited format.
Agree,
Look at the
100%.
opponent's hand. Punish them for those attack reactions they intended on
Like
using
Hatchet
to punish
Strenthia
you. If you
with like a
can do,
Blade Runner
you'll mark them,
is
and
what?
Your next dagger
Two card
is
8 plus
4
Dynamo?
points bigger.
Yeah, as a baseline 0 for 4. Totally happy with that. I'm playing this card in red basically always. When this gets turned on and you go ahead and get the mark as well, even better. But even
Ooh,
when it
that's a good
misses,
card.
information in the hunted. Very, very important. Knowing what your opponent's up to, especially when you're against Fang and Arachne. This card is at its worst against Syndra for sure. I'm still happy with the 0 for 4 though.
Yeah, we've seen information be king time and
Edge
again.
Story had
in
great
this
numbers.
format so
Yeah,
far.
it was
You
potentially
guys
the best
sound
number
like
deck
you
we've
are
ever
playing your
seen.
mind games
Just wasn't good at
right now,
anything
when
else.
those defense reactions and attack reactions will be coming in. It will be Hunter Killer joining the chain at this time round. Dagger swing coming in. That's 8 points of power on this first Obsidian Fire Vein.
This is about to be a
Yellow
turn right
Hunter
here.
Killer here, and I think Hunter Killer is one of the cards that is good enough for me to happily play.
There's your
in
4 dagger
yellow.
pump.
I do not mind having this card in my deck at all.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
do
still
a
like
mix in
currently a
Fang.
3
It's
card
not
8, right?
one
It's
of those
going to be
decks where I'm
more.
looking
We'll
for
calculate it up
my
afterwards, but it's
22
like
reds and 8 blues. I want some yellows.
the
in
0
the
for
mix
4s
as
are
well,
insane,
because
but
as soon as I get to
you have to be able to
a
take
push
advantage
state
of
when I
them.
achieve 3 fealties, I appreciate the fact that my resource
Because the
base
daggers are
is a
like inherently
little bit
below,
more
right?
powerful
Thought KO is best
than it
numbers.
would've been
No, I got
should I be
outnumbered by
blind
Hatchet's
numbers.
Story.
Love to see corner cases where yellows could find
His
opponents
Blood
in
Rush
a
Bellows
limited
turns could
format.
go higher.
Michael here deliberating.
like,
This
she just
Obsidian
outnumbered him
Fire
on, like, a
Vein,
points by
definitely
points
a play
basis.
plan of the weekend. No guarantees that this is the end of this turn. Lava Vein loyalty lurking in hand there. Looks like we are very happy to continue.
Plus, all her
this
cards
defensive
blocked.
Stance.
Like, at least
Michael
3.
shifting 3 cards sideways, thinking about maybe dedicating a good chunk of cards to this.
How long can Hamilton continue to defend and just play this 0 for 4 game? Where's
The issue was like
moment where he's
Dorinthia
gonna
was
get
literally
there
just
and opponent
arithmetic the deck.
and make some offense
Hatchet's
happen?
Story.
What is the setup?
So
he's
it,
looking for?
like,
What mix of cards does he have to put
the deck was
together
super face
before
up.
he's ready to go ahead and pull the trigger?
So if you're a deck that could have spikier
Does make
turns,
you wonder if Hamilton
or, like,
finds
doesn't
maybe
care
some of
about
those
numbers,
fast
then you would beat it.
retribution, those powerful long combo turn enablers that Syndra has access to in this format lurking in the mist. It's going to be a full block dedicated to this first Obsidian Fire Vein from Michael Hamilton. 4 cards in front. Does Didier have any kind of reprieve?
what if he's got a great Draconic card and he just says, yeah, okay, go.
And
whole lot
another
of it.
spot where that sidestep could be quite powerful to offer some buffs on a future chain link.
Yeah, I think if you're expecting a Tooth of the Dragon, I'd have already had it in play myself. Wouldn't have waited a second.
Yep, agreed.
Didier here taking that moment to pause. Maybe not exactly expecting the outcome here from this turn. Blocking with 4 cards, not a common choice from Syndra. Looks like we have a Blistering Blade coming in to juice this up a little bit further. Up to 11 we go. Can't quite see the full block value on Michael's cards here. The Blistering Blade would lead me to think
Okay.
that we are
Does the hand
interested in that
suck?
goal,
I
and the second
must
dagger
admit,
coming
I
in,
don't
let's
actually
chip
know the
away
cards
for a
yet.
point. Michael much more eager to take that, given the lack of
Since we
choice.
just saw them yesterday.
Does Didier have the 0 cost pump here? It looks like it's no. There's just going to be 1 on offer
Are
here.
folks finding the new heroes? I think the general consensus is that they're like
Yeah,
at
this
least
feels
solid.
like a fairly reasonable turn cycle for Hamilton. There was definitely a moment of deliberation there, but this play pattern has been deliberate. This has been a conscious choice from Michael in these games to take the early stance against Fang, block out, and look to find the kind of hand that will provide the pressure he's looking for.
Yeah, fascinating.
Does that hand
Look,
suck?
Michael
Probably.
Hamilton plays the game. in a
Probably figured,
different
oh, I
way.
can't
He's not afraid
get a
to
ton of value
defy
from this, I might as well just block.
expectations. We've seen him do it time and time again, and this very defensively focused Syndra thus far. Is this a new wrinkle for the sealed format?
A
Is
lot of
this something
positivity
that
about how fun the
Hamilton
sealed
has
play
figured
is?
out in a short period
Whoa.
of time that he's looking to do, or is this just some hands
Okay.
not really lining up?
Rosetta
he
was
wanted?
almost
Only
super
time
fun
will
sealed,
tell.
except the like gulf between Earth and Lightning was so high, and the
We are
gulf
gonna be
between
making our
Burnance and
way
Florian
once
was
again
also
to
pretty
Didier,
high.
continuing to keep the tempo on their
So it was
side.
just like open Earth or
Does
drop.
not look like does not look
which
like a
sucked,
hand
but the
that's
actual games
necessarily,
themselves are really fun.
Self-explanatory though.
No, you can't come up here, Quinny. You're
When
gonna
a
try to eat
spot
my
like this
chips.
yourself, Brian, on the Fang side of the table, you find yourself opposite Syndra, and suddenly they're blocking way more than you'd expect. What kind of assumptions would you be making about your opponent's plan?
I wonder if they're playing towards a
Oh
single
my
big
God.
turn and they just have some powerful, possibly legendary rare, or maybe even a majestic that they're trying to set up. The other thing, though, is that I think I'm kind of happy because I think I can fatigue the Syndra if it continues to play in this fashion,
Bang.
and maybe even shift defensive gears at some point myself once I've burned all the insights.
Yeah,
in
you're
my deck,
super happy to
'cause
just have
Fang's
another
cards
turn to
do
tee off.
defend pretty well by and large.
Might very well be worth watching those decks as the turn continues. For now, it is going to be aggression continuing from our Fang player. Knife through butter and cut deep, showcasing their power here. 8 points of power again. These daggers from Didier have been huge.
He's got 3 of the attack reaction.
Yeah, a lot of front
equipment.
pumps, just relying on efficient numbers. There's 2 ways Fang can play. You can play deceptive, or you can just go ahead and beat your opponent in the face.
Scoring better than Australia currently.
A
little bit better,
Benefit
yeah.
from the beating face approach in this particular case, juicing up that dagger once again. We've seen multiple.
I'm 100% of the belief that eventually Florian will become nuts. Like, I think eventually Florian will be a top tier hero.
That tells me Hamilton's got a life total he's comfortable playing at. He's really trying to stay at a specific number. It's like that number is going to be 7 this go around that he's comfortable with.
7, definitely a bit of a magic number in this format. Those additional buffs that provide 4 points of power. Going to be pulling those fire veins up to 6. Not quite enough to end the game in this spot. And definitely something I'm sure Michael Hamilton has in mind as they continue to consider how to navigate this turn.
Yeah, we're getting closer to the point where I feel like Hamilton must play a larger hand, must find some offense.
Didier taking a moment to consider how they wish to continue.
Close combat, Jane.
Yeah, that's it for Didier. Going to go ahead and just prioritize the arsenal instead, it looks like.
Another
I really
pump.
like this play.
No, here we go.
No, okay, so we do in fact have another buff in this case from Didier, which is arguably an even better outcome. Point of engagement, one of my personal favorites in this set, rewarding you for scoring those mark tokens on heroes.
Okay, 4
Otherwise,
coming in.
maybe aren't quite as fussed about it, giving a little bit of extra damage across the board. Either way, 4 more heading towards Michael Hamilton here.
Yeah, now for Hamilton, that life total is going to go lower. There is no escaping the threshold here.
Drop out here being a 1 hero broke GD. I mean, I was a Kano like one trick for the last
falling
year.
Down now to
So I
4.
switched to new at the World Premiere.
Okay, it
At
looks like
the
it may be
Worlds.
time to flick the switch for Michael Hamilton.
Has to be.
3 cards in hand, an arsenal to work with. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how wide he's able to go. We haven't
Alright.
seen a kunai
See what you can do.
leave those zones so far this game. They've been safely parked. It is finally time
Got a lot of ground to
send in
cover.
those blades of retribution.
Yeah, let's build up some draconic chain links. Let's see what the Syndra is capable of. Does have Didier playing a 4-card hand. Hamilton can certainly offer 12 on this turn. I think the problem, though, is that equipment. There's still all the equipment sitting on Didier's side.
A well-stocked
And the Michael's in
available
low single digits, so
for
like attack
Fang.
reactions out of Fang are so
Definitely offers
spooky.
a bit of a reprieve in these situations. Makes you feel much safer than you might do otherwise.
Just kinda
For
like
now,
forced
the
into
kunai will
blocking more than you
connect.
want to
It'll
do.
be followed up pretty quickly by an attempt to mark our Fang player. And there's a little bit more damage for good measure. 3 coming in towards Didier here.
The head jab of the set, tag the target, going to go after Didier's face, try and get that
Quite a
mark
few head
rolling.
jab pluses in
Maybe
this set.
look for a spot to leverage a fealty in the late game, powering up one of those dragon cards.
The Dragon, definitely something that has to be on the mind of Didier as we move towards these late game turns. Cut deep on defense. It will be
Oh.
for the realm. It's one of many 3 in this case. This, I believe, it's a 2-cost one. Big, hefty 6 points of power. No real benefit to that text here, but 6 is no small number.
3-card
There's
10.
not a lot of 2-for-6s.
Not
in
too
this
bad.
Set. And when they come down, you understand they are very impactful every single time.
I'd be really spooked
For
if
realm
this
feeling
Fang keeps
very
3
hefty
cards.
here. Very curious about what is parked away in Michael Hamilton's arsenal this turn. Definitely heading in the right direction, earning some defense from Didier. But that life disparity, very obvious, very large at this point.
Yeah, larger than it seems by number. Again, those equipment still out there for Didier.
Really tanking
Actually
here.
offering heaps of block all the way up to a theoretical 6 block in that equipment suite.
We'll see,
You really want to
Relentless
force
Pursuit
2
lurking
blocks
the
out of
corner
Michael on the
of
following
Didier's
turn.
hand. The card
Shove your
definitely
equipment in front of
fully
everything
this
and then like
weekend for most
pop
players.
off.
Oh, yeah.
A solid blue block 3 with the ability to mark. Love to see that one available. The other cards hidden very carefully behind. No idea of the assault that may be incoming, but I don't get the feeling Didier is super happy with this situation.
Okay.
They are indeed
Gives a
committing more
block.
cards to defense here, soaking up a little bit of that for the realm, falling down to 9.
curious what Didier is going to have as a 2-card hand.
Fang doesn't
They
really
tend to
have
get
good
best at
2-card
playing these
hands,
Smaller hands that can feel a little bit awkward. You really like
as far
to
as I understand.
use the
Unless it's
depth
just
of your
like pure
hand to be
draconic cards, right?
deceptive. You often have a
Since he doesn't
dagger
have
you
the
have to
3
pay
fealty.
for, so there's a lot of things you need to be able to invest in as Fang.
Indeed, looks like a very resource-heavy hand there for Didier. More blues being pitched to facilitate a swing from this Obsidian Fire Vein. That last card still unknown. Michael here, this is kind of pressure o'clock. We've reached the range where these
I mean, you
daggers
gotta
will
block.
always
Like,
threaten
he doesn't have to. He's got the
the
equipment.
amount of
He can
attack
say no
reactions in
blocks,
this
but
format. But we do finally see some of those Art of the Dragon cards making their way into Michael's hand. Is it too late?
Well, especially since we haven't actually picked up a fealty yet. Should we have those, maybe this is actually the exact moment you wanted to go ahead and find them, but we're not converting on them in this case. And Hamilton does have a little bit of safety rolled up in the form of those leapfrog equipments here. So you could potentially try and play one more 5-card hand, but with that art, I don't think that's exactly where you want to be, not having your fealty on the board.
Obsidian Fire Vein still looming on the table here. Michael's hand definitely under as much pressure as he is. Unsurprisingly, a moment of deliberation here from the former world champion. This is very much do or die.
2 resources floating. Could have a 1-cost draconic attack reaction here that would push this dagger to 5. At that point, Hamilton could shove in both.
yeah, I mean, 2-card 6
those
is okay.
leapfrogs.
It's fine.
But the follow-up dagger would still win a card from hand. Do you just want to give that card now? Save the leapfrogs for a future occasion.
Those leapfrog equipment definitely feel like the most important part of this equation going forward for
You're gonna have to do some
Hamilton.
serious
He
pressuring
needs to
next
have
turn.
that breathing room from these attack reactions to find a way to steal their way back into this game. It will be a nice clean block here with for the Drakai. Ask Didier very simply, do you have any way of continuing this turn? No. The answer
Okay.
is simple.
Yeah,
We're
just
past the
passes.
arsenal.
Got a card for a card
Michael
and gets the
does find
arsenal.
a way
You
to
shove your
keep a
equipment in front of
nice
things
set of
and you
4
go
cards
nuts.
and maybe take the tempo back here.
How is the offensive offer here from Hamilton?
All right.
Up sticks and run. Kicking
Dagger
things off.
back.
Gonna rebuy on that kunai.
Nice way to start. Up
Plus
6
4.
and run.
Now
Definitely
that's
been
a
bit of an
great
all-star in
start.
some of our feature match games so far this weekend. Again, one of those cards with just a little bit of added flavor if a dagger is available to pick up, but always good on face value. That extra 4 points of power.
Obviously, it's an
sending
arsenal.
in
I think it's an
fine
attack
power
react
attack
or like a
here,
draconic card.
and, plenty more to
And you just
come.
went, oh, you're gonna block. Okay, I'll just like
Expect
arsenal it
those
because
some
otherwise I
of
just
the
get 1 point of
resources
damage.
floating. Good
Maybe
spot
maybe like
created as
2
the
total,
Syndra
whatever.
player.
3. I don't know.
DA
Could be anything,
find
really.
themselves slightly more on the back foot than they were just moments ago. That fridge likely to be instrumental in keeping them safely in this game.
I feel like it's not a like a +4 action. Otherwise,
Four
you probably would have
blocking
just seen him
so
block
much
with the
for
blue
Hamilton to chip
as
through,
well, and then
especially
just like
being
arsenal and pass.
at 4.
I don't know.
Every attack has virtual demands on your hand at this point. That kind of math we just did around the leapfrogs. You have to do that every single time one of those daggers is pushed forward. And the more cards in hand Didier has,
And you're looking
the
like the worst
harder
hero
it
unlimited.
gets.
I mean, I think all the heroes look
One of my
fine.
favorite things about this format so far. These
We've seen
endgame
Syndra win some
situations
games.
feel so tense. There's so much.
It's been pretty even, I feel like,
These
throughout
players
all the
have
heroes.
ability to
Today, we've seen
steal
Arachne
games away
win
from each other
both
as these life totals get lower
both of
and
the
lower.
games.
Both of these players definitely falling into the range where that is possible. Michael taking a brief moment to
Yeah, I don't
consider
know.
what has been played
It's
so
also like
far, going through
sealed
the
versus
gradient.
draft,
It's
which
very
do
much
play
a,
out differently.
Common choice by our best players we've seen over the course of the weekend.
Ragnar seems quite good. Yeah, I mean, Assassin was like the best thing you could be doing in
Didier
Outsiders
really
for the most
thank
part.
you. Thinking very carefully about this defense.
Unless you're like the only Azalea drafter. Just all your cards blocking 3 is really strong. Although they don't have the super strong like infect type cards that they had in Outsiders.
Of winners who have found their way onto the podium, won a calling at a world premiere. Both of these players very much still in the competition to
Just
find
armor
themselves
blocks.
in that club by the end of the weekend. It will be
Okay, I'm gonna move my
red
chips
alert
though, and if you try to
armor
eat them, I'm gonna
dedicated
put you down.
to this
Oh,
kunai
you want to go out
here,
there?
staking
then.
the claim, using that lay low effectively and
I watched this
efficiently
game.
while we don't find ourselves marked. However, that Art of the Dragon will come across nice and cleanly, 1 for 5, to continue the pressure for Michael Hamilton.
We do have to acknowledge that 1 for 5 is just fine. You're happy with that rate entirely.
yeah.
Yes, you did not get the buff here from Art of Dragon, but
Oh, is that the D-React? The one you can't
Still
play if you're
damage
marked.
being offered here.
Damage that is respected from Didier here, choosing to use that Sisters of
Hmm.
Fire.
Wow, that'd be really
Lots of
good
flame effect
if
as
you
well,
had a
but
fealty token.
soaking up a hit there.
You and playing poker with the
Falling
guy
to
known for
6,
eating the
Life Total
chips.
ever
Does
closer.
that happen to you often?
Again, we find that awkward position. Fang on a 2-card hand yet again, and not afforded the flexibility that you might expect.
3-card
So I
hand.
do apologize.
Here
It's
we go.
significantly more
Yeah,
flexible.
that is a lot better, and it makes it way harder for Hamilton to figure out. Although it is going to get a little bit more face up.
Pitching a
but
red.
Large numbers here, coming in for 5.
This is really not what you want on a 3-card hand. Pitching a red to facilitate this
sucks,
the
yeah.
hunter. No red played before it. Just a vanilla 5. Very face up here. Very few tricks available to Didier on this turn.
So Hamilton again has the option of going ahead and just playing a large hand here. But does he have the gas? He hasn't been able to go ahead and leverage a 5-card hand as it stands thus far.
Seeing a few more aggressively slanted options in the hand for Michael Hamilton here. That mark with Magma. The one floating in between the blocking pile and the keeping pile. But it looks like we will be cashing in at least a card here. I should hope so. Otherwise, the game would end in rather unspectacular fashion.
Stinker hand. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Hamilton's got to be able to like really,
For Hamilton,
really
one
turn on the
for
pressure
one
here.
As Syndra the vast majority of the time. So is going to put
Two's,
one of those
pretty
boosts
low.
to the defense.
Against a warrior filled with attack reacts.
Steady block 3 is continuing to impress in all of our
Yeah, that was
heroes
a
this weekend.
stinker.
Michael Hamilton falling it down to 2, but does have plenty of cards to
Alright, let's see.
work with. We'll see what starts the chain this time around.
You starting with a
We
kunai.
do have some fire tenets lurking in the hand there. That mark with Magma, of course, a lovely option as well.
I think this may have been a triple blue hand for Hamilton.
Those look like red cards.
Certainly less
I
than
see one
ideal
blue.
if it is the case. However, the turn.
Oh, is this the next thing? It's
fairly
+1.
proactively.
So
Fire
good.
tenets definitely looking impressive
Such
so
a
far
good
this weekend.
card.
Implications across multiple formats for this card. An extra Shronic attack.
You know who likes that
little
card?
bonus free
Ira
charge
likes that card.
regardless of the
Oh, no,
outcome.
it's Draconic. Never mind.
Blocks.
Ira does not like that
Now,
card.
though, 3 go again.
I lied to
Does
you.
threaten half of Didier's life total.
You know who likes that card? Bye.
Yeah, not quite sure if I have my read on the hand right, but a triple blue in this spot would have been.
Although, I
disastrous.
wonder if
It
you
feels like
play it.
Hamilton keeps
You might just
playing
want to play
to
the
these
0 for
points
4.
where he can go ahead
That
and
says all
get
your cards have to be
rest, steal the
Draconic.
tempo back,
You
and
might just
really
play
put
that instead of
Didier
this.
on the back foot, and then
It
maybe
looks like it should
offer
be
that
Draconic.
quasi
It's all red and
Kadashi
lava-y.
lock endgame that Syndra is able to offer you on the back of those kunais. Thus far, though, these hands haven't come together exactly as Hamilton would like. Is this the exception? What's parked in Arsenal? What can Hamilton get out of Arsenal to add to the foray here?
That Arsenal card has been sitting for quite a few turns now. Definitely feels like a power piece for what Michael Hamilton is trying to assemble as we enter the critical endgame turns of this match. Hunt the Hunter on defense this time, going to be
Ouchie.
soaking up some damage before we fire off our first kunai.
There were at least 2 blues in hand. This is able to get the buff.
So many ninja cards in this set smell like
Surprisingly big
ninja
deal
plus
here. This
Draconic
kunai
cards.
coming in
Yeah,
for
I mean,
2,
do we
but
really want to be giving
covering
Zen
it
more
will be
ammunition at this
significantly
point?
more difficult to do, and we will, of course, be ending that turn with that mark with Magma. Does put some more pressure on Didier here. We're going to be requesting another card.
Okay. So it has go again.
Importantly, Hamilton going to get a rebuy as well. Going to be able to go ahead and use that Syndra ability and start the next
Yep.
turn with a kunai.
Gets to grab a kunai, attack with it if he wants.
Huge implications for how big the turn might be
Pretty
able to go. Those Draconic
strong
chain links,
turn.
all important in a hero like Syndra. And we've seen this time and time again this weekend. Players just mismanaging one or the other kunai back and forth to keep those turns flowing steady and comfortably. We will be giving maximum respect to that mark with Magma. But the
Oh, it's not
turn is
Draconic,
over.
though.
A non-Draconic dragon power.
Dang.
Not
I mean, still
quite as
4.
pressing, but is good enough here to threaten all of Didier's life total.
It's good, but
Is
it
that
could
helmet
have been
block?
better, and it's so easy to see how this game just breaks entirely different for Hamilton with even a single fealty coming around.
Yeah, holy
Everything
shit.
could have changed, but again, I think there just has been a bit of
You could just be like,
awkwardness in
fucking
Hamilton's
7, yeah.
draws. They haven't lined up exactly how he would have.
Dragon
wanted them
Power is
to.
going to end a lot of
Hasn't found
games.
that fealty and
Go to
hasn't
1.
been able to power up now a couple
Get
of
Dachi
these
locked.
cards that get buffed should they be Draconic.
It's been a
Get my
very
thing
impressive
back.
display from Michael Hamilton, holding on to that dragon power for so long.
He didn't
trying
want to bring that
find
back, the other
window
kunai?
to
Oh, he didn't have
get
enough
that full
Draconics, that's
token,
right.
get full value
They were
out
just
of that
ninjas.
dragon
They're just
power.
all red.
And then more
So it
importantly,
looks like they
recognizing
should be
that the time has
Draconics.
come to give up on that pipe dream and use the
All right,
card
what do you
to
got?
Just provide the pressure required.
So now Didier down to 1, 3 total cards on offer. Hamilton with 2 pieces of leapfrog equipment available. Has he done it? Has he kind of found a window to play himself back into this? It feels like if he makes
No
it first
daggers
turn,
up?
he
Like,
gets
I
to
don't
start
know.
demanding cards from Didier the next go around with no equipment available.
He's
So
gotta
you're
block.
really good at being annoying with those kunais.
Gotta
but you
block,
gotta make
right?
it through
Like,
this turn.
This feels
possibly
like the
even with
defining
2
turn of
cards.
this match between Michael Hamilton and Didier Drelou.
So you block with 2
Huge
cards.
pressure on the line for both players here. Michael studying a hand. Looks like we have a couple of grow wings, maybe a grow claws lurking amongst the mix. Some
I
very
don't know if that's good
powerful
enough.
defensive attacks. That Dust Runner Outlaw also lurking in the hand there, doing a phenomenal job on offense. Not one you want to give up to keep yourself safe here, and we have to commit something here to survive these Obsidian Fire Veins.
Yeah, we got to talk range, right? The max range here is 8. We could push to 8 potentially, but also we could stay at 4. And if you're Hamilton, you have to say, is this the moment where I have to gamble on my opponent actually having nothing and trying to play 3 cards on the next turn? Or do I just give respect, give 2 block 3s here, and have everything covered on the back of those leapfrogs?
Michael Hamilton deciding if it is time to make a stand or whether it is time to start a fight, deliberating all of those cards.
Does he have anything
so
that can
far this
attack for
game to make
0?
an
Like a
informed
0 for 4 would be
decision
so
about
sick.
what might be left inside the
He's got a
deck
1 for
of
4, I think. That
TBA.
looks like a Draconic Leg
So
tap.
many of these games come down to these do or die moments against Fang where you
Leapfrog
really
equipment seems
have
really
to
nice. Absolutely.
sort of
Yeah.
decide, is this going to be the time when I say you do not have it? I do not believe you. I am going to gamble here.
What
and I'm
wouldn't be
going to
bad
punish
is
you on
actually
the
just like
backswing
double
and take
blue.
this
Like
game down.
2-3 blocks double blue.
This
You just get your kunai back, attack,
Often
attack.
balancing on a knife's edge, literally and metaphorically, and it's been fantastic.
For the
to
Drakai is
see
a 0
players
4.
time
Does
and
he have
again
for the Drakai?
calling the bluff. You don't have it. Will
I don't think he
Michael
does,
Hamilton
right?
fall into the same category?
I don't
That's
see
what
for
we're
the
considering.
Drakai or Blaze
2
Headlong.
cards back again. This choice.
Yeah,
so
you're getting
difficult.
close to being
Finally
fatigued.
considering the
Your
implications.
opponent's
of
at 1
fatigue
though,
here.
but
Thinking how many
you're
cards are
kinda
left
close.
available?
And I think it was a real threat from the beginning. I mentioned I thought Fang was advantaged in a fatigue state the way the early game had played out.
I'm just so excited to be playing like a new set.
Hamilton coming to the conclusion there is enough cards left to play it safe.
I think this will be a fun mix-up for the CC meta.
Make sure those leapfrog equipment
And then
have
Zen
them
will be
covered
gone soon. Whew.
in case of emergency. And it will indeed be that dyadic buff coming from the Arsenal here to juice up this dagger just a little bit more. Up to 8 will demand a response from Michael Hamilton.
Okay,
We're
gets the
leapfrogging
equipment.
our way to safety.
Yeah, it was the ceiling, and Hamilton played around the ceiling appropriately.
Is that worth playing?
Will in fact stay alive, but now
feel like
we
it's
have to
not.
ask, what is
I
the
feel like you
return
just hold
time?
it
How many
so you
cards
could
from
keep a
hand
blue
will Hamilton demand?
on your following
Because
turn.
if any number of cards is left to Didier, the defensive decisions become
I don't know.
so hard. You really have to take 2 cards here. And I think Hamilton is going to be able to do so. I believe there's a Dust Runner Outlaw in hand.
2 cards in hand, 4
Yeah,
cards
just
in
1
deck
for 4,
Michael
bang.
Hamilton. This is down to the wire. Both players with 1
If he had a blue, that'd be
single
good. He gets a
point of
mark?
life
I don't
remaining.
know.
We're kicking things off with
Yes,
that
legendary kill streak.
flavorful
I
head
am
jab,
legendary kill
earning
streak.
at
I am going to
least a
Memphis.
card from Didier here.
Hit 0, mark them. Keeping a card. Okay, says I need you to fucking break.
That's only 1
So I
card
can
so far.
cast my leg tap.
Didier does have the 3 block available.
Or maybe just like trying to
In
get
the form of
another.
lay
Does
down,
she have
Hamilton
pumps?
just moves to
There's like
Arsenal here,
Razor Reflex,
and
which
now
she doesn't
Didier
have.
playing a 3 card
I don't know if
hand,
Razor
and
Reflex
that's
is in the set. I don't think it is.
disastrous for Hamilton.
A
Does Syndra have
heartbreaking
pumps?
tempo swing for Michael Hamilton. Didier with all the flexibility that 3 cards provides. Will they find those all-important Draconic cards to make this turn tick? We're going to be front-loading this Tooth of the Dragon this time around.
Tooth of the Dragon,
making sure that
4.
first
Give me some
dagger
cards.
is earning more than 1 card.
Yep. And now we talk ceilings again. 0 buff would be the play here. So ceiling looks like 7 on this particular attack.
Very telling hit
guess.
here from Didier. Sizzling steel, the card used
I
to
kind of like just
facilitate this
attacking
dagger
with it
swing.
and then
Normally
for the
one you'd
tooth
consider
and then
using in the
pitching
reaction
again.
step to make everything tick. That's got to be a
Um,
really big red flag for a player like Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, you respect some
Not
redundancy, but let's
seeing
talk
any
reality. There's no cards left in Michael
Ninja attack
Hamilton's deck.
reactions.
You have to take
Are there
a
just like
stand
pure
here. You
draconic?
probably block for the minimum and
instants
say
that pump?
there's no way you have it. But Didier's got it. He's got to have it given
But
the pitch
Didier's
here.
got it. That motherfucker.
Rock and a
got
hard
it.
place situation for Michael Hamilton here. Does dedicate 2 cards to the block. Ask Didier the question, do you have what is required? It is
Yep.
going to be take a stab. Extra little bit of juice added to this Obsidian Fire Vein. Is there any recourse left in the hand for Michael Hamilton? It looks like
No, it looks like she
no.
can't
Game
attack
sealed.
react.
3 world
Razor Reflex is in the set? Oh,
falling
okay.
victim to the field
Hamilton
this weekend here in
down.
Prague. A fantastic win on the record.
That was a
there
good
from
game.
the
That was a
Endgame
really good
group.
game.
Yeah,
You would like to be one of the up-and-comers crushing that talent in the near future. There are many, many events on the horizon
I'd like to be an up-and-comer crushing things.
all round. So, round of action behind you. I
Likewise,
hear
likewise.
once again that we are not done showcasing juggernauts this round. We've got some big names of the game, maybe one that some folks at home aren't quite as familiar with.
All right.
Sammy Braben was the winner of the Calling Birmingham not so long ago. Comes from the UK, player I'm very familiar with myself. They are a known Icelander aficionado. That's what they took to win that event way back when. They've been enjoying Kano ever since because
Why not?
once a wizard, always a wizard.
Exactly.
But not today. No wizard for Sammy Braben. We'll see if they have what it takes to
love
leverage
Kano
their
players.
limited prowess.
Alright, I'll be
in
right
this
back.
matchup
I'm going to the bathroom.
against Alexander. I'm going to go with Tossi. Tosohe.
Shohei.
God, names are hard.
We have Alex versus Samuel. It's a Fang versus Syndra this time around, and I love to see the full equipment suite. I think all of the sealed games we've seen today has had this full equipment suite because there's so much options available when you're opening 8
There's
packs.
such a menagerie of armor. It's been very interesting to see which ones people pick as well. We've seen a tendency to lean towards leapfrog equipment in the majority of matchups, but I love seeing people divoting towards these red alert equipment when playing into Syndra, who have significantly less attack reactions all round. So, another bout of Fang versus Syndra. It's a fan favorite from the weekend. How are you feeling about this matchup now?
I think Fang has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and Syndra can sometimes have a hard time keeping up. But at the same time, Syndra can pack a real punch if everything aligns her way. But that's a little bit of the trick here with building Syndra. You need to have those draconic attacks to fuel your daggers in order to get those daggers back with the Syndra effect. And Fang also needs those draconic attacks in order to fuel his daggers. So it's a little bit of like the same situation, but with a different sting.
Different sting indeed. This time a very familiar sting. We're going to be starting on that kunai and following it up with the lovely, lovely way of benefiting from a sword connecting cut through here. One of those arguably most impactful rares we've seen so far this weekend. +1 and go again if you've already hit with a dagger makes this into an incredible rate.
Yeah, 0 for 4. We love to see those. It's a little bit of a 2-block, and Syndra is packing quite a lot of 2-blocks, which has made her a little bit susceptible to Fang's attacks, typically coming in for 3 and above, as he's about to power up his attacks with those attack reactions.
Fang
Sammy
v
paying
Syndra.
due
Good
diligence
split
to
of
this
heroes,
cut
it seems
through.
like, for
Happy
the
to
calling.
block 4. 3, I believe, with that copy of Dice.
Mine
Looks like
Prague,
maybe
yeah. I decided I was going to
deliberating
run
if,
down there for the Battle Hard.
Sammy didn't know about the extra point of power, perhaps, and would like to dedicate a little bit more block to covering
If there is a Battle
this
Hard.
attack from cut through. Is allowed to do so, blocking 6 instead.
Yeah, on the first turn here, being able to grab 2 cards on the get-go, still getting a little bit of leak damage through. A great start here for our Syndra player.
Absolutely, kicking things off with another retrieve effect here for Syndra. Love to see these finding their way into this hero. Was a little skeptical.
Pretty
if
good.
Up sticks and run was is the only one. Obviously, +4 is huge, regardless of whether you're retrieving a dagger. But I love the fact this is finding implications in the hero that's all about rebuying its daggers anyway.
Yeah, this turn is not stopping. And with 1 card remaining that will go straight into Arsenal, Alexander is finding a really,
Must be a no block
really
then,
strong
huh?
start here.
In hand.
Quick and punchy to the point.
Taking
not
4 on
interested in
turn 0
giving Samuel
sucks.
Braben any room to breathe. He will indeed be passing back the tempo with immediate effect. Alexander taking a moment to consider their newfound hand. Looks like maybe tagging
Gotta
a
root for-
target at the front there.
Gotta root
Can't
for
quite see
Samuel
the
here.
rest of their
Always
cards. These
gotta
players
root for the
very
wizard players.
sketchy with their information this weekend, not being very helpful at all.
One of the downturns of going second is that sometimes you find those golden nuggets in your starting hand that you would love to keep. But if your opponent is punishing you and wants to take your whole hand away, sometimes that can become really punishing because you're drawing into
But
blanks,
it just
basically, and you
it
don't
sucks
know
to go
what you're
second
gonna
and then
deal
leak
with. So
4.
you
Like
do the
that's
best
so
you can
bad.
with
And
what you
start
can,
off with a
basically.
blue.
Sammy doing the best he can.
That's
for
rough.
Sure. Looks like multiple blues wrapped up in his hang for Fang here. Sworn Vengeance going to be the one played out to give a little bit of extra oomph to this Obsidian Fire Vein. But of course, we know these things never stay small forever. It will be that tooth
we
of
like
the
that
dragon
card.
that we've seen time and again coming in, getting that dagger up and over the headpiece, and adding a huge buff to this next draconic attack.
Yeah, begin coming in with that draconic, again, fueling.
How much does
the
he have
daggers,
floating?
giving them
2?
+1 and go again on their own accord. So finding these draconic attacks or attack reactions in order to fuel those daggers is really, really important for Fang.
It is that second Fire Vein making its way onto the combat chain for
For
Sammy
4?
Braben. Resources being spent currently once again, just a single point of
Not a
damage.
great
There's no
turn.
way it could be any more than that, I promise. 1 card lurking in hand. Who knows what is possible? Wow.
Oh, Alexander is sending it,
Okay, yeah.
literally.
Alexander, no interest.
Having 2 Starfalls is
kind of
cool.
Taking another
That's
point
true.
of damage dedicates that
Except it is harder to
entire armor
activate.
suite to making sure that second dagger doesn't connect. Doesn't want that fealty to be made from the mark that's currently sitting on Syndra. Maybe that's quite telling about how Alexander feels about this matchup and what's important.
Maybe Alexander is
Man,
sitting on
zooming.
some spice, having a full hand available to him with an arsenal slot.
This is
We're
not
seeing
currently
Sindering
looking
of
super
devotion,
close.
Sindering Devotion available to him, and that is going to be very, very useful moving on in this turn.
Feels like a huge moment here for Alexander. As you say, Cindering Devotion, hot on the heels, all lurking in the hand here. These are all very, very aggressively slanted cards that look.
And the unfortunate thing about this set is that going first is too good. Really?
Here. This doesn't feel like a game Alexander is
I
interested
don't know.
in dragging
Maybe
out.
you're right.
Yeah, sometimes you can really.
There's also,
end
like,
up in this
Going
awesome
first has
situations
been
where you just
bad in
draw
Flesh and Blood for like a
the
long
gold,
time.
basically, and you have
Especially in
exactly
limited
the pieces of the
formats. You almost
puzzles that
always
you
want to
need.
be going
Sometimes
second.
in Syndra it can be a bit of a tricky situation where you have those ninja cards that aren't draconic, that doesn't fuel the stack to give your Syndra powers the discount to get your daggers back and get those things rolling. But sometimes you just draw the perfect hands, and that's exactly what we see from Alexander here.
Rake over the coals here stands to be outstanding. Draconic attacks getting +1 for the entire turn means this hot on the heels is also going to be pressing a break point this turn. And
Oh, if you have another 0 for 3 go again, that's draconic.
I was really curious.
It's really
to see
good.
this. It's an instant. It doesn't block for anything. It feels
You
like
get to
a
buy back
very
your
risky
kunai,
card
attack with
to
1.
include into your game suite. But on the offense, it can be really, really powerful. So I'm super excited to see this season play today.
Sammy on the back foot, definitely looking to take the game a little bit longer. This game a far cry from what we just saw from Michael Hamilton. No defensive choices from Alexander, but certainly some for Sammy.
No mark,
smoke
please.
signal, smoke out, I should say. Definitely been a fan favorite so far this weekend, overperforming.
Syndra
But
Devotion?
does soak up that first
Oh
hit
no, okay.
and leave
Looks
Sammy
kinda similar.
staring down this.
Still gonna buy back the kunai.
Yeah, getting
Card in
+2
Arsenal.
here, so it's coming in for
Devotion.
the Gadding 5.
I guess the card in
Oh,
Arsenal has
nice,
go
so
again.
+1.
That's really good.
So, Cindering Foresight, paying
Yeah.
1 for 4.
Oh, it is Cinderskin Devotion.
natural
Okay, it
4.
just had the
I've got you
+1
doing
from
it now
that
as
thing.
well. Cinderskin Devotion is not Cindering Foresight. I got wizard spells on the brain
No,
thanks to
I
Sammy
know.
Raven.
Oh
I
my
will
god,
blame
what a
Sammy for
turn.
it. You'll hear it from
Holy
the-
shit.
All right.
That's
no-
so good.
Wow. What a turn here from Alexander.
Wow.
Display
What a
loyalty, aptly
turn.
named, benefiting from all these draconic chain links. That early buff providing all kinds of bonus pain for Sammy Braven.
Rebuy
Wow,
the
Alexander is
kunai,
on
attack with
gas,
1 for
no
2.
breaks,
My
presenting
god.
so much damage on this
It's
turn.
so good.
There's no stopping him in sight, but Samuel is trying
Hi,
to
Queenie.
keep his ends meet.
You wanna come up
with the
again?
cards that he has
Okay.
remaining. He wants
No,
of
I'm not
course, to
going over
push
there.
back
I'm
as
not going
Alexander
over there. I have to
sits
stay here,
at
Queenie.
19 at this point in the turn.
Sammy definitely taking a moment to consider what's up here. Not sure they expected the turn to be quite this large. Hoping to keep all their
Stonewall
tools
Gauntlet's gonna
available,
make a good comeback.
staring
Yeah, maybe
at
that's why
Arsenal,
that's the
piecing together the puzzle of
specific
how
gold
they
foil,
get
right?
back into the game.
We're calling
This
first
life
now.
disparity is quite
I'm glad I got
frankly alarming.
Stonewall
Sammy
Gauntlet.
takes this hit, he's falling all the way down to 5.
Yeah, it's a really hard position to be in. What you can hopefully
This
do
is so much
is present some
damage. Your opponent's at
kind of
19.
return and hope that your opponent
Granted, you have
doesn't
more
go
armor,
out
but
to
like,
survive so that you can find your way back into
This
game.
isn't
We've
looking
seen
super
this plenty
hot.
times before where the opponent has been on such a low life total and you feel like everything is just falling apart, but then finding your ways back into the game by presenting these powerful attacks with those powerful on-hits to put your
Okay.
opponent on the back foot again. So it's not impossible by any
Get the
means.
things.
Sammy again
Bang ya.
deciding to leverage what is offered, and I love to see this from Alexander, utilizing that powerful hero ability from Syndra, scoring yet another point of value from their early plays. Love to see the utilization of these kunai like this.
Yeah, definitely choosing out or squeezing out the last bits of use.
We're gonna
from
play
that
one of the new
+1
heroes.
that he got from that instant
Maybe
return. So
Arachne,
really, really good.
but I think
Excellent turn, I
he's
would
a
say.
little more aggressive than I want to be. I prefer to
Sammy
take like
getting
a.
the respect it
Is
deserves.
that
Well,
double
we can see
Ronin
cards
Renegade?
on
That's so
Arsenal here. Will be a
fucking good.
nice, clean
I
turn
prefer to
by
play a
the
little
looks
bit
of
more
it.
defensively.
Lots of front buffs,
So,
points of
like,
engagement.
new is
Hunt
probably
the
where I'm
killer-
staying.
Hunt a killer, I should say. This Obsidian Fire Vein is massive. Both these buffs in red. Definitely no
Yeah,
sweat free here from Sammy.
+4 or +3/+4 looks really good, but
He
it's
has
like
something to try
or
and
+4/4.
combat
Yeah, it looks
for.
really good, but this is a 3 card 9. It's like not great.
Samuel is that Alexander has so much health to work with, and if he doesn't present some kind of on-hit that threatens
Now, if
the
you had like
stack,
another draconic
Alexander's
instant
just
or
gonna
attack
take it.
reaction or something,
Alexander
then
super
all of a
happy to
sudden
take
you're
this
like
damage.
above
Eight
rate.
ball lands in the corner pocket. Fealty token made for Samuel Braben. Full
Happy I got my set of
four-card
that all
hand
you
for
got.
Alexander, and
Me
we see
too.
multiple copies
I made sure to get my
of
playset of
Ronin
is that all you
Renegade
got,
lurking
and
in the hand there.
this round's on me
Burning
really fast.
Blade Dance, all these incredibly efficient zero
Couple
cost
Arachne's at least
attacks
competitive.
are coming for Samuel Braben.
I think
Yeah,
he's
this looks like a full
gonna
red
be
hand, but with
fine.
those zero cost
Seems
attack,
pretty-
it doesn't
pretty-
really
pretty
matter. He's
okay.
gonna definitely pack up
Especially
on
because
this
like
turn.
Azuri was
Doesn't
like
have the
already
daggers
kind of
to him
playable.
available at his turn, but if he manages to pull out 3 Draconic
I
Chain
think he's
Link,
better
he
than
can
that.
buy back both of them for free at the end of this turn, so absolutely looking possible at this time.
Alexander, foot on the gas, does not intend on letting Sammy have even a moment of breathing room. It will be this first Ronin Renegade that connects. Sammy makes the way down to 4. 3 even a buy. Oh, no, back up to 4. There we go. There we go. Too many buys.
There it is.
Another
There's another one.
Liked it so much, we'll do it again. C in double for Sammy Braben. Another Ronin Renegade joining the combat chain. This one, a little bit less life to work with this time around. Not quite as comfortable taking 3 damage now.
Will there be a YouTube
Samuel
overview of me,
understanding
the
that
new
he's
heroes?
not gonna
Yeah,
see
yeah.
this
Well, you got to wait for a
turn
couple days though,
so
because
hard
we need to
work in
actually like
terms of his equipment. He needs to
find
stay
what
alive
playstyles
for
ish
long
they're going to be
possible
using.
and
So
try
like
to
a couple
find
days
the
for that to
piece
happen, and then I'll
that
make a
you can
video.
keep in order
It'll
to
be sometime this
present
week.
some
It'll be
offense
before
as
pre-release.
well, so a really, really nasty situation to be in at this time.
Oh no, it's an Imperial intent on defense.
This round's
here
on
for
me,
Sammy.
playsets in the
Only
mail.
full
Probably
block
smart
as
card
that
pickup.
Ronin Renegade leaks over, and it's that burning blade dance making its
Jesus
way onto the combat chain. We
Christ.
can't afford to let this one connect. That's a dagger straight to the mind. It might look a little innocuous. There's no daggers directly in front of you.
Yeah, no
Maybe there's
daggers.
not one to throw,
Don't
but
worry about it,
Syndra has
bro.
no questions to ask about that scenario.
Definitely can't
The
pick 'em up at
3
instant
Draconic
speed.
Chain links, those kunai are waiting in the wings, and I guarantee you Alexander will be throwing one of them if Sammy gives him the chance.
Exactly. So in reaction step, when this attack connects and the on hit is on the stack, Syndra is an instant.
Clear
So
fab
we can
content?
buy
Oh, thank
back
you.
our daggers in real time before
Get my stuff back.
the effect
Pass to
resolves.
you.
It will be those daggers brought back for Alexander, looking to keep their foot down.
That is
as
a
we
lot of
continue
work
into the
you'd have
follow-up
to
turns.
do. You're so
Slowing down
toast.
for just a moment for now, parking that spare card in the arsenal, leaving Sammy with
This
2
is a Syndra
cards once again.
smackdown. Blaze
What kind of
headlong.
wonders can they
Fuck.
work here to get back into this game?
Some kind of on hit would do wonders at this point in time. Something to disrupt Syndra in her tracks in order to buy some breathing room, essentially. The question is if we have that available to us.
Is that a red?
Looks like
Oh.
a resource card and a single buff in the hand for Samuel Braben. 10 life to work with Alexander. You have to imagine they're going to be fairly happy to just take the beating. We can see the cards in that. That's a copy of Ignite.
This is
in the
not
hand of
good.
Alexander. They're one of the most premium Majestics in this. Unfortunately, sitting next to another Burning Blade Dance and a Blaze Headlong. That hand looks ready and primed.
Big
for
one,
action.
yeah.
If you don't
Go
want to take
ahead.
10 damage, Sammy.
Keep
I
my
don't think you've
fealty.
seen any blocks here.
Yeah, unfortunate. Sam is stuck
Oh,
with a
I thought it hit.
red
I thought if it
hand,
hits, you
so
keep it.
that's not a
That is
build.
it.
Have
Like
the
if you hit or
capability
keep
to
a
push
or
lot
play a
more
draconic.
than that, and so looking
Um,
really sloppy at this point.
That fealty is gone, but the lights are green. It's Ignite to kick off this turn for Alexander. If you're not familiar with this one, very powerful Majestic. The next Draconic card you play or activate this turn will cost you 1 less resource. That could be a kunai. That
Beginning of
could
your
be
end
a
phase, if you
one-cost
haven't
attack.
created
It
a
could be
oh, you have to
any of the
create a
tools
fealty
in the
token or play
arsenal of
draconic.
Syndra,
Okay, okay,
and
I get
Sammy
it. So if you
Braben
hit them
has
and
to
they're
figure out
marked,
which.
then you would get
What
it.
a massive Majestic
I
coming
get it.
up here from Alexander, really craving those last cards and the last life
This is
resources
not
available on
close.
Sam's side of things, and he is
My
struggling to
God.
keep his bearings alive.
Samuel Braben scratching with the final points of armor they have got. Red Alert jumping in
Oh,
to save them from trouble.
bang.
It's going to be that fealty token cashed in to make this
Ninja card.
indeed. So we are the trap
Whew.
has released the other variation that is offering a
0 for
mark
4
on
on
hit.
hit mark.
1 to play. Now, of
Get
course,
marked.
Draconic costs 1 less, courtesy of that Ignite. Coming on in for 4, and we'll be wrapping things up with a Blaze Headlong. No, Samuel Braben.
That's a pretty good
not
turn,
going
huh?
to keep 2 cards. There is no pressure on the
How do you
horizon
feel about
for
these
you.
kunai too?
Yeah, question is if he gets to keep any cards. He's down to 1 life. He has to give up 2 on this Blaze the Headlong. In 1 card remaining, any 4 attack is going to seal the deal on this turn immediately.
That burning blade, that's not even the end of it for the Drakai to end a phenomenal combat chain for Alexander there. That was an incredible showing.
Is
of
drafting fun?
exactly what
I think
Syndra
drafting
can
in
do
Magic is
this
better.
format.
Oh, I love to see
to be honest.
Syndra
But like the
just
actual
playing at her
games are
best
way
here
more fun
today, and
in this, in my
Alexander
opinion.
just showcasing the strengths of Syndra when all of the stars just align, and Samuel didn't have anything to say about it. It was just on the back foot the whole
Yeah,
game
that was brutal.
through, and Alexander did not let any breaks go at any point in time.
If I didn't know better, I'd have thought that was a draft deck. That looked absolutely pitch perfect for
How
Alexander
much
there.
damage
And
was that
I
turn?
hope we get to see a little bit
2,
more of that from
4,
Syndra tomorrow.
4,
That made me very
3,
excited for
4.
what Hero is capable of in the future.
17.
Definitely, and that's exactly what I expected to see from Syndra this weekend. So exactly what we'd love to see the showcase.
Mr.
On
Drafting experience of
display at the
MTG.
stream.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can always just
Speaking of
draft
future,
Magic.
You haven't had the pleasure of joining us so far this
But
weekend
you
in
don't
Prague.
get the constructed
panic.
experience of Flesh and Blood,
Q1
which
of
is
2025, flush with never-ending events coming up
never
in the
ending.
world of Flesh
Here's
and
what I'll be
Blood.
calling
The first one on the door
A,
is very exciting if you're
Catch
anywhere
me
near
in
Memphis.
calling
We have
A,
the first ever
which I'm going to
double
win.
calling
But on the off
weekend
chance
of
I don't
all
take
time.
first,
You can
I
take
might be
your
in
pick of
calling
your
B.
favorite format, classic constructed.
That was a 19
Hundreds
damage
of
turn?
building drafts.
Wasn't it 2,
Valheim was classic
4,
constructed as well. If you
4,
wanna leverage
3,
your skills
4?
in Memphis, you certainly can on the way to the
I don't know how
World
much
Tournament
damage
London.
the
More
second to last one
importantly,
thing was. I
we've
thought it
addressed
was
a little
3.
bit of a small problem we typically have in these type of events.
Yeah.
Card availability, hopefully not. It's going to be a fantastic.
To break down this game,
Yuki.
only 2 rounds remaining here of our first day of competition at the Calling in Prague.
Like an
during
MTG, the
this
actual
World
games of the
Premier
draft very
weekend.
boring.
And
Yeah,
we've
I
got
find them to be
2
like, for the most part,
limited masterminds
like 7 out
joining
of
us
10
up
games
in
are just
December. And
non-games,
Force Love
and then the
Penta.
3 out of
How
10 are
really
actually
how
really
your first
good.
time gotten to hang out together in the booth.
Yeah, I'm so
Can you sign
excited.
up for Calling
I'm so
D if
excited
you
to
don't
see
day 2?
Yuki. I'm so excited to be here with you for the first time.
Yeah, you
It's
should be
gonna
able
an
to, unless it
exciting
sells
day.
out.
Yeah,
It's Yuki after all.
In which case you're out of luck.
You let the cat out of the bag. You've spoiled it. We've got Yuki Lee
Sorry.
Bender on the feature match, who is truly, let's just set the stage a little bit. Yuki Lee Bender is not only one of the greatest minds, greatest players in Flesh and Blood, but
True.
truly like a limited master. Last year's
Also
World
true.
Championships, she dominated Bright Lights draft in a way that very few people did. That was a
Remember when people only
incredibly
knew
tricky
Yuki
format.
because she was
Somebody
like
even
the
said,
Lexi
a
player
little
that got
too
results?
tricky of a format just for like the
Like
layperson.
before
for for
outsiders?
folks like me at the Armories, like I'm just getting fatigued, man. But no, not Yuki, dominating so many different limited formats during her time, and she is trying to take Syndra to a near undefeated record here during our calling. But Alwart, oh boy, Nivjeld, we'll say,
Yeah.
is going to try to stand in her way with, of course, the Web of Deceit themselves.
Love to see Yuki on Syndra. I had a short talk with her yesterday during the world premiere, and she was rocking Syndra in that event as well. So might have caught her eye a little bit as a favorite moving into the calling today, and also got a little bit of a head start there in the world premiere yesterday.
She has a great podcast, On the Bobble is the name of it, that I have literally used myself when preparing for either casting or pre-releases or really
And how's the
anything,
Dutch name?
because
No
she
shot.
and her podcast host, Jay, really do such a great job at breaking down the game.
He's so nice, Minera
And I'm
Toronto.
sure
There's
she
Nia
will be
calling her
looking to
stinky as they
break
played for
down
fun
this
game.
game,
That
break it
sounds like
apart,
both of
and
them.
break
Yeah.
the rules as she
That
looks
sounds about
to
right.
take down Arachne, the Web of Deceit.
Nia does
Game has
like to use
begun.
the word
2020
stinky too.
Is the life facing off? Let's dive down into this one.
Yeah, let's see if this Syndra that Yuki has crafted is as fast as Alexandra's Syndra that we saw last round be. She
That was
hopefully
fast
has
as
all
fuck.
of the toolkits at her disposal to craft some really, really powerful turns and present so much damage on her opponent that they are forcing them down to a lower life total as soon as possible. Arachne, on the other hand, is able to pack a punch, but is not really super sad to go into a late game
I think about the new
scenario where they
Aurora
can
Armory. I think it's a
do
really
so
good
much
way
value
to
with
get
their
a pipeline
daggers
for new
and
players,
just
to have them go
keep on
from
swinging as they are never
first
broken,
strike
and
deck
also
to
have
armory
Guardian,
deck.
so it
I think
can
it's a really
be
good idea.
annoying on the lower life totals.
Look at this first turn of the game. Maybe Yuki just went ahead and passed.
But I am
priority.
upset we don't
That's
have a
kind of
dual
what
blaze. I really want a
took
dual
from that
blaze.
body language, and then the
I think
Reaper Cult
Fang is way
discarded
too
by
underrated.
Alwart on
Yeah, I
Arachne
think he's
to
gonna be
get
pretty
that
good.
mark on the first turn of the
Update
game.
my first
Let's see if
battle
Yuki
hard,
now
made
wants
top
to
8.
try to pressure, given that her
Congratulations.
opponent has only 3 cards left in the
Congratulations.
hand. Priority back
What's your
to
next
Yuki.
event?
She's still got her action point. She's liable
Surely you
to
got to
lose it
keep
if Alwart's
riding
not
that
careful.
wave, right?
Yeah, some of the most successful Arachnes we've seen over the weekend has been able to put the mark on their opponent really, really quickly.
You just go
and getting
mark
the
pass,
chaos
like
wheel moving, so to
RTNs?
speak,
That's true.
and
That's true.
getting those
When do those
different
start?
Arachni
February.
huntsmans available
Is it 8th?
online.
Or is it the
As
week
well.
after?
Look at this. I love when this type of gameplay pattern
No feed
presents
equipment? She
themselves-
probably just didn't
presents
open
itself
any.
in a game of
Well,
Flesh
they
and
probably
Blood.
didn't open
When
any.
turn 0 player, pass priority.
I'll meet you in
turn,
London. I mean, I'll be there.
defending player
Whether or not you
attempts to
meet
do
me is
something
up
at
to
instant
you.
speed, lose a card from hand, and then they're able to go ahead and try to pressure. But the calming
8th. Okay,
breeze
so I won't be
in
playing an
response
RTN on the
making these
8th. I'll be
stackers
playing one the next
significantly less
weekend
threatening
in New
because You have to
Jersey.
imagine Yuki was hoping to use them to go a little wide because
Convince an
there's
ex-LOR
now
streamer
one, now
to
two
play.
cards
Coming
out
to
of
London.
Allward's hand.
Nice.
Has to do some real thinking, given that the
Pretty
calming
good game.
breeze is preventing.
Yeah, and calming
the
breeze
next one
doesn't
damage
suck, huh?
3 times over the turn after this first kunai.
This is really annoying as a Syndra player, facing down these 3 times he would be
Also,
dealt damage.
unrelated, but
Syndra loves
I had
to
a
cover these daggers for 1, and also these
like a mouse
attacks for
pad
4.
with like a little thing on the bottom for you to rest your wrist on, and my wrist kept hurting, so I swapped it out for just like one of these gel like bead packs, right?
That's a card
One
that
of
probably
these.
was destined
You just
for Allward's
plop your wrist.
arsenal on
It's
his
so
next
much
turn.
better.
So Yuki
It's
here,
so much
she
better.
just breaks the
If you're
chain,
having like
punches another
wrist
card,
pain
gets
from
her
using the
dagger back,
computer a
still
lot
sets
like
up with a
me,
5-card
I
hand.
cannot recommend
Depends on
switching
the
enough.
texture of what she's working
It's like
with, if
$20
she
on
wants to
Amazon.
continue
You
to
can get one of
pressure,
these
or if she
and one
wants
for
to
your
say, "Listen,
keyboard.
I've
So
now bought
nice.
the calming breeze. That's a card I was
My new hot
not
for the
going to
next
want to see on a
calling.
future
We'll
turn when
see.
you're not going to get to draw up anyway."
I don't think it's news gonna
Let's see
change a
if she is
ton
just gonna go ahead and
immediately.
grab the kunai back. Arsenal,
There's
or
no
if she
like
still wants to
immediately
pressure
obvious
from here.
things.
Yeah, with 2 cards remaining
Outside
in
of the new
Allward's
defense
hand,
reaction.
Yuki is probably doing some math. If
That's pretty
she's able to leak any sort of damage on this turn, and we get the perfect follow-up in order to retrieve this baggers back into the hand.
Up
if she decides
sticks
to.
and
Yeah, it looks
run.
like she's passing on that part of up sticks and run, not retrieving
You
the
tempted to
dagger from
bite
the
it if it
graveyard.
has a
You have
gel
to imagine
texture?
she has
It doesn't.
another
It's
way
little
to bring it
beads.
back. Maybe
I
it's
don't know
just
why I
another
said
blue.
gel.
Here's 5 damage.
You can
There
get a
is still
gel one. Mine's
prevention
just little
floating.
beads.
So currently only 4 would be taken from here. That's going to buy a 3 block from the Stains of the Red back. 1 prevention eats up 1, so 1 over the top. First blood to Yuki Lee Bender as Allward heads down to
Yuki.
19.
Yeah, Allward is the only blocking with 1 card on this attack, realizing that Yuki has the possibility to come in with an extra attack, as we see, and then wants to keep his card remaining in order to cover up a little bit more damage.
That makes a
and
new
try to
defense
cover up
reaction quite
as much as
pricey.
possible.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty
Here comes
pricey.
that Cinderskin Devotion.
Especially
Would
immediately
normally
as
be
people
a
try to
break
get their
point, but
hands
there's
on it.
still
Like
the
you just
one
want to start
floating
out with 3 of
prevention
them.
from the
Any
calming
deck that
breeze,
runs
so
like
this Razor's Edge
Fate for
will
Scenes
fully
just
block
cuts
that
them.
attack. Yuki here has 2 Draconic Chain Links, so that does not mean she's able to get the kunai back for free. So getting the kunai back means she's foregoing an arsenal on her first turn. So cool to see how different these turns play out when a player decides
Unless
to utilize
she
a
does
card
something for
from
free.
hand like that. Reaper's Call, and now we've got actually the Heart of Vengeance coming into the fray.
On turn 0, this is the most interesting turn 0 I think we've seen this whole weekend.
Is this turn
Yuki's
0?
really bending the rules, it feels like, to transform this first turn into
Oh,
a
was
dramatic
it
turn of
Yuki
events
going
just
first and he
sneaking so
discarded
much
and then
damage
she's
on this first turn.
pulling the
And
trigger?
this is the way, this is why we love callings. We
Dual
love
plays
these
would
streams.
still
We
run
get to
Fate.
see
That's
true
true.
masters at work. This is a type of play pattern that not every player
pretty
would see.
good.
Not every player would think. It's turn 0. I don't want to break my equipment.
Pick
I
up
might
a
need to use it on a
kunai.
different turn. Yuki here.
Better than
I
Fate
mean,
for
it might
Scene?
seem
Yeah.
pretty straightforward, but it's not maybe what the heuristics would tell you on turn
Fate for
0.
Scene's basically just
And
a
Mark
0
with
for 4.
Magma here going to go ahead and deal 4 damage and be that important.
For the most
third
part, the
chain
text
link
isn't super
of
relevant.
draconic variety. So now the kunai comes on back.
Why not play 3
from
of
that
Fate
Cinder
Sync and new
activation,
D-React?
'cause
I
it
mean,
is
some decks
free as a
will.
bird. What a fascinating
Just
turn 0
crazy that they
on the
printed
second to
another
last round of the
generic
calling. And an
0 for
important
4.
one.
But
Both of
like
these players
most
are
decks
X and
don't
1.
even run
They
full
both
sets of Syncs
really
and
would like to
Fates.
be X and 1 heading into the last
I think
round.
it's just like
'Cause remember,
Enigma.
only players with 2
some new
losses
lists.
or less are getting into day 2.
That's about it.
Yeah, playing all of these matches today.
And if
also
people
now
start
in
playing
round
too many
7,
D-Reacts, people
these
start playing
players
cards that are really
really,
good
really
against D-Reacts.
understood
Like
what is
Exude
inside
Confidence
their
makes a
deck
bigger
and really
comeback.
understands what is the contents and
People
what
put a
are
little
the
bit more
power cards and what other power turns.
focus on
So,
CNC.
the more we play these turns and all the more we play these games, the more knowledgeable the players are getting. So we are really seeing that peak here.
That was a
in the
good turn
Haunted
0.
Realm.
Wow.
I think that's a really great point, Erica. Just the way that the players have developed and learned more and more about the format as the day's gone on. This is probably, for some of them, only like, their 14th total game of this format, and they're competing at just about the highest level of open entry tournaments in this calling. Mark of the Huntsman is going to be the first true action. We're still on like turn 1. Here comes Mark of the Huntsman coming in for 2. Of course, if it hits, there will be no mark from here, but the Mark of the Huntsman could then be destroyed to remark Syndra as the Web of Deceit looks to complete their contract.
Looks like Yuki is saying no blocks here, no respect for this Huntsman. She is marked, so it's going to have a full effect moving on here. And we're going to see the mark disappear. Question is, will Albert find a way to remark?
He
in
burns
order
the
to
past
get
together. I have too
Dragon
many of them.
Ball in order
I don't
to
have
get
any, I don't
chaos
think.
in the end of this turn.
I never picked those up.
We see some stealth cards at his disposal at least.
2 damage. been taken. Looks like still thinking on the on-hit trigger. Does Allwart want to let this thing hit the graveyard? The answer is yes. Going to be destroyed. Yuki marked, unmarked, marked again.
Yeah, just a bunch
Up
of
sticks and run. Going to be this time. The effect is going to be utilized
marking
to
and
bring
not
back
marking,
the
huh?
mark of the Huntsman.
Hey, swing the
really
other
no harm,
dagger.
no foul there. Losing it to remark.
Swing it again, yeah.
Oh, how about another mark of the Huntsman? Same one, same question, same decision for Yuki. Does she want to let this one hit? Only difference is this time it's got 6 power thanks to the +4 from the up sticks and run.
Yeah, very powerful
Floating?
turn
Yeah.
here from Allwart.
Here
With
come.
one floating, it's really,
Oh, there's
really
also spoiler
scary
for
for
Power Theme
position.
set? I mean, we
He has
don't
any
know.
attack reactions,
That's
but
what people
at
are
the same time,
speculating,
there
but we
might
don't
be an
know
arsenal
that.
slot available. At the same time, he wants to probably keep the mark in order to get into chaos mode. We can also still flick the dagger if this
How do I rank
connects.
the 4 block D-reacts
Yeah,
with the inclusion
same
of the new
question
one?
once again for Allwart.
Sync,
Yuki
the
blocking
new
3,
one, Fate.
taking the
I
rest
think
of the
Sync
damage
still
down
edges
to
it out.
15. And it looks like time
But
to
like,
follow
okay,
this
think of
thing
the
up
cards,
with
think of Command and
attack for
Conquer
1.
that say you can't play
That's actually a
D-reacts.
really
You can
blue heavy hand
discard
he had
the new
at his
one
disposal
and then put a
here.
block 3 in front of
Can't-
it.
Can't be too happy to see
like,
that
it gets
going
around
into the
that,
first turn.
Right,
With
that's how the card
3
works.
blues
It
and
says
1
prevent the
red.
next 3 damage.
That's not really the place you want to be. But Yuki decides to take it, and she is remained unmarked at the end of the turn. So
That probably
no
puts it
interrupting
above
turn
Sync,
over
honestly.
at this point in time. As
For
we
decks that are like
go
more
again
defensively
to
oriented. More
Yuki's
aggressive
turn.
decks that are running Sync, probably still want
Yuki, on
Sync.
the other hand, is kicking off and blazing with a blue 2 cards remaining in hand. Akuna
Gotta
is
find
being
it, sorry.
presented here.
1 damage. Once again upon the
Oh, no,
combat
sorry,
trigger.
it doesn't do
The
that.
only
It's
on-hit
the
here is
next 3
that
times you would be dealt damage
Allwart
prevent
is
1.
basically
That's,
marked, so
yeah.
on-hit here
I was
is
like,
going
wait,
for
that's
the Toki
fucking
in single
busted.
favor.
Yeah, so it doesn't work like that. It's still very good. It goes Sync, that card, favor scene.
Gets rid of the mark.
Great against like
Brings
Kodachis and
in
stuff.
The fealty. Syndra
Daggers,
pledging
right?
her devotion, pledging her allegiance once more to her homeland's righteous cause. Dragon power going to be utilized with the fealty here. Looks like, yeah, you know, you
Really
can
annoying
still
against
in
Rin Chance. Yeah, I mean,
response-
like,
Actually,
it's
I don't know if you can
also,
play it in response, but
it's just like
technically
pitching a blue,
before
right?
that Dragon power
But
was played, the fealty is going
it could
to
stop
be
like 2
utilized
Rune
to make
Chance
it
and a
draconic.
point of
Now
physical.
just
Like,
a
it's just
big
good.
ol'
It's just a solid
1
card.
for
There's gonna be a
7.
lot of uses for it.
One floating means the other dagger can come back as well, given that this is now the second Draconic Chain Link. Pretty nice couple cards here utilized from Yuki Lee Bender. Looks like she might also be establishing a card in that arsenal.
Yeah, beautiful turnaround here, using that fealty token beautifully. I love these ninja cards that have these
Pretty
tricks. If
good.
they
1 for
turn into
7.
Draconics, which they can with the fealty tokens.
Arc Lightning
you
becomes
can
less
do so many
spooky.
powerful
I
things.
mean,
You have the one that deals 2
it's still
unpreventable
pretty
damage
spooky.
if it's Draconic. You have
If
this
you
one
want to cast
that
Arc
becomes a
Lightning, you're
1 for
probably using the
7.
0 for
It's
4
such a
D-React just
powerful
as
play
a
as well.
D-React.
2 card 8 basically for Yuki, and she always loves to talk about the value gains of your cards, and I think this is exactly
Kunai
what
back.
she's
It seems
talking
like
about
you're
when
going to be
she-
doing a lot of shuffling, like
Syndra.
1 Kunai.
Ability costing just the 1 with those 2
You're like
Draconic Chain
juggling
Links, so the
one and then
kunai
the
comes
other
on back. It's been really cool
as
watching
starters,
Syndra play
because it seems like you
develop over these
really
last
need
couple of
starters
days.
a lot.
Our players playing towards really
A lot
keeping
of
both
cards that say
daggers
if you have
around,
2 or more
flipping daggers with
Draconic
cards
Chain
like
Links,
throw them at
get
them or
going and
throw
stuff.
yourself at them, and of course the danger digits. I'm
Kinda
seeing
lame
a
how
lot of
flaccid
players do what
Haunting
Yuki's
Rendition looks
done,
compared to
what we
Breeze.
saw
Really?
what
I think
we saw
Haunting
Alex
Rendition
Price
is an
do in our
incredible
first round
card.
of the day. Really try and keep 1 dagger is all
I think
they
Haunting
need.
Rendition's a
Attack
better
with the
card than
dagger, you know
Breeze.
you're going to lose it, bring back the other, making sure at least 1 is at their disposal at all times.
Yeah, having that 1 starter Draconic can be really, really powerful, because it can really help set up those turn where you have those cards that requires more Draconic Chain Links in order to get the go against, get the on-hit effects going. So keeping 1 of those daggers is really important, and what we typically see is, as you mentioned, the 1 dagger left in graveyard that can be picked up at the end of the turn.
Incredible,
You
it being
always
a
have
block
that
means you
1
can't
dagger
arsenal it? I
available
mean, I
that you can create
guess.
the chain links with in order to pick up the other one and just keep that ball rolling. And Yuki understands that
Can't do
the more cards she
everything.
has at her disposal, the more the more punch she can pack on her next turn. So keeping that arsenal was really, really important
Blocking
for
a
her.
dagger.
Gonna go ahead and buy a block from this market.
I mean, it's either like a
Yuki is
1 for
not
something
interested
after
in
this,
getting
or there's
marked
like a
this
dagger
time around,
pump, right?
especially with only 1
And his
card left
plan
in
was
the
to
hand
pump,
from
mark,
Allwart. If it was
flip.
a stealth attack, that, you know, one of those mark at the funnel web, mark at the Black Widow, that would not be good on this turn.
You can do
She
everything if
doesn't
you're
have
Mystic.
Any
That's
blocking
true.
equipment left for her. Both of these players only presented 3 points of armor, which I think is pretty interesting as well, given that both of these players are doing so well. X and 1 clearly.
I think I fully
strength of
understand how
the deck is
Syndra
good
works.
enough.
I mean, you just read the if you
It's
just read the
very
actual
interesting
text
to
of the
see.
card,
Me and
you'll
Scott
pick it up
talked
pretty quick.
earlier about
The text of the card and the text of the kunais. The rest is just like aggressive attacks. It is cool though. I think it's a cool deck.
Able to find a full suite of equipment because there are so many different equipments available to you in the generic slot. So you're typically, when you pack up these 8 packs, you're able to find something in each slot, and that's what we've been seeing throughout the weekend. So it was really.
I think Agent of Chaos
or
Arachne will be good in
these
CC.
players for
Yeah,
the
I
first
don't
time
I don't
really
think he'll be like
see a
super
full
top tier.
equipment.
Maybe he will. I don't know.
And they're still doing
But I
so
think he's
well.
like
Oh, yeah.
at the absolute
comes
worst,
the
he's
kunai
going to be
once
like
again.
totally playable.
Pitching away. I think it might be a trot along down there.
Oh, it's such a beautiful card.
I know.
Love the blue at block 3.
I'm so passive aggressive. I mean, it wasn't. Didn't mean it that way.
Cards. I actually think it's a fantastic addition to the set, to the limited environment.
I just
No
meant that
blocks,
all
no
the
reactions, just
fanciness
the
is
call.
happening in the
12
kunai and
for
the
our
hero
Arachne
ability.
player, playing 15 from Syndra. But Yuki's got 2 floating, 2 cards in hand, and 1 in the arsenal. Looks like breaking the chain here, allowing that kunai to head to the bottom, just to go ahead and be able to bring them both back with another one of those blue 3 blocks. Put in context there, here comes the dagger once again.
Not the most valuable turn, but what are you going to do when you have so many blues at your disposal? I think activating Syndra here just to get some extra picks of damage in, and it's so awkward to block. 1 point of damage? No way I'm going to give up a card for that.
Yeah, Yuki, you see a little bit more why she was happy to block on that last turn. She did not have a whole lot going for her on this one. Here comes a For the Emperor. No real text on this
This
one.
is
Just
not
go
the
ahead and be
best
a
turn,
1
was it?
power, 5, excuse me, a 1 resource, 5 attack.
Rolling dice for Agents of Chaos can
No
make him
go
feel
again,
really
so
incredible or
all
bad.
it
I mean,
knows
I feel like they did a
that there's
good
nothing
job. We'll
more
see how it
complex
actually
than this. It's
plays.
only
But I feel like they did a good
5%
job
of
making
the
all the
game.
versions
Can
not
find
too
a
much
way
better
to
than the
utilize
other
his full hand
versions.
and maybe come back with a bit of a punch here.
Hey man, love the stream. Just want a
Or all
reminder that
incoming
Arachne
blocks
is they
here.
them.
Arachne,
Oh,
of
you're
course,
probably right.
having a full array of 3 blocks available at their disposal typically. So it's very
Is
easy for
Arachne
them
even
to
human?
create some more value by blocking with cards that they can't use on their turn
I
effectively.
feel like they're almost more of an
See
it.
if Alwart wants to do just that. Facing down 5, already at 11, nearly halfway through the life total there. Still got over halfway to go in the game. 20 minutes remaining. He's got 11 life to Yuki's 15. Yuki, however,
We don't know
out
what
of
Arachne
armor,
is.
safe for the danger
That's
digits.
fair.
Wonder if she has something like a poisoned blade.
They
to
plural,
make
yeah.
those kunai even more threatening
That's a
with the
good
danger
point.
digits. We haven't seen much other ways for her to be flicking the
Arachne
daggers,
even
no
one
flirting
being? We
yourself
don't know.
weapons, no burning blade dances. Playing a
I think it's
little
supposed to be,
more of
like,
an honest
mysterious.
Syndra deck than we have maybe seen prior.
Probably got
Looks
some
like
kind of
Alwart's
magic
maybe
involved.
loading up a couple blocking cards.
Arachne
He
is
does
probably a
have
mask.
some really
Could
nice
be.
equipment over there. Leapfrog gloves. The
Could be that
red
you don the
armored
mask and
visor,
become
and the blade beckoner plating. So armor
something.
advantage to Alwart, but life advantage.
Yeah, a
currently to
title
Lady
makes
Bender.
sense to me.
Yeah, looking to commit this Razor's Edge, interestingly enough, that's typically one of those trick cards that you want to have at your disposal in order to force some damage and also force some on-hit effects.
Symbiote, yeah, it's Venom.
He's deciding that this is not the turn that he wants to utilize it, and he doesn't want to keep it for his future turns either. So very interesting blocking decision here.
There goes.
Yeah, I feel
Rare
like
as well.
to comment on
Whittle
Syndra's
from bone.
what
Will
she's
do
doing again.
something if
When
was
you
marked,
like
but turns
play with it
not.
once or twice,
Alwart
it'll
able to
it'll make sense
find
very quickly.
Yeah, look at this, an
to
all
you.
red hand that didn't really do what he wanted. He has to put a little
Oof!
mark
Oh,
of the
that
black order
sucks.
to the bottom as well. I think with a layer of the spider, it's really
One.
not quite the easiest to tell what the back card is in the pitch zone. But
Really wants to
Majiinbae,
mark,
he was
huh?
not able to establish in the arsenal on this turn, so
Because
didn't
that's a
want to
0 for
have
3
happening
that got
to the
pitched.
bottom. This is a really tough turn cycle for Alwart. Yes, was able to block 5. It's spinning 2 cards out of the hand just to present 1 and maybe mark. And Yuki here just still
Clearly wants to
respecting the
mark.
because clearly, honestly, the hero text on Web of Deceit here has not been nearly as relevant as we saw even earlier in the game, say versus Simon Nielsen, when the Web of Deceit was constantly getting the go again, constantly threatening that hero ability. Here it hasn't been very good, and so Yuki's maybe considering just, even though this turn is not.
Do you think
that
he's
good
got
at
one of
all,
the,
this bloodline is being committed to the Bach to make sure.
No,
that
that's a
Arachne is
contract, not
able
mark.
to
I was thinking the one that's
transform
like
into
if you
something
hit
with a little more
Syndra,
maybe
draw a card, but
of
like
a
that's
hero
contract. You don't have
text
to be
that
marked for
Alwart
it
would be
because
able
like
to get
that
a more
seems.
value from.
Yeah, really
Wild.
unfortunate turn here for
I don't know if you
Alwart,
want to put
not
that
getting
much
as
value
much
on
power
flipping.
as he would have hoped to,
But I
and
don't know.
sometimes you get stuck with those
I'm not 5-1 in the
too
calling.
few
I
blues.
haven't even
We saw
touched
that
these cards.
first hand that he drew
Mystic's
was
able to
keeping those
perma-banish
3 blues
Syndra's
and
kunai
1
with pass
red,
over.
and it's
Yes.
also really
Yes, they
unfortunate
are.
'cause it doesn't really
She can
pass
respond to the
either of the
effect, but
play.
if you
And
respond to
so
her
moving into a
activating it,
full red,
you banish it.
it's really, really poor performance of the deck, so to say.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Okay, so
Bummer if you are in
clearly
all
holding on
larks
to the other
suit.
resource
However,
or something,
you
because
can
otherwise you'd go
go
like
ahead and come in.
kunai into
It's like
this.
pitching away. I think that dual
It's not a
threat,
1-for-4
I love
Draconic
seeing
Go
that combo
again,
with
or
these
you would
decks,
have
you know, it's
used
majestic,
it.
not easy to open,
Same with
but I have to
Invert,
imagine
yeah.
maybe
Or
the
News,
most alive
Mystic
in the single decks
Specialization,
given that they're
or
so
the
easily able
new
to
blue
attack with
card
the
that
Draconic
banishes
attack,
one
attack
power
with the
attack
kunai,
thing,
and then
or
do
one power
exactly those
things,
two
right?
things. Yuki's
I don't
sitting
think
at the
that card
bottom
says
here.
it
If she can get 6 points of
action. I think you
offensive
can
value
banish
out of
just
that card,
anything.
that might be enough to break the math.
So getting the split damage through is also really important. Coming in for 4 is a
find
really
it.
hard break point, but it can also help create
Rotten
a hard
Remains.
break
When this
point
attacks, you may
and a
banish a
tiny
card
power
with 1
attack coming
attack from each
after
hero's
this
graveyard.
That is
Yeah,
also
that
creating
one.
it into a 4. Alternatively, also your daggers becoming 2 power attacks, which is also really awkward to block sometimes.
Following this up with the hunt, the hunter. Gonna go ahead and mark because a red card has been played. Not an on-hit, an on-attack effect. Really nice in these decks that care about fealty, care about marking. That's gonna buy 2 more pieces of
Is he trying to
blocks
fatigue or
from
something?
Allward here. Looks like he's really comfortable
I'm still
being
trying
a
to
little
make
bit
sense of that
defensive,
last turn.
waiting
I
for
need
his
to know what's an
pieces to come
arsenal for it to
together
like
a little more
come full
cohesively.
circle.
Yeah, very respectfully so. It's really, really what drives the more professional players from the more beginner type of players, understanding the fracture of your hand and trying to realize this is not the hand I
Values
want
the
to transfer
flip
into damage, and understanding that there's more powerful turns
over
for me in
3
the future. So
damage.
I'm keeping my life total high for
Wow.
when I get to that hand.
Okay.
I really want to keep it so I have some extra life totals so that I can take some damage in order to
I don't know how I feel
those
about that.
powerful attacks.
Allward's been trying to transform all
Black
game
Widow.
long, and finally the Black Widow is returning to the arena from the Brood. And this,
Like, I don't know if
Black Widows
that's
are known
worth it.
in our world for being quite dangerous if you feel their bite or their venom. And I have to imagine in
Those
the
are some
raid,
good cards, though.
it's just as devastating. Look at the effect there, giving the cards with stealth the ability to banish
We'll see. We'll
cards
see. We'll see.
from
I'm
the
willing
hand.
to be convinced.
Allward, he's been having some trouble really stringing together some actual on-hit effects.
Flips
Black
normally get
Widow's
you
gonna
3
help out
value,
quite a bit.
3 damage of
Definitely,
value.
it's such
Does
an
it?
amazing extension to the turn, and also being an attack.
I guess like
faction,
Black Widow
you
does
don't
if you
really
hit
send any on hits up
with a
front,
stealth card.
basically. You have those cards available to you that you can discard in order to activate that attack reaction that then prevents the on-hit effect. So it can be a really, really scary proposition for Yuki, and it's not something that she wants to lose some more cards in her hand for no reason whatsoever.
Here comes a trap and release. On hit mark.
The pump is 3.
Before
Yeah, but you
going
have to
in,
spend a card for it, so it's not
Classic
actually
little
gaining you any
assess-
value.
excuse
And
me,
the card's worth
ninja
about 3
stat
value.
line. Leapfrog gloves just being committed to the block, not with any, shenanigans with attack reactions. Just going to go ahead and block
Let's see how
4
this turn plays out.
on this turn, as well with that blue Scuttle the Canal.
Yeah, and Allward is committing the blocks here, not really
5?
Yeah,
Right? Yeah.
wanting to have this realized by all means.
and here comes another on-hit mark effect and on-hit make a fealty because of the mark previously in this game. Yuki was stuck with an all-red hand of her own, but the difference is she still converted it into 9 points of offensive
Do you have like a
value.
mark of the
Not
Black
best,
Widow
of
or
course,
something in
out of 4
Arsenal?
cards.
No.
Not what you want to be doing, but
Half a nine.
We've just been trying to take
when your
advantage of that.
opponent is, of course, at 11.
Like maybe he's
still
playing
not
for
necessarily having to
fatigue.
think about it. It's gonna
I don't
buy us,
know.
like a couple blocking cards from Allward here.
And I'm also thinking about the pitch deck. If we get to that scenario where we are reaching the pitch cycle, then those 2 red cards is really going to pack a punch when your opponents hopefully is all stuck with blues in the left on the other side of the deck.
I think
know
he'd
both
get
players
fatigued, though.
Nearly on the same turn, pitching 2 reds to the bottom, but Allward's been doing a fair bit more.
Like he'd get kind of Kadachi locked.
So she might actually maybe even be ahead.
All right, here it
in
is.
the
Here it
deck
is. Let's see
damage
it.
race when you consider, even you might expect the assassin deck to be doing a little more deck damage, but Yuki's doing pretty well here. Here comes
On hit mark, and if they're marked, do you
This
remark?
stuff.
Yeah, because when you hit them, you make a fealty
Prospect,
token.
I believe
and
this
then
is
you add a
1 for
mark.
4 because
You just
it
order
is
it like that.
attacking a marked hero, which is really nice because
This is attacking
now
a
this
marked
becomes
hero, it gets
great
+1.
point on itself.
Okay.
And the Black Widow effect threatens to make it an attack for 7. Yuki would have to give 3 cards to stop this thing, and that's if the card in Arsenal is not also a pump effect that can affect this plunge the prospect.
Sure.
Yeah, this Arsenal has been sitting there for quite a while, waiting for the right opportunity to strike their opponent. And this on-hit effect now, with the Black Widow available for Allward, is really, really presenting an interesting proposition. But we don't have any resources available to us. So Yuki is trying to figure out what can possibly be in this Arsenal that could be threatening this on-hit effect. The card left in hand, of course, is something that we want to react
So this is going to be worth
using
about
the attack reactions
3,
that we
right?
have
Because he's going to get a card out of it.
And look at this, Yuki is
So it ended up
content
being
to
worth the
just
3.
lose a card from the hand and
But that's
take
'cause he
7
hit the
damage.
best
However,
possible.
He does have a smoke out. That's going to at least
What
get a
if he
total of 3
instead
points
hit
of
like,
blocking.
I mean, or the trap one, I
His
guess, is
4
really
is
good.
coming over
What
the
if
top.
instead he hit like the
Now it's
dagger
time for a
one or
card
the
from
banished
hand to
arsenal and
get
you could just
banished.
play her arsenal out?
Thanks to
Like,
the Arachne
I don't know if I'm
Wacko
on
effect.
board
You
with
see
this.
why
If he's
all
trying to
Arrows
go for a
tried so
fatigue
hard
plan
to
and he thinks that's
transform
going to work,
all
then like,
game
okay, sure.
long. These effects of these brooding assassins so powerful. We'll have to return to the Web of Deceit at the end of this turn. However, here comes the Kuna of
What is in his
Kunai of
arsenal?
Retribution. Yuki lost a couple cards there, one on defense and one from the effect. But now the Blade Beckoner plating is going to go ahead and block one.
The Beckoner plating being so good in this matchup. All of the heroes having
Arachne
daggers
Web
is
of
getting
Deceit
+1
does look
if it's
really cool,
preventing
though.
a dagger. So it's really, really throwing some real value in this game in particular.
Mark.
Is there a payoff for
with
Arachne to hit a
Magma,
Martio?
the
To
follow-up.
hit them?
There's that
No.
second chain
To
that we've been
attack
talking about
them?
it all
Yes.
game.
Well,
That
okay.
first kunai
The payoff
really
is
just
a lot
being
of
the
your
starter,
stealth
and now, of
cards,
course, the floating can
they get
grab you back
+1
that
if they're
third
attacking
kunai
Martio, and then
as
if they hit,
well.
they get go again
Here comes the
on
perhaps
Arachne Web of
final
Deceit.
piece of equipment from
But,
Allwart to try to just shore up the life totals. Once again, this represents
Other than that, not
what
really.
Allwart is
You just
working
want
with.
them to be marked.
Fealty getting popped for this next
Shebang.
attack. Draconic because it's art
Of
of the dragon.
Oh.
Fire.
Oof.
Look at this thing coming in 4, 5, and 2 damage. There's the
Ouch.
fire from the dragon. 2 unpreventable damage.
Only the base
4,
form,
let's
which funny
say
enough ends up
7
being
here.
better than half the
Pretty
time. I
nice.
believe that. Yeah, I think you're just
That's
supposed to
3
play the
times we've
game.
seen
Like, I don't think
Yuki
you're supposed to
spend
play
1
for
resource
flips
and
in
have 7
limited.
points of offensive value. That is hard.
If I remember
for any
correctly, you
deck
can't
to
double mark.
compete
I
with.
have no
Again,
idea.
I love these
I don't think it
cards. I love these
matters.
special effects when they
I
become
think it ends up being
iconic.
exactly the
Yuki is
same.
putting that at their best display in this match, and I love to see it.
And look at this, because we have 3 draconic
Yuki
chain
pulling
links,
ahead here.
thanks to that Art of the Dragon Fire being draconic. Yuki
Although
making
she's got
sure
like
to just
no
get that 1
equipment,
point of value off the danger digits when she can.
no
because now
arsenal.
when she activates Syndra, she gets both daggers back instead of just the one.
Beautiful display here from Yuki. She really, really understands the power of her hero and using it at its greatest extent.
Marks down an aura.
Flicking the
No, I don't think you
daggers,
can. You
making
can't
them
blow it up with like
turning
scour
into
or
the
anything.
graveyard, activating Syndra, packing them back out of the graveyard, having them available at her next turn, and just going at it again, having a fealty token also available to her. Just such a beautiful
Ooh, the
display
dagger's
of the
back
Syndra
and
hero here.
everything. Wow. Very strong.
Going to be a public bounty, +3
Okay.
to the next attack that targets a marked hero. And it's just going to be the mark of the Huntsman to follow this thing up. So 5 on
Okay.
hit mark.
5 go again. What is in this
And of
arsenal?
course, if that is a card in the
Long story,
arsenal
watch the stream.
with
Don't know
stealth,
why. I appreciate you
Still
hanging
haven't
out.
seen it.
Yeah,
It's been stuck there since
been there
round
for a
1.
minute, yeah.
So I'm getting really, really curious what this could possibly be.
On hit, that mark of the Huntsman can get destroyed and remark, as of course, Yuki already marked.
Let's say this is a
from
0
the
for 3
public
afterwards.
bounty.
Let's say that this hits. We get rid of the mark, right?
No blocks, no
And
reactions.
it's a 0 for 3? That's just like a 3 card 8. That's so bad.
Send the bill.
Okay, remark. Sure.
We will
Yeah, that
beat the
makes sense.
dagger into the graveyard.
And
Yuki's gonna
he's
remain
going to go for the
marked
flip. Yeah.
for the time being.
Which means it's time
Yep.
for
I
a
was going to say, I was like, I know he's not playing that
celebration of
arsenal.
the game. Dice
it
gets
gonna be?
rolled.
Low-key enjoying card game
Number
where the streams are
4.
actually good. Which ones
I
don't
think
have
that's
good
the
streams
red
right now?
Back, let's see.
I heard
Yes,
One
it's
Piece is really rough
Arachne
for
red
content.
back. This is an interesting situation here for Allwart because, of course, the +3 is good. The go again is good, but sitting at 5.
But yeah,
Syndra
our,
cards,
like,
are you gonna be able to
these
keep enough
are
cards to make that go again
incredible.
relevant? I'm not sure that's going to happen.
That is exactly the
Shout
big
out
question.
Ethan
I
and
don't
the
think
team.
This is the Arachne that he wanted at this point in time. He really needs some of those impactful on-hit effects.
Yeah, everyone who
and
works
kinda
on these does
stop
such a good
Syndra
job.
in her tracks.
Arsenal's been sitting there
Taking
for a
some
while.
cards
I
away
know.
from
I don't think it's a
Yuki so that
trap.
he can not
Maybe it
send
is.
so much damage
I don't know.
coming
I
in
literally have
and
no idea.
take
It
over
could be like a
But at the
one-cost
same time,
pump
Yuki's at 6. Allwart is at 5.
and just can't find the
There's
spot for it.
No one's games at this point in time. They're still very, very even so far.
Syndra, with using the Fire Tenant, strike first. When it attacks the
It's a good
next
card.
draconic attack on the
Very,
combat
very
team, it's
good
going to get +1, a nice little, basically 0 for 4. That's going to buy a 3 block from the mark of the funnel web. Here
Kunai,
comes a
2.
dagger, really annoying, coming in for 2 now, thanks to the Fire Tenant. Strike first. 2 floating from here, 2 draconic chain links. That buys another block. Allwart sees the writing on the wall. Doesn't think he's going to be able to stay alive too much longer if he doesn't block. So now here comes a grow. Looks like wings, right? No, grow claws. If a draconic attack was the last attack. Ooh, a nice little 1 for 3 in your blue slot. That's buying another block from Allwart.
Pretty good.
And the question is the Burning Blade Dance going to
Shout out
hit
to
the
Sam
combat
getting
chain
officially employed.
here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yuki's checking
Love
how
Sam.
many cards do we have left. Some miscalculation maybe has happened. Just checking that everything is correct.
Gonna attack here with the kunai, utilizing that final floating. We are now at 2 Draconic Chain Links total, but we saw her flash the Burning Blade dance.
Being on stream for Yu-Gi-Oh's BS because the Yu-Gi-Oh
All the
sushi chef
daggers
couldn't
onto
use
the
his
chain
sushi board
links. She's not
playmat.
gonna be
Which
able to
I'm
find
sorry,
rollback
what?
this time around at least, but she is committing everything to get every single card out of Alvar's hand, presenting him with no possibility to
Yeah, I just,
do
like,
any
don't
defenses
see-
on his upcoming turn.
That looks in. She's representing a +1 power on this, which
Yeah.
means that is going to go ahead and hit. She can flick the dagger, and that is
That's
going to be the
it.
game. Yuki Lee Bender moves on to 6 and
I don't know.
1.
I feel like he just
Extra
took
power
like
there on that
really
attack, able
inefficient
to
lines.
allow
And he's played the
beyond
game
effect of Burning
with
Blade
the
Dance
set.
to
I
connect,
haven't.
flick
He
that
clearly would
dagger
know more
over
than
the
I have.
top,
It just felt like he
and
took
just like
really, really
Michael
inefficient lines multiple
Jordan,
times to flip and hope that it
perfect
won in the
pullback.
game. I don't know.
Love to see Syndra on display here.
I
A
wanna know
really,
what's in the
really
arsenal.
Cool hero. I think
When are they gonna crack more gem packs?
that
Two
granted
card
me at
one
least a
felt
couple.
game
Oh my
losing.
God,
He had a
gotta
0
give
for
those
3
3
in the
points. I'm
pitch.
sitting here with someone with World Tour points. Come on, y'all.
Could have just attacked.
Here's our current leaderboard. A little bit of an update from last time we showed this. This is the correct leaderboard here. We've got, of course,
Ooh.
the
Oh.
world traveler himself, Mr.
Hamilton
Brody
getting up
Spurlock,
there.
microphone
USA.
Michael
Cody
Hamilton
Williams,
rounding out the top
Jacob
3 of that
Clemens,
list.
wow.
But this is where I do want to
They
stress
cracked
it's
gem
not
packs. They
just
cracked
the
3
player
gem
with
packs
the
on
most
Friday's
World Tour
stream.
points that is going to go ahead
They
and
did not
to get
find
all
the
of
new
prize
card,
money from the player
the
of
question
year
mark card.
event. It's actually also regional. So players in the EU region
Oh,
and the
great.
APAC region.
I guess I
also
only have to
competing
compete against
their
the
fellow
US
countrymen,
players then.
countrywomen,
That's so
country people
nice.
to be able to try to take some of that money for themselves. So you're actually you're great. You don't even have to worry about competing against
Sick.
Mr. I'm
Shoma's
go
feeling
everywhere because
real
I'm
nice if
20
it's
and
regional. He's like the only Japanese
yeah,
player.
Yeah, yeah. All
He's
right, folks,
really
well,
fucking
we
good.
have got one more round coming up for you.
I feel like
and
the
it is
all
going to be
lowercase that Shoma
quite
did for
an
his
exciting one. We
name
have
is
been
kind of a
seeing- I've been
flex. I don't know
actually so
why. I think
stoked.
it just
We've
looks
been
cool.
getting to see so many of the various heroes represented in this set all day long. Every single hero has been kicking ass, and every single hero has been highly represented in our stream, and I think pretty well represented out there. But there's a player we've gotten to check in with a couple times over the weekend
Pintor?
who is playing for that undefeated record on
Pintor?
Iraqi. You've seen him a couple
Gregors?
times.
No, Gregors
It's the
lost.
master of many heroes, Pablo Pintor.
Yeah, the
plays for
boy.
an undefeated slot in the day 1 of this calling. It comes up right after this. You're not going to want to miss it.
These players has been playing these decks for the past 7 turns. They've been playing
I'm
these
gonna
decks
bathroom real quick.
all day
You
today.
guys
they
watch.
know
I'll be right back.
exactly every single intricacies. They know exactly every single card in that at disposal. Know exactly where the power lies and where their withdrawals are. And so finding these last couple of games of the day has been an absolute delight.
We'll take a quick look at the equipment layout, much like our players were doing beforehand. It is going to be that red alert equipment that's on high showcase from both sides of the table here. A ceremonial robe, some vengeance equipment for Johnny, and of course the leapfrog equipment we're so used to from Pablo at this point.
Definitely coming in clutch here to prevent some damage coming in from those attack reactions on Fang's side of things. We're probably going to expect a couple.
I just got to shout out the poker player in Johnny Chapman, that hood going straight up. As soon as business is down to action, it is time
Is
to...
he a poker player?
Oh, yeah. Johnny
Wow.
loves a good bit of poker.
There you
So
go.
you can tell the demeanor shifting immediately. It's time to put on a show. The
You're not
first
allowed to
decision-
use shades at least, so that
No,
mean
no, true, no
not
shades in this
full,
case.
Not full poker mode, unfortunately.
So first decision he has to face, of course, that mark of the Huntsman, making its way over. We're going to suck that up nice and early. Not interested in letting an early mark sneak through from Arachne if we can help it.
And Pablo is probably very happy to grind some cards out of their opponent's deck. If we're looking to take this game long, then of course any cards that you get at this point in time is really, really helpful.
Pablo here, fully aware of what's going on. Look at the laughter between these two.
Okay,
These
so
players
Pablo's
are
up first. He
well
starts
versed
dagger,
in this matchup
dagger.
at this
That makes
point over
sense.
the
Gets an
course of the day.
equipment block.
The early
Wow.
equipment block deserves all the respect from Pablo. And more importantly, Pablo understands the implications of that immediately and reassesses how the rest of this turn's going to play out.
Indeed, this is such a good start.
I think flipping's mostly bonus.
we're
Yeah, I
not
think that's what
seeing
people
as
are going to
much
end
as
up
the
finding
players
out
even
is that, like,
reading the cards anymore. These guys know
you're just going to
exactly
flip
how these cards
sometimes,
play
but you
out and just
probably
find-
shouldn't go
trying
too
to
far out of
find
your way.
the perfect lines to
to do
go
it.
with them.
No, these players certainly not 7-0.
You go deck based on sushi. The only guy who plays it dresses in a full sushi chef cosplay and uses the sushi board as a playmat.
Johnny.
Okay, and then they wouldn't
That's what Pablo had to say to
let him
force
use it.
Johnny.
That's kind of standard that people have to use the event mat thing.
Definitely interested in keeping a number of those cards available for their
If
upcoming
they're on
turn.
stream.
Does take the hit. Now that's exceptionally telling here for
Equipment
Johnny
block
Chapman.
and takes
Those
3.
cards
Man's just got
must
2
be
no
a
blocks,
premium.
huh?
We've given up
3 no
armor
blocks,
on the
maybe?
first turn of the game.
What in the
And
world?
we want to keep 3 of our cards going forward.
Yeah, respecting the dagger on hits. If they hit, they can be possibly used
Just
to
got
mark
3
their
X tooth
opponents.
of the
And as we've
dragon.
seen so far, the most powerful turns, or the most powerful games, I should say, that we have seen from Arachne so far is when they get the possibility to mark their opponents really, really early on in order to get their chaos machine
Living the
moving,
result
so
of
to
not
say.
hitting.
Wow, we see why Johnny was so just invested.
If your
in
opponent is
this
marked
turn
at the
put
end of your
together.
turn,
We
you
are
flip.
twisting and turning in all the
Okay,
right
that one
ways.
blocks 3. That one blocks 3.
Majestic
That one blocks, I
attack
think,
buffs
3.
Here. No breaks on Johnny Chapman's plan. This first Obsidian Fire Vein is
So far, all the cards we're
huge.
seeing blocks.
Astronomical, the Saber Bloodshed. We haven't seen this card, at least I haven't seen this card being played
mean,
today.
Saber
And
Bloodshed
it's
is really
showing powers, and Pablo is full respect on this dagger.
It's very I believe Pablo Pinto has a copy of Saber Bloodshed in their deck as well. I believe
Huh,
we saw
that's
it on
funny.
camera
No way.
earlier on. And definitely one that's definitely appearing in these top performing decks. An incredibly powerful Majestic.
Take
That was
notes,
not
take
worth
notes.
losing
Absolutely.
equipment and taking
Open
damage, I don't think.
Majestics. Great notes from your pre-release. Love to hear both players laughing
Majestic's
along
good.
in the yes, good research. Pablo,
You just
with
gave
a
up 4
somewhat,
for nothing.
Tempo-orientated counterattack. Using
You
those
gave up
cards,
4 to send a
respecting
3-card
everything
9.
Johnny
Like, that's
has to offer,
ass.
but we will pursue Johnny to the edge of oblivion with 4 additional points damage.
At least it's a bit of a salvage, having those cards face up, being the action cards instead of having those attack action cards at a hidden information point. Basically playing face up, saying, hey, this is a dagger for 9, it has these on hits, what do you want to do about it? And so Pablo is respecting that and coming back with as much power as he
Does
can
Sealed follow
punch,
Blitz or
basically,
CC?
and finding the great value turns. So to say.
It's been very
Sealed has its
interesting to
own.
watch Pablo Pinto
It's
navigate
limited.
How to build this Arachne deck in the Seal. We see time and time again a high priority on the cards.
You are only you have play 30 cards in your deck.
Showing up in force in Pablo's list. and
No
really
more,
trying
no
to
less.
force
Has to
those
be 30.
chaotic transformations at every opportunity.
We have another
Okay.
Obsidian Fire Vein with 2 cards in hand. We have nothing floating. It's a red card being promoted to pitch here and 1 card in arsenal.
Very telling.
But it's like
for
Blitz
Johnny
life totals,
Chapman.
right? That's why they
Already
started 20.
pitching a red in these spots, but is it a case of redundancy? Plenty more waiting in the wings to jump this dagger up. We'll see what the immediate follow-up is right now. Johnny. Blistering Blade, I believe, +2 in this case, as there's not 2 Draconic Chain Links. Of course, the
Okay.
dagger itself making
So
itself
far,
a
not
little
a
bit
great
bigger
turn.
for the trouble. Most
Yeah.
importantly, go again here in this case.
Exactly. We have to find those draconic reactions in order to fuel the go again on these daggers in order to come back with some more. And
Every
some
single
more
card
we
he had
will
on turn
see.
0
Will
blocked,
be
and he
another
just
one of those
didn't.
potent one-cost attacks we've seen overperforming
That's
this
insane.
weekend. For the Emperor, normally leveraged by that ceremonial chess piece we see Johnny holding on to.
That
a
would be
little bit
higher
later.
card totals in
For
life.
now,
No, you just don't have that many
Penetration Walk with
cards.
all red hands, still finding a way to present quite a bit of damage.
This is sealed. Tomorrow will be draft.
Love for the Emperor. We have a 1-cost 5, and it also has a block.
I will
theme
be
and
streaming
draconic
again
action
around
attack.
the
It's a
same time
really,
tomorrow
really good
to
staple
watch
as we've seen throughout the
Sundays,
whole
by the way.
weekend.
If anybody wants to come hang
Pablo
out.
choosing to respect how much damage
Does it
is
set
being
30
presented.
cards?
That
No,
mark
no.
of the
You can
final
change
weapon
it every
event
game.
equipment, very happy to be cashed
So what
out
happens in
early,
Flesh and
often in
Blood
this
is
format.
like you flip
And
up your
this some of the
hero, you
players
say,
have learned
I'm
as
playing
we've gone on, these attack reactions are
Fang,
more
and then
more
Pablo
blatant,
says, I'm
keeping
playing
things,
Arachne.
keeping
And then
your
you
life
take
on
all the
balance
cards
to
you
afford
opened,
to take
and you
risks
can
when you
put
don't
together
have
your
leapfrog
30 that you want to
equipment
present,
available.
and then you present
Seems to be
30.
very rewarding for these players.
Definitely. And
So like maybe you have some
again,
cards that are
ensuring
really good
that
against
we improve
weapons with
some
attack reactions,
value
right? So you put them in
again
your deck and
for
you take out a couple
Pablo,
other things and you present it.
seeing if
And you play with those 30
Johnny
cards.
has the respect for these daggers as he did on the first go around.
Taking a brief glance at that fresh 4 cards. Johnny so far been making a bit of a stand to make sure they avoid getting marked at every opportunity, but of course, Fang not super happy to be playing 2 card hands, so eventually something has to
Well,
give.
hate cards
We
to call
have
it specific heroes?
concede
Exactly.
eventually. The
Yeah,
question
exactly.
Is that now?
It's not the most effective block. Since you're coming in for 1, there's not card in your disposal that blocks for 1 except for a couple of equipments, and that is exactly what we're gonna maybe
I
he's
think
thinking
that's
about it.
certainly something we've been seeing plenty over this weekend as well. As you say, these daggers so pesky, so problematic, and so difficult to block efficiently without giving up a card and wasting value. But your limited amount of equipment suite does give you the ability to cover up those on hits free of charge. And Johnny deciding here if leveraging that final free piece of block on their feet is worthwhile to stop this Mark of the Huntsman.
At least they don't
Wondering
have
if they're ever
piercing.
going to go back to fat stacking. I mean, I hope they never do.
Nobody
It used to be a
needs
really
that.
big issue.
Relentless Pursuits. Soaking up the damage here will be Mark the Prey coming in for Pablo. Again, we see a heavy favoring of these attacks that are
Okay,
willing
so they
to
clearly have
mark
some kind of
early.
attack
Wants to
reaction or
end the
something.
turn with that mark in place as often as possible and become
Yeah,
truly
+3.
chaotic. Both sides of the blade is the follow-up to try and force this one
Very
through.
nice.
No dice, says Johnny Chapman. We're going to smoke them out.
So you bring strictly 30 and you can side deck with all the rest you've opened? Yes.
That's a big marked.
It was the careless toss for me that really did it. It's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not marked. You
Love that.
are. Like, yeah, just chugging
Love
it
the
across the
ambition
table
of
there.
these players, like really feeling it as they are
Pass.
playing
There's
this game.
so much character on display from both of these players, and
For sure.
it's one of the biggest joys of Flesh and Blood. I love to see there's so
Passion.
much on the line here. Both of these players are playing for not a guaranteed spot in the top 8.
How many
They're very
yellows
much
are in
lining
this
themselves
set?
to be in the
There's really just not that many.
for
Draconic's
now,
like only
and
reds.
None of that matters. We're just having
Oh,
fun.
what is going on? Oh, okay, we have.
Oh, he's revealing. Okay.
Okay, that is going to be cut from the same.
like, Assassin
cloth.
has
We've got quite
reds.
the hand here for Johnny
I
Chapman.
mean,
He's cut
yellows.
deep,
The
searing
base ninja
gaze,
cards have
and
yellows.
Scalding Iron,
And the
it's
base
cut
warrior
from the
cards have
same
yellows.
cloth
But
of
like
their
all the
own. Now,
Draconic stuff is
Searing Iron,
just red.
That's a dangerous card.
So
if you've got a
generally,
number
the
of Draconic
Draconic
chain links, but this hand
cards
is very, very
decks
redundant.
are
Makes
going to
a
have
lot of sense that
very
Pablo's taking a
few.
moment to study here and realize
Very
just how
few
big
yellows.
These swords might become.
Yeah, cut from the same cloth, being a really, really big powerhouse we've seen throughout the weekend, being able to see the full content of your opponent, understanding exactly what are the on-hit effects that is possibly coming, what are the attack reactions that they're possibly sitting on, are there any defense reactions that they're possibly sitting on. It's the information that you're gaining from this card is so powerful, especially in these games that are so tricky with these attack reactions and defense reactions.
For the first time in this match, Johnny Chapman finds themselves marked.
Fiverr.
Will Pablo Pintor be able to maintain that over the course of this game?
Yeah, I think you
We'll
just
have to
use
wait and see
mark
if
to
the
juggle
chaos
the extra
transformations
bonus on your
horizon.
stuff,
We've got
right?
Mark
Like
at the Huntsman to start.
your opponent's marked, it makes your dagger +1, right? Your opponent's marked, it makes your stealth attack +1.
Yeah, Pablo loves
Like I think
sending these
that
daggers
is where
around,
most of
trying to
value
get
of
as
marking
much
comes
value
from on
of
a
them as he
Arachne,
can.
not actually
But
the flipping.
Johnny, as we've seen so far, has been in full
So
respect
excited
of
for
these
it's gonna be a long
daggers so
week. I
far.
know, I know.
Really wants to avoid getting marked, but he's already marked at this point in time. So question is if he is still going to continue respecting them, or if he's going to try to let it hit so that he gets the mark removed. And that's
They pushed the
exactly
number
what he's
slightly.
Yeah, very
Yes, in an
deliberate,
offensive
choice
way.
there. Johnny very aware that Mark was coming off. Pablo, no.
Is
No,
definitely
sacrifice
a
the
more
mark, and the Huntsman is
aggressively
staying where
slanted
it is.
set.
We are interested in gaining additional value from keeping our opponent in our
Where I would
sights.
say
And
Misvale is
again,
mostly
we
a
see this
defensively valued
strategy
set,
from
except
Pablo
Zen.
Pintor prioritizing these attacks that will keep that mark in place. There's no need to give up pressure. We can keep our foot on the gas. 5 damage coming in from Razor's Edge
Remark.
alongside this. And
Flip.
more importantly, Johnny Chapman still marked.
That must be so annoying. Pablo really putting down the hammer like, no, you're staying marked. And then I'm going to present another attack, but no, you're staying marked. And that can be so annoying sometimes as an
Who's that
Arachne
one?
player because you want to present damage, but you also want your opponent to
Oh,
remain
dagger
marked. That can sometimes be a
Arachne?
little bit difficult.
We find ourselves
Ew.
with lucky number 5 coming up on the dice. Of course, Arachne, Tarantula,
Ewy.
the big V in play. This one, an exceptionally dangerous option to see on the other side of the table when you only have 7 life to work with. Those daggers hitting just a little bit harder and possibly getting significantly bigger.
Maybe Pablo is a little bit sad now that he committed his dagger to commit to that mark. Now he only has 1 dagger available as he has now transformed into this tarantula.
Okay,
We
5
do know
currently.
that Johnny's hand is packed with gasoline. We're front-loading that.
We can assume this is not going to stay 5.
5 points of power coming straight across here.
Theory crafting with Tarantula, I
more
think
to
it's the
go lurking
strongest
in the
agent
hand
so
for
far.
Johnny Chapman.
Really?
Again, a very upfront play here. Being presented with a little bit of information, but there's still 2 cards hidden or hidden. It was hidden. Pablo knows exactly what.
If
those
you
2 cards
have
are, so
like
only
the
hidden
flick
information
knives
here
and
is the card
stuff,
left in his
yeah,
arsenal.
it does a lot of work.
That armor jumping in the way for Pablo.
Was literally handing you already want to be
Expecting an
daggering.
attack
Do
button.
you? Because that's like not traditionally
Maybe still
assassin.
deliberating some future blocks here. Might want to soak up some additional damage from this obsidian fire.
Because they're like inherently pretty inefficient.
Looks like
Not
he
like
has it at his
disagreeing.
disposal, so
Just saying that
possibility to send a dagger
you generally don't want to be daggering in
somewhat comfortably. I would
assassins
say.
currently, in the current assassins. But the new
Like
dagger
Golden
attack
Iron
is
will
sick.
be
Is that,
the
that's like a
line
ninja assassin
from
majestic,
Johnny
right?
here. Gonna
Or is
add
it,
a little
tell me that's
extra
not just
juice
for
on
ninja.
top of that dagger, courtesy of Draconic Chain Links. But of course, our leapfrog equipment gonna jump on in, soak up a little bit of that additional heat. As will this
I gotta
defense
find it
reaction.
first.
Hunter
Where
or hunted
are you?
from the Arsenal.
Oh, it's
team.
assassin. I don't know why I thought it was
Pablo
ninja.
Pinto.
Yeah, okay.
A
Gonna
little
steal
bit of
alive.
extra life loss. That's
Like, then it
surprisingly
gets
impactful
nuts.
in this
That
spot.
card's
Johnny
cool.
falling to 6.
There's a new majestic dagger. The new majestic
Falling
dagger is good.
Quite hard.
The 2 on hit
his
mark.
turn.
Yeah, that's a good card.
Down to 6 already. Up to Pablo Pintor's 16.
X
we
is the
do
number of
have
draconic chain.
more
Oh, I gotta
cards
remember
than-
that one.
Fealty tokens scored in the process. Definitely opens some additional.
Was this
floodgates
plus
for
1?
Johnny as these turns to go. It is that second fire vein.
That's not
making
the
its way
best.
onto the combat chain here. Just one for now, but we always know that could get a little bit bigger. That searing.
Bagney
blaze
really needs to mark,
lurking
and
in the
this
hand.
is with Clave. Sure.
Could be a situation now where he
Then you get to run like
decides
one
to
cost
use
attack
his arsenal
reacts. That's
card
kind of
to
nice.
keep it hidden, and that's exactly what we're gonna see here. Unless he wants to commit that to the combat chain as well, as this draconic attack is gonna go again from the attack.
Pablo
range.
get 2 block out of this. Wow.
Aggressively marking once more in this case. A little bit of damage pushed through.
Hey, aren't the legs? Don't they like break when the chain link closes?
We have some mark action going on here. Pablo is gonna stay marked for the end of this turn.
Yeah.
and
So you
the
should have just
six-
broke the chain link, and it would have
Looks like it.
broketed the equipment.
Johnny refreshing that hand, looking to find the assault.
And there we go.
There we go.
Nice.
A tail of the tape. This
Pretty
powerful
good card.
majestic coming back again. The smile. Impossible to hide from the face.
This
of
has
Pablo.
not
He's
been the
got it.
cleanest lines
Right
over
above
here. I feel
quality.
like
I got one
Game
too.
of bloodshed coming in clutch for both of these players.
He could
over
have been the
course of
attack rack,
game.
needs 2 links.
6 damage coming
to
in from
it
this
only
Master
needs 2
Hunter.
links to add a
One
mark,
more leak.
right?
Go again, tacked on as things
I
currently stand.
guess.
And we're threading
Okay,
draw
okay. There's a
card
reason.
connect.
Sure.
This is
If there's a reason,
backbreaking.
I can accept
Really
it better.
Powerful here for Pablo. This tarantula is coming in clutch here, presenting so much damage as so many annoying hits here for
Yikers.
Johnny. Sitting at 6 life. This is looking really, really scary if I was on the honest side of the table.
Johnny scrounging through the hand, considering their options. You can see the deliberation all over their face. This is a turn they have to get right.
It does
if
seem
they
like
want
this
to
Arachne
stay
is going to
in
be
the
like
fight.
about dagger
So
attacks
much
a
pressure
lot
from
more.
Pablo,
Right.
all at the hands of a small, seemingly insignificant dagger.
Do we have anything floating after this?
So blue was.
I'm
played
still
just like
stuck on
one
leaking 4
points in
damage
that
on
game.
turn 0. To keep up 3 card 9.
On what could possibly be in hand of Pablo, if there's any reactions to go with this.
2 cards in hand here for Pablo.
Is this
plenty
draft or
of
still sealed?
permutations.
It's still
One thing
sealed.
in Johnny's seeing
Draft
a
is
spot
tomorrow.
like this, how do you open the door?
9 threat
How do
on
you put
leak,
pressure
on
back
hit, leak
Pablo
1 and
without
draw,
feeling
I
victim
guess.
attack
But
like
like,
this?
the draw's worth
I mean,
what?
if
3
it's
points? So you could have just blocked.
Block 6 on this one,
And like he would have had to mark
and
first,
have
right? And he wasn't
roll
marked.
defense reaction accordingly, and that looks to be the case here. But do we have a defense reaction to cover things up in case it gets bigger?
I think the dagger tech is so
Attack
generically
reaction
good. Wouldn't be
ability
surprised if every
of the
assassin starts
tarantula
focusing
being
on them.
used here. Sigil of Solace.
Sigil of Solace. That's the
Haven't
first
seen
one of
that
these
one
we've
today, have
seen.
We have not seen it on camera in any of the feature matches for me. Definitely playing a bit of a bailout.
Explain what the
here for
phrase 3 card
Johnny.
9. Yes, I can
Dagger
actually.
getting
Okay,
significantly
so
larger, but most of the
let's
bites
say
being blunted
that you have
courtesy
one
of the
card,
all-time
and it attacks for
impactful
4.
instant from Welcome
That is a
to
1 card 4. You with me so far?
I was
Right.
so excited
You
to
got
see
4
Sigil
points of
as such
value
a
for 1
large
card. Now let's say there's a card
coming
that
in
costs
to
3
preserve some life,
and
giving
attacks for
Johnny a
6.
little bit more health.
You have
Okay,
used
a very
2
important
full
amount of
cards
deliberation
to
here.
get
Of
6
course,
points
Johnny
of
being
value.
unmarked,
It
unlike
averages
Pablo,
out
wants
to
cash
3
in that
value a
marked
card,
huntsman.
which
But
is
he
about
holds
standard for
that
defensive
mark
value and
on
below
towards
rate
the
on
cards
offensive
in their
value.
hand.
So we're
Makes
saying
it
that he
super
used
important
3
for
cards to
players
get
established
9
that one
points of
resource.
value.
It will be that
Fab is
all-weaver spinner during the
an
fight
arithmetic
here.
game where
Graphing
your arithmetic's like
Trillister
really important.
ready to
So
go.
getting the most value is
Even
really
more
important.
damage coming from Pablo
So
Pinto.
he used
Decided
3
not to
cards
grab
to
him the
attack for
dagger,
9.
respectfully so. It
A
wants to
3
keep
card
his
9.
capability to throw double daggers moving forward together with his graphene Calicera, and that is exactly what it's gonna do right away.
4 points coming across. Extra point of life leaked over, courtesy of the Tarantula. Johnny holding on by the
That's
skin of
pretty
his
good.
teeth. That armor leaving him with 1 small point of life
That's pretty
remaining.
good.
It's an uphill battle from the man from the UK, but there is 2
I actually have a
cards
YouTube video
between
on it.
this side of the table. The chess piece.
I think it's
kicking
a
off the
thumbnail and
turn.
it's something like,
We
when
are
should you block in
coming
Flesh and Blood or
through
something like
through.
that.
What does Johnny Chapman have?
Obsidian Fire.
I think it came out right after the
Not be surprised.
what
Obsidian Fire
hero
Vein
should you play
joining
video.
the start of this combat chain once more. Now, this is very telling.
One.
We did choose to crack our
Getcha.
chess piece in this case to pay for this dagger. Johnny, perhaps not interested in using either of those cards from his hand to facilitate an attack. Instead, hoping to go big and large.
So if they had a 6-cost card that hits for 7, that's a 3-card 7. Yeah, if they pitch 2 cards and attack for 7, that's a 3-card 7, which would be very bad.
Daggers pace with the
On
chest
offensive
piece, so
value, the rate you're looking
Okay, so
for,
the
I think
drop
this
of
is a good
Dragon
card.
Blood
This
here
drop.
definitely looking pretty damn
The rate you're
impactful.
looking for
Extra point of
is
power onto
4
the
points
dagger.
per card of
All
offensive
yours,
value. That's what we
capable
would
of
call
being
on
cost a
rate
little bit less
for
than
constructed
the
Flesh and Blood.
electronic chain link, but more importantly,
Or
drawing
above
another
rate. It's like a
card
little bit
from
above
here.
rate. 2 cards
and
7
provide
is
some
like on rate.
offensive capabilities here with this one floating. Does he find
Woo!
Okay, Blaze
Warrior.
Headlong, not
It's
a bad way to
something.
go. We're definitely seeing why Johnny had to take this line. This wasn't a choice. Those last 2 cards in hand were both instant speed
How
effects. that left
skewed
him
is hand evaluation
incredibly
unlimited?
susceptible
Yeah, it's like a
to
little
damage
bit.
presented by Pablo Pinto.
It's a
Doing
little
their
bit
best to put
lower.
up a
Like I
fight,
would say a
but
2-card 7 is like above
extra
rate
dagger.
in limited, but it also depends on the
Finds way across
format.
the line. Pablo down to 8, but with all of the momentum and just one single point of life stopping.
Like a
them from
2-card
being
7 in
undefeated
Uprising was
here in
not
the
super
Golden
good
Pride.
because Fi was out here
Diaz coming
shitting
in clutch
damage.
here, marking Johnny in order to get these daggers up and firing.
3 per card
As
plus 1 for your
Graphene-
action point.
or
Yep.
sorry, Graphene
There you go.
Calicera is going to come in for 1 with Go Again or +1 from Arachne Huntsman as they are marked. And so coming in with Go Again on the fly. And Chapman is going to have to respect it.
This is exactly where you want to be as Arachne Web of Deceit. Your opponent is marked. They are on 1 life. There is
Format seems
no
higher
way
power
for that
level than the
mark
ones
to
from
go
last year.
away. All of your
Yeah, I
cards
think
become
Mistvale had
incredibly
higher
powerful. The
power
Celestra
level.
way
I think
stronger than
this
normal.
one is just
Easy to
more
shell, but it's
aggressive.
throwing an extra point of damage.
But maybe I'm
Back
wrong. We'll
is
see.
Against the wall for Johnny Chapman. That second dagger joining the chain.
No, I totally could be wrong.
Sorry
This one does
to
seem
go
pretty high
again
power
once
level.
more, demanding another card from Chapman here.
Did not present any attack reactions. That is a little bit of more information gained there for Johnny. Can sit a little bit more comfortably, but he's gonna
Dang.
be
Pablo
faced
Pintor with the
with
8-0. That was
lethal
not
in
close.
the end.
Two instants in the hand for Johnny Chapman. Who benefits in the draft format, and I'm looking forward to seeing that explored for the first time live and in person with all of our friends.
Definitely. We're going to cover all the drafts tomorrow, and we're going to show them. We're going to have probably someone on display showing us exactly how to navigate.
And you're going
this
to crack
draft
some more
for the
gem packs,
first
right?
time ever, and live in person in this calling event. I am super excited to see how this is going to go.
Unfortunately, as excited as we are, that we'll have to wait for tomorrow, because for today, we're going to
Boo.
be wrapping up the show here
Boo.
at Prague. It's been a pleasure to entertain you. Thank you so much for watching the broadcast. It's been a delight, and thank you for watching all the features. But for now, it's been
Yeah, let me pull up
amazing.
the prize wall picture. Let me see if I can find that.
It's been a pleasure to have you. Stay safe out there. We'll see you tomorrow for more things Flesh and Blood.
See you
Take care.
tomorrow.
I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but someone has a picture of the prize wall, and one of the hero cards is turned backwards, and we think I can't find it. We think that's the hero that's going to be in the gem pack. So we'll see. We'll see. Any card you're most excited about for CC and the Hunted? Let's see. Let's pull this up. Okay, starting from the top. We'll skip these, right? I think this mask is cool. Honestly, Kiss of Death, I think is really interesting. I'm really excited to see what people cook up with this one. I'm not sure if this is going to be any good. It depends on how far you go into the marking. Right? Like if New wants to play Take Up the Mantle, she has to completely change how the deck currently functions. I'm not sure if that's worth it or not. It might be. Like you could start playing stuff like this, which seems really good. You play Mark of the Black Widow, red and blue, Mark of the Funnel Web, red and blue, and you just start playing the you start playing Clave. Seems really strong. Thank you for watching a video. No problem. Don't be afraid to drop me a sub. In all seriousness, I really appreciate the exposure and advice. Yeah, good luck, man. Hope to see you tomorrow, or see your other videos pop up on my feed. So I'm excited to see where Assassin goes. Cinder's got some cool stuff. I feel like the cards that I think are the coolest are probably expansion slot cards. I think these are neat. Bubble to the Surface and Drop of Dragon's Blood. I think these are really cool. This is a cool chess piece. Saber Bloodshed. Pretty neat. Quick dodge flexors. Yeah, I like Shelter. I'm not like excited for it, but I'm happy to be able to play it. I'm gonna get destroyed by this card. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna run into a Viserai who just goes like Mordred Tide, something, Douse in Runeblood, and I'm gonna fucking die. Like Mordred Tide, Sonata, Fine, Douse in Runeblood. Oof, right? I'm excited we get a Command and Conquer reprint. I'm excited about getting destroyed by Cole. I think Ring of Roses is cool. Interested to see if anyone ends up playing Spurlocked. The card I'm most excited about is is to see what the hero is in the gem pack. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what I'm most excited about. I want to know what that is, and I want to play new and subtly different ways. I think that'll be really fun. All right, peeps. I am gonna head out. Tomorrow, same time, 11 PST ish. I'm gonna hop on stream and we're gonna do this again. We're gonna watch the day 2. So yeah, hopefully we should be able to see what the new hero card is in gem packs, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.